Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Issei was broken and get married with Grayfia? Before I start, please do support for more awesome content, and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story. Link in the description. Gremry territory. I am Jolina Gladius, the new Red Dragon Empress of this generation, and Issei's future wife. Jolina stated as she pointed towards Issei, as he stood next to Rias's throne in his human form. He was holding onto the throne for dear life, as he could barely contain his embarrassment. It wasn't like him to become so embarrassed, even if a girl he had never met before in his life was saying stuff like this. He had heard many marriage proposals on his travels for the last 10 years, even some before, but those were only from dragoness that Tiamat and Tannen introduced him to. It was only in those last 10 years that the suitors became a bit more different, so to speak. He had even been offered to marry one of Odin's grandchildren, by Odin himself, with said grandchild next to him. Needless to say, Issei found himself feeling a pair of blue eyes on him for most of his stay in Asgard, but this time it was more embarrassing than before. He didn't know why this time was so different from the times before, but it just was. It's not every day some random girl shows up at your home, states that she holds the potential power to kill gods and godlike beings alike, and also claims to be one's future wife. But luckily, she was after all a girl. It's fine, Issei, it's probably just a little girl's old long-held crush, so if you just say no, she will get over it soon enough. Issei thought, hoping that said girl would be mature enough and see how embarrassing she was being, at least to him. I am flattered, Miss Gladius — just call me Jolina, sweetie. Jolina interrupted him, even sending a his way while blushing and smiling like a fool in love. Jolina, but I am sorry to say that I am not seeking a relationship right now, and even more so with one as young as you — you think little old me looks young? Aren't you a smooth one? I like it. Jolina interrupted again, not even hearing his rejection as she was more focused on flirting. It was getting close to being annoying. Issei just sighed, before continuing. I won't be marrying you, Jolina, my apologies. Issei spoke, his voice being a bit more serious, feeling she wouldn't get it unless he did so. Which seemed to work, maybe even a bit too well, as the poor girl began to shake a bit, and then slowly nearing the stairs. She raised her head up at him. Her eyes were filled with tears and she almost seemed like she had just lost something important. You can't really mean that. Right, Issei? She asked weakly, as if she was trying to deny the reality she was being faced with. I am sorry, Miss Gladius. I am sure you're a lovely woman, but I am not seeking that sort of relationship currently, Issei said, feeling bad that his words seemed to have such an impact on her. Then he suddenly began to feel a dreadful feeling of loss. He located its source and saw it was her. Jolina was emitting this feeling. He could see it so clearly with his much more enhanced sense of magic, and it sent a shiver down his spine. It was dark and deep, almost like a living void, with her at its center. It seemed like waves of cold dark water, as it flowed out in waves, but not over the floor like normal water. No, it went upwards, becoming for each new wave that was sent out. Kiba, Zenobia, Kaneko, and Roswies all felt the feeling as well, and it made them freeze in their seats of fear. Aquino, Rias, Asia, and Gasper noticed it too, but were not as affected as the other four, but even so it still made them scared to move a single inch. But Issei felt it way more clearly thanks to his enhanced senses, and it made him feel a feeling most dragons knew only too well. A call to fight a fellow dragon, to dominate and make them see yourself as the stronger of the two. Was this what she wanted to do? Try to dominate him through a show of force? Or through sheer aura alone? Boost! A deep and powerful roar rang out in the hall, as the boost gear had been activated. It seemed to be a battle of aura dominance, as Jolina used the power of the boost gear to boost her aura. That did it for Issei. His instincts started kicking in, beginning a fight inside of himself to hold control. And while he was dealing with that, he had begun to walk down the stairs that lead up to his sister's throne, passing his family by, for each step he took down towards the challenger. On the way down he began letting out his own aura, as a way to show he had accepted her challenge. He neared the bottom of the stairs, stopping when he reached them and thereby also standing right in front of her. Only a few inches between their faces, where Issei noticed her former and lively violet eyes had turned dull and blank, like she had turned herself off. But it did not stop her from putting out more of her aura, as she and Issei began to reach a point of them being almost evenly matched in the amount of aura they were each releasing. Issei's aura was much like the sun, as it started from him, and only continued to expand in size and light. While Jolina's was still much like a void or maybe even a black mass, spreading out in water like waves. Then Issei began to let out more, which also caused him to have his crimson horns pop out of the sides of his head, as he normally suppressed his aura so much that he wouldn't have much if any of his dragonic features on him. But right now he felt the need to show her who was on top. No one challenges a dragon on their territory, even if it wasn't really his, and expect to get away with it. "Are you done, human?" he asked. His voice had become deep and seemed rough. It didn't match his body or face at all. Issei had let out so much aura now that he practically had filled the entire hall with it, and he hadn't even released all of it yet. But he chose not to, unless Jolina would try and continue this fight. Which she did as she tried her best to bring out every ounce of her aura, but it didn't matter at this point. She had lost. Issei could see it in her eyes, at least that's what he thought until he noticed the red hue that had begun to form underneath her dull eyes. Is she blushing? Issei wondered. It took him completely by surprise to see her blushing after losing a fight of aura domination. It made him wonder if she was a masochist, or if she was just into men who were dominating. Either way, it made him feel slightly uncomfortable and more embarrassed, as there was also the slight chance she was just a huge pervert who got off to this kind of thing. He was so deep in thought wondering why she was reacting this way, that he didn't notice her aura slowly disappearing, nor her eyes regaining their former shine. She blinked a few times, then looked at Issei intensely. She then suddenly smiled before she began to lean forward and close her eyes. Issei was brought out of his confused thoughts, when he felt something soft touching his lips. It was soft, wet, and seemed to try and push and shape his lips in its own image. Then he saw it, as his thoughts finally cleared out and let him see the scene before him. He was completely stunned to say the least. Jolina had her eyes closed, was leaning over just a bit, and was eyeing him. He didn't know how to react to this, or if he should react to this. He didn't dislike it, at least he didn't feel like he disliked it. This too led him to have a new wave of thoughts take over, and somewhat unable to react. This gave Jolina ample time to taste his lips, before leaning back again and opening her eyes again. Her eyes shined with joy, as she saw Issei's confused and embarrassed-looking eyes look at her. She loved it, and chose to lick her lips wanting to see how he would react. When Issei saw her licking her lips, he went into a state of both embarrassment and slight arousal. That was the only word he could think of, as he had never felt this feeling before. It was all so new to him, in ways that he couldn't decide if they were good or bad, as this was far outside of what he had ever dealt with before. She was like a totally different person compared to the one he had just met before the fight. She had become more daring and seemed less like a girl in love, but more like a young woman seeking it. These new observations from her made Issei feel weird. Not in a bad way. At least it didn't feel bad. He felt an urge to see more of this. And now that he did get a closer look at her, he realized she was a beauty. Even through her weird fashion sense, he could just tell she had a beautiful body. He could tell she seemed to possess rather firmness, at least by how they seemed to press against the shirt she was wearing. She could rival Zenobia with them, he just knew it, as that girl was still not very good with understanding common sense, and had shown them off without problem before. Those times still haunt him. Her waist too was nice to look at. Was that a thing other people thought about, wondered Issei. Not that it stopped him from spotting her wide hips, and now understanding what Akino, his rather lewd older sister figure, meant when she talked about things called childbirthing hips. Because if those weren't, then he didn't know what they were. He felt like she had tried to show off her hips and legs more, compared to the rest of her body, as her thighs and legs had been put in a rather set of pants, making him think they could burst open if she just moved her legs enough. Was this also a part of her plan? To make him become aroused by physical appearance alone? If so, it had worked, as Issei couldn't stop staring at her. He felt that every part of her must have been made by some goddess of love, or else she shouldn't look this good, right? Heck, even her face held a charm to it, as she both looked breathtakingly beautiful, yet also held a hint of UAL desire, at least in her violet eyes. It perplexed him that such a beauty could have put out so much aura, yet it almost didn't seem like she had trained or worked out a single day in life, yet she still seemed so fit. How? She made him see her as a paradox, as he couldn't comprehend her, and at the same he still could. If that wasn't bad enough, her feisty and teasing personality seemed to have vanished, and be replaced with a new one, again. That was my first. Her voice sounded soft, and her breath felt nice on his face. She seemed so innocent, so gentle and sweet, enough to not make him realize he was slowly sucking in his aura and making his family be able to move again. He just kept staring at her, which he noticed she did as well. Was she thinking the same things he was thinking? Did she also find him to be attractive, or was she looking at him with disgust for staring at her? He had never tried this before, it was all so new and confusing. Then something else hit him, her words from earlier. That was her first and his as well. It was my first one. Too, he answered back, a bit nervously. Neither of them said anything after that, they just kept looking at each other. The hall was filled with an awkward silence as neither Issei nor Jolina spoke. The thing that broke the silence was the sound of short breaths and slow footsteps coming closer to Issei, not that he noticed as he was more focused on Jolina. So focused that he even noticed it when Rias grabbed him by the shoulder and pulled him away and a bit up the stairs. Jolina's soft smile turned a bit sad, something that Issei saw and felt angry over, but only for a few seconds as his head finally came back, and his state of arousal or whatever it was, had seamlessly passed. Now he was just left with embarrassment and shame of thinking the things he thought. I don't know who you think you are, Red Dragon Empress, but I will not tolerate this kind of behavior in my territory or against my family. Is that understood? Rias spoke, her more serious side coming out, along with her servants making a half circle around Jolina, a clear demonstration of retaliation from the House of Gremry. Not that Jolina noticed or cared much, her focus was more on Issei, as she watched his eyes, which had begun to be filled with what she believed to be an interest in her, but instead began to change back to his eyes before. Jolina kept looking at Issei, feeling sad that she had maybe just had a chance at him, only for it to be taken away from her. Only then did she look at Rias, slight anger visible in her eyes, as she blamed her for ruining her big chance. She wanted to attack them, and tried to convince Issei to give her a chance. But she could see that these people cared a lot about Issei, and vice versa. She would have to back down for the time being, and try to get on Issei's good side, but not right now. Fine, Duchess Gremry, I'll back down for today. But I'll be back, Issei dear, but do come find me in the meantime, Jolina said in joyous tone, as she watched Issei's cheeks become a bit red by her word. She turned around and began to walk out of the hall, unsummoning the boosted gear as she went. Rias and her peerage could feel she was powerful, really powerful. Of all the people in this house and territory, only Issei could take her on and win. No one else would stand a chance against a monster like her. At least that's what Rias and the others were thinking, but Issei was left in a weird state. He was confused, embarrassed, and maybe even still aroused. But even more weirdly, at least for him, he didn't want her to go, not yet at least. Just who are you, Jolina Gladius? He wondered, as the doors closed behind her. Time skip, familiar forest. The familiar forest, a dimension of its own with no link to any other, outside of the dimensional cap which connects it to every world, but only if one knows how to navigate their way to it. Though most just use the shining guidance of a full moon to grant their teleportation circle with a safe path to its destination. It was one such night, where the moon had led a new and young promising peerage king and his servants to the land of familiars. Speaking of kings, one thing not many outsiders knew was that the familiar forest had its own king, or queen. though most people didn't know them as the king or queen of the familiar forest, as said being who would be the current monarch was normally already famous in the outside world. So therefore, when people thought of the current ruler of the familiar forest, they would think of Issei, even if they didn't know that he was the ruler of this place. So then one might wonder, what does a king of familiars do? They don't do shit. Besides overseeing certain problems the familiar's masters can't handle themselves, as well as allowing any new familiar master to live in their forest. So his title and role was mostly ceremonial, as fights rarely broke out as most beings had already made pecking orders, with Issei being on top and then so on and so forth. But he still had to spend the better half of every year in this place, or else his claim as its ruler and de facto owner would be passed on to another being who was strong enough to carry the title. So then what does Issei do with his time, when stays to ensure his claim? Well, he reads books, talks to old, even sometimes ancient familiars. Not that was something he would recommend, as some of them could be rather tricky and mischief at times. Some even spend their time in other parts of both the supernatural and normal world, just messing with people, or the like. Issei even had to at one point drag some of those guys back home, as they had begun to or were rather close to revealing the supernatural to the humans. But for this stay he wasn't just sitting on top of mountains, or grassy plains and reading to pass the time. No, he was visiting his mother's grave seeking guidance to a problem he was having within himself. One he hadn't been able to tell his sisters or brother about, nor his adoptive parents. He had been walking around in circles back in his room, in the main Gremry manor, as he couldn't stop thinking and trying to understand this one single problem. Said probleming being what he had experienced when he first met Jolina Gladius, only less than a week ago. Her power, and her confusion. Each one being a smaller problem unto itself, but for Issei they were all part of the same problem. And the problem was his unknown feelings for them, or rather her, Jolina. He didn't know what love is, or rather the feeling of love one has for someone that is based on attraction, romance and desire for another. He had never felt this kind of love before, and didn't know or at least wasn't sure if this is what he was feeling. And this problem had led to other problems, such as him being unable to get her out of his head, thinking about her almost every waking hour, blushing when he remembers her and his, and when he remembers his lewd thoughts about her body. It also led him to feel disgusted as a result of those thoughts, even pathetic at times as why couldn't he, the literal heavenly dragon of the sun, couldn't determine if he was in love or not. But would that make it better if he knew which it was? On one hand, he would be happy to know how he felt, who wouldn't? But on the other side, if he knew, then wouldn't he have to act on those feelings? And that his current state of mind was in a constant flux, as he tried to understand this self-made paradox he had put himself into, and tried to fix alone. Mostly alone. As he had been here for his weekly stay, for the last 2 days, in which he delayed his visit to his mother grave for the last 2 days, so at the dawn of the 3rd day with a rather deep yawn, he rose from his cave and moved outside to be met with the light of the familiar forest sun. One thing he never really liked with the supernatural world, at least the ones devils were in the most, was the weird coloring of the suns. It had only been since he had first seen the human world that he truly understood this old dislike of them. Who would want to live under a purple, orange, or even a green sun, when one could live under a yellow or almost golden sun instead? But that was not something he would let himself think about for too long. He had something more important to do. Then he thought about which colors matched the sun best. But gold is definitely and obviously the best, Issei thought, as he inwardly smirked at winning his own childish game of which color is better. He began his walk from his home to his mother's grave, passing over the lands he had, with his then flames of almost everlasting decay, had burned to make his home. Then he had been put up on a hunting board of sorts by the familiar masters back then, which led to him being beaten the shit out of by his now older sister Kaneko and her new wife, Nene Haji, along with the rest of her peerage. He had a lot of respect for his older siblings, because even if he is the 3rd strongest being in existence now officially, that wouldn't stop his siblings from beating him when he made mistakes. It was love, as they said, but they weren't the ones who ended up hurt afterwards. Then again, if he did fight back he could maybe without meaning to, kill them in a single shot. He was very strong and very young, he hadn't fully learned to control his strength. So the only thing he could really fight with was his aura, but that was something his sisters, rather childishly, banned him from doing, as he would always win. Only his older brother Serzex would let him do it, as at least Serzex could both take it, and had even won at times. He passed by many different nests of shorter-lived and more family-focused familiars as he went down one of the natural-made paths in the forest. They would greet him, with unspoken words and bow as a sign of their respect. He could even see some, teaching their youngs that of all the beings in this world, he was one they respect and be loyal to. He even passed by older or more dangerous familiars, who also showed respect by bowing, as for most of them power was the only thing needed to have, to earn their respect. Such beings would be direwolves, greater snakes, lesser dragon races, semi-divine beasts, animal children of legendary beings, and even some fairies. He enjoyed the attention, as it only served to boost his ego, but he also didn't always feel he deserved it. He was after all much younger than some of the beings, who were bowing to him. But today he didn't let it get to him as much as he normally would, as his head was already filled with enough thoughts than he could right now handle. Not that it would stop a rather annoying, yet still friendly enough, fallen angel Tarzael, from landing on the path Issei was walking down, somewhat blocking his path. Halt, great king of the familiar forest. I, Tarzael, last son of Lilith, challenge you to a duel. The young man declared, as he basked with his jet-black feathery wings, making his long blonde hair swing in the wind he made with his wings. Issei just sighed, as he already knew this would happen. It was almost like his own personal time of the month type of thing. He didn't enjoy it very much, but knew he had to go through it. Look, Tarzael, I am not in the mood right now, so can you just off? I'll fight you later, okay? Issei said, as he, without a care of Tarzael's safety, began to walk right over him. Tarzael, upon seeing Issei's clawed feet approaching him, with no intention of stopping, flew out of the way with much trouble. Despite his heritage and his fit looks, he was a complete wet rag and the weakest fallen angel in history. Another thing that keeps Issei's mind busy as he wonders how a son of Lilith can be so weak, and also a fallen angel instead of a devil or monster. Wise king! I can see you seem to be in a hurry today, so I won't take much of your time today. Tarzael yelled as he flapped his wings as much as he could, and whined for every flap. By Ophus's endless boredom. Fine, what is it, Tarzael? Issei slowed down a bit for Tarzael, as he semi-crashed on top of Issei's head. Issei would have kicked him off, but knowing the kid might die if he did and he didn't want Lilith after him, he held back. For now. Hoo-ha! Great wise king! A rumor has spreaded. Regarding you. Tarzael stopped as he tried to get air, while Issei just rolled his eyes as this was nothing new to him. As every time Tarzael came and challenged him, he would normally end up telling him about this month's new rumor or some dumb title he had been given. One such title that he really disliked was his title as the gatekeeping dragon. Why was he called this? Because to some glory-seeking beings, gods and brave heroes, or just idiots, saw him as the one being who stood in the way of them fighting the dragon gods. He got where the title came from, and was sure Drake and Albion had been called something similar, as he is the first dragon in a long time who has been given the seat or title of third strongest being in the supernatural world. So some people would see him as a stepping stone to test their strength, and see if they could fight and win against one of the dragon gods. But life isn't an RPG game like the ones humans love so much, and for some reason different parts of the supernatural world have become almost addicted to. It's not like Ophis or Great Red would come and fight someone if they managed to beat Issei. Also, it was unlikely anyone could, at least in this age of peace. But back to the rumor, Issei wondered for a bit what they might be calling him now. So what do they call me now? Issei asked, only to receive a confused face from Tarzael, before he laughed softly and stood straight. No, nothing like that, wise king. The rumors speak of your new mate, the new red dragon Emprise Dash. She's not my mate. Issei roared out in embarrassment. An awkward silence ensued as Tarzael stood frozen by fear, and the nearby familiars, and that peerage which just happened to be on the other side of some bushes watching the two talking. All of them froze in fright, some just by shock at how loud Issei's voice could be. Issei, upon noticing the lack of all sound, coughed a single time, managing to bring back sound as some beings got the message and went back to business. Not the peerage of devils, they just decided to keep hiding as none of them had ever seen a dragon, so they just couldn't let a chance like this pass by them. She is not my mate, Serzex. She is just a young girl in love, and who has now decided she wants to spread lies. Oh, by Great Red's peaceful dream! Issei complained as he could already feel a headache forming, and it was still morning. Serzex just smiled awkwardly, before speaking. Ah, I see. I never really believed the rumor myself, I just wanted to inform you that it was being spread around. Serzex said as he bowed, not wanting to show how scared he was right now. That's the last son of Lilithfria, weak, not even the right species, and also a wimp. Good, at least some of you crows aren't all gossipy about everything you hear. If only they were more of your kind, just less weak and maybe even take a punch too. Issei sighed as he began to walk forward again, leaving a folk of about 7 devils to stand and look on in awe, as they had just seen a dragon, and the newly named Heavenly Dragon at that. That was so cool. Did you guys see how big he was? I mean, I heard about him on DR and all, but I never before Issei could hear any more of newfound fans, praising words they were already out of earshot for him. It seems you were happy with praise, wise king. Serzex spoke, but not from on top of his head, but instead to his side as he tried with much trouble to fly beside him. Yeah, I guess so. Besides, it's nice to hear nice things about myself, especially when doing things like I am about to do. Issei spoke as his eyes seemed to narrow a bit, something Serzex had seen before and knew the meaning behind. Ah, I see. Well, I shall take my leave. Oh dear mother, this is so hard. Bye for now. Wise king! Serzex spoke as tried to land only to crash from exhaustion. Bye, my feathered friend, until next time. Spoke as he reached a more rocky part of the familiar forest. It hadn't always been so rocky, or destroyed either, since a lot of old tree trunks lay scattered around the area. This place used to have a mountain, and was said to house the former queen of this place, Tiamat, the Karma Chaos Dragon King, and mother of Issei. He had, a long time ago, almost over 100 years now, destroyed the mountain when he had learned about his past life, and unlocked a power which no one thought possible. The Forgotten Juggernaut Drive, one of the few gifts Issei Haida took with him, when he reincarnated into Issei. Though that was a long time ago, and now Issei is the only Issei inside of him. He reached the would-be entrance to his old childhood home, now turned gravestone as were a hole big enough for Issei, in his dragon form, to go through once was. Now a stone as big as him stood, on which he had carved old letters of Old Dragonic. It didn't have much text, even if some of the words were long, but that was just how Old Dragonic was written and also why only dragons can read it. As some say, at least old scholars, it's as hard to learn as its creators are to fight. Though Issei never really cared much for that part, only that no one, other than dragons, would be able to read it. In front of the gravestone was a small dirt hill, and underneath it lay the body of Tiamat. She died a little over 20 years ago now. She had chosen that she would die in her human form, and so in the last few months of her life, she would stay in her human form every hour of the day and night. Until she passed on. Hello, Mother. It's been a while, hasn't it? Sorry, I was just so busy, but now I am here, so. Let's talk like old times, right, Mother? Issei spoke as he turned into his human form, took out a red gem and placed it on her grave. I've missed you, Mother. Human world, Denmark. In a small town on the coastline of Yulon, with wide and open beaches, with the sand as white as the inhabitants who lived there. With its grassy spiky-like hills, also called dunes, where the winds of the North Sea would blow at, only to be pushed over and above the towns and plains behind them, not disturbing the people there. On one such beach a young woman stood, her long blue hair swaying in the rather cold winds, as November was about to end, and make way for December. She had been there for a few hours, just watching the waves crash onto themselves and the beach shores, even a few of the old German bunkers, that still hadn't crumbled under the weight of time. She found slight comfort just standing there, as not only was the view great, despite the cold winds, but it also lets her see the most beautiful thing in the world for her, the sun. She would look at it every day after training, but not just because of its shining light, but because of who it represented, and vice versa. Issei, a person she had a crush on for the longest time. He was her one true love. It was a silly thing to wish for such a powerful being, to find her a mere human whose greatest worth is only her title as Red Dragon Empress, to be able to love her. She felt childish dreaming of this future of her and him being together, but it was a nice dream and one not so easily crushable as others, as she knew it was her destiny. She just knew it, she had always known it was to be, that someone out there was meant to be hers and hers alone. Something Drake hadn't really helped, as he only made her believe in it even more. And as such she found herself standing on the beach each and every day after training, since he had rejected her. She would just look at the ocean and the golden orb that floated right above it. And then she would just think, and think and think even more. Think about how to get on his good side, on how to make his family accept her, and how to maybe make him reach out to her. She was still stuck on the first two, but she had managed to set in motion the third one, as she had started a rumor. The rumor was just the truth to her, even if it wasn't acutely true, but who can deny one's desire to live in one's own perfect world? She had told some fallen angels she met a few days back, that someone named Jolina Gladius had become the new mate of Issei, the heavenly dragon of sunlight. They ate it up, and before long it was halfway around the supernatural world. She couldn't deny she felt a bit bad for spreading a rumor about Issei, as she already knew he was not very liked by some people in the supernatural community. Plus she had just spread more things for those people to badmouth him with. Not that she was just going to let them get away with that. So when she and him were official together, she would deal with those people with him by her side. How romantic! Oh, I just can't wait for that to come. Oh, my sweet Issei, she said out loud in joy, but her eyes didn't match the tone in voice. They looked dull, much like back in Gremry Throne Hall. She suddenly fell to her knees with a bump, her hair swinging wildly as she fell. She hung her head low, as feelings of guilt started to appear in her mind. Her hair wiping her face softly, not that she noticed as suddenly felt so much unknown guilt and anguish all at once. Drake quickly woke up as he felt her sudden wave of negative emotions. Jolina! Jolina, what's wrong? What happened? Drake called out in her mind, his voice filled with worry for his hostess. He had only seen her act this way once before, in all the time he had spent with her. This was the second time she was overcome with sudden guilt and anguish. Last time ended well enough, but if this was happening a second time, then he wasn't sure he would be so lucky again. He tried to read her memories, to see if he could find an explanation for her sudden state. But he couldn't see anything that should have been able to affect her current state. Jolina, please talk to me. I know you're still here, don't let whatever this is get to you. Drake called out again, this time earning himself a reaction as she seemed to speak. Drake? What's happening to me? Her voice sounded so joyless, and so rough, like she had been crying for hours or something. I don't know, Jolina, but it seems to be like last time, when you went into the Juggernaut Drive. Don't worry, I won't let that happen again, so you just have to calm down. Drake instructed as best he could, as he could hear the past hosts beginning the chant. He felt like it was only a matter of time before she would go berserk, unless he could somehow make her calm down again. I don't want to go through that again. Drake, please help me. Jolina cried out, as she could feel herself starting to panic. I will help you. Don't worry, Jolina, I will get you out of. Suddenly Drake's voice was cut off. Then Jolina opened her eyes expecting to see herself sitting on the sand, but instead she was still standing up, like none of that had happened. She looked around her, expecting that maybe someone interfered with her mind or cast some illusion spell on her. What the hell is happening right now? Drake, you there? Jolina mentally asked, as she went into a fighting stance, ready for any sudden attacker to appear. Yes, I am here, Jolina. What is the problem? Drake asked in a slightly worried tone, confusing Jolina as she was sure Drake had experienced that too. Didn't you feel it too? Didn't you see it? she asked worriedly, as this time it was Drake's turn to be confused, as he didn't understand what she was talking about. I'm sorry, Jolina, but could you explain what it is I was supposed to feel or see? Drake asked, making Jolina even more confused as to how he didn't know what had just happened. What was Jolina talking about? She couldn't remember. I don't know. I just felt like something happened. Maybe I should just go to bed earlier. I must be tired or something. Sorry, Drake, false alarm. Jolina finished, earning herself a concerned goodnight from Drake, before he went back to sleep again. She turned around and started walking off the beach, and up to one of the passages in the dunes. And as she went along the path, which steadily became more and more populated and more stable, she saw an old grandma and a little girl going out of a clothes store. Thanks for the pretty blue dress, Granny, I love you. The girl smiled as she held her grandma's hand and walked home. It made Jolina stop and watch them both. The little girl and the grandma reminded her so much of her own grandmother. She smiled a bit sadly as she remembered her own grandmother. She was a sweet old woman, who had practically raised her as Jolina's parents were always fighting over every little thing, so much to the point that it had led her grandmother becoming bedridden as she couldn't stand to see her daughter and the man her daughter loved, fighting and leaving Jolina all to herself. And so while her uncle, aunt and grandpa would take her out to see things and play, her grandmother would tell her stories and play with her, to the best of her ability. She remembered one such story, as it was what sparked her love for Issei, and was also the last one she ever got to tell her. She didn't know why, but she decided to walk back to the beach again, wanting to stay there for a bit longer. She didn't know why, she just felt she had to, like something big was going to happen if she stayed there. And so while she stood on the beach again, she began to think back to that story her grandmother had told her, before she passed in her sleep the next day. Flashback, 21 years ago, Denmark. In an old farmhouse, out on an island called Bornholm, sat two people. One a young girl, who sat on her old grandmother's bedside. The old grandmother had been bedridden for months now. The doctors and the rest of the family knew it was only a matter of time before she would pass on. But even so, old Jolina still held the spirit of a young woman in her. She was never going to admit she was old, never. Oh my dear little Jolina, my how that new dress suits you, did your parents give it to you? Jolina asked, referring to Jolina's new crimson dress she had gotten, when she and her grandfather had gone into Nexos. No. Me and Grandpa Olaf were the only ones who went. Mama and Papa stayed home. They had another fight, Jolina admitted, as she clenched the end of her dress. She hated it when her parents fought, as she could almost never escape being caught in the middle. Jolina sighed deeply, slightly angered at her daughter and son-in-law's actions, but what could she do? She was too weak to even walk by herself, not even to mention discussing and finding a solution to Jolina's problems. I see, it must be hard, dear. But don't worry, me and Grandpa will take care of it. For now, let me tell you a story from when I was your age. Would you like that? Jolina asked, making the sad pout on Jolina vanish and turn into a smile of joy. She loved her grandmother's stories, even if they were a bit weird. Jolina sat herself up, with much struggling and heavy breathing, but managed to do it after a minute or two. When I was a little girl, only a year or two older than you, I found myself in a magical forest full of animals I have never seen before, nor since. Jolina began, as her voice rang with the sound of young joy at telling this old memory. Jolina was infatuated right then and there, wishing to know more of this forest and its strange animals. I had just been walking around near the old light tower, when I happened to find a little bird. It had such beautiful feathers, and the softest looking beak I had ever seen. It looked nothing like the others from around here. I then noticed it was hurt, so I did what I only thought was right, and went to pick it up and take it home to save it. Jolina spoke, as she made small wing flaps with her hands, with much struggle. But it made Jolina smile, so it was worth it. But when I tried to pick it up, it began to light up in a bright green color, and before I knew it, I was no longer standing next to the old lighthouse. I was in a forest unlike any I had ever seen before. The trees looked dead, with their dark brown arms and purple leaves, but the ground looked much healthier as it had an almost glowing green color to it. Jolina gasped at the details, finding it so unbelievable it made her giggle, out of what Jolina could only describe as pure joy and fun. But it was true, my dear, and as I wondered where I had been taken to, I saw a man who looked much like the bird I had tried to pick up. He was as tall as your father, but a bit more handsome, and had long green hair and powerful red eyes. He reached his hand out to me, asking me to follow him so that he could thank me for bringing him home. Jolina awed at her grandmother's bravery to follow a stranger, something she had been told never to do. Not that Jolina was trying to tell her she should, as when it happened she was rather scared, but it was all she could do at the time. So I followed him into the forest, seeing all sorts of creatures, and began to forget I was in an unknown place, because the more I looked and saw, the more I felt disappointed about my own world. It was so dull compared to this one. Jolina stopped for a second, as she saw Jolina's bright smile and her eyes shining with excitement to hear more. I kept walking with the birdman, until he let go of my hand and told me to keep going down a path that had been carved into the forest. It looked so creepy, dark and scary, but he assured me that I would be able to go home, if only I followed this path, as it would lead me to the Queen and Prince of the Familiar Forest, as he called it. Jolina explained, not wanting to spoil the race of the Queen or Prince yet for Jolina, who was sure that they would be birds as well. So I kept walking and walking and walking, until I saw pillars of hard rock and stone, going into the sky like they used to be one single pillar. I became excited to meet them, and so I began to run down the path, wanting to meet these two beings. But when I got there, I felt so afraid, as what I saw was Jolina held a dramatic pause, to keep Jolina as excited as possible. I saw two dragons, one blue like your hair and one red like my blanket. They sat on two giant slabs of rock, and were talking about something, before the red one noticed me and a bit after the blue one did as well. Jolina became physically scared, thinking her grandmother was in trouble, only to make the old lady inwardly smirk. They asked me to step closer, so that they could see me clearly, which I did. So when I stopped, I stood right in front of the blue one, the Queen of the Familiar Forest. She introduced herself as Tiamat and her son as Issei, then asked me for my name. I said I was Jolina Gladius and that I was brought here when I tried to help a green bird, who turned out to be a green-haired man. Jolina explained, as she remembered how scared she was, as anyone would be in the presence of a real dragon. Jolina, without noticing, clenched her grandmother's red blanket, feeling fearful for her grandmother, as if it was happening right now and not many, many years ago. They thanked me for bringing him back home and that I showed kindness to a stranger. Then after the red dragon, the son Issei asked me if I wished to return home. I thought it over, thinking with the mind of an 8-year-old that I could do whatever I wanted. And so I asked to stay in the forest? Jolina said, making Jolina's eyes beam with curiosity at her grandmother's choice, though said curiosity vanished when she saw the small hint of guilt in her grandmother's violet eyes, like she regretted her choice back then. I spent 2 years of my life there, living amongst the familiars and being taken care of by the green-haired man, and sometimes even Tiamat and Issei. But at one point I began to miss my home, my family and my own grandmother. Jolina sniffed a bit, remembering it, so I asked to be taken back home by Issei. He accepted and flew me back home. But when I returned Never mind that, dear, as my life afterwards changed very much, as I had learned a bit of magic, enough to talk with the people who had taken care of me there, which I did for a long time until I grew older and thought it was merely a game I had invented as a child. Jolina's voice became sad, remembering what had awaited her when she came home after 2 long years. Her grandmother had died, believing her only grandchild had been killed. Then I met your grandpa Olive, and had a family with him. When your uncle was born, I received some strange visitors, stating that they knew me as a child. An old woman, a young man and a bird came to visit me. I couldn't believe it when I saw them, as I immediately recognized them despite them being in different forms. Jolina said, remembering her joy at finding out that old childhood dream was not just a dream, it had happened. And so, every year on the day your Uncle Henrik was born, I meet them again and we talk about the old days. I hope I can bring you with me this time, wouldn't that be great? Then you could meet Issei. He is really sweet and very friendly, especially towards sweet little girls like you, Jolina. Jolina finished her story, on a happy note as she could see the pure excitement from Jolina at the thought of meeting real magical beings. Sadly she never got to, as the next morning she woke to a silent and joyless house, as her grandmother had passed on in her sleep. She unlocked the boost gear not long after, and made a vow that she would one day meet her grandmother's old friends, and that she would meet Issei. Flashback and present time. Needless to say, Jolina smiled sadly remembering her grandmother's story, knowing it was true and that she had met Issei. Now she just had to make him love her as well, the same way she does. Though through this trip back to her past memories, she had failed to notice the recently arrived Issei, standing on her left side with a few meters between them. He had stood there now for an ungodly long minute or two, waiting for Jolina to register his presence. She hadn't, as she was still far too deep in her thoughts, so Issei decided to step in and take the first step in this soon-to-be awkward conversation. "Miss Gladius? Could we talk if you're not busy?" Issei asked, trying to be as polite as possible as he could. After all, he did reject her, and now here he was seeking her. So he should maybe try to act a bit nicer, or else he might hurt her, if she even could get hurt. Because as soon as she heard his voice, she had turned fully towards him, with a smile beaming with joy just at the sight of him. She then realized he asked if she wanted to talk, blushing a bit as she had been a bit more focused on seeing if it was him or not. "You want to talk?" "Sure, I'd love to talk." Issei noticed it again, her sudden change in both tone and facial expressions. She had started off a bit surprised, then changed to a more flirtatious tone at the flip of a coin or maybe just by seeing him. He gulped, already feeling nervous by her sudden shift. Yes, well you see, I wanted to see if you were okay, since you seemed very angry or you know. Issei really struggled to speak, as he felt her eyes piece him. "Oh that? Oh don't worry Issei dear, I was just a bit stunned by your rejection, as I had hoped you would see me as your perfect choice for a mate." Jolina spoke, again saying his name in a more flirtatious way, as she began to walk closer to him. She only stopped when there was only about half a meter between them, making them able to see each a bit better as the sun was beginning to set. Yeah, about that dash, yes? Have you realized that I am the perfect person for you now?" Jolina just interrupted, and again with a whole new tone and personality. "No, not exactly. I came because of that. Of that rumor you have been spreading around," Issei said, still feeling pretty nervous as he couldn't predict what kind of person he would be talking to, then getting an answer from. "Well, Issei, I just thought it would be a good idea to let other people know that you have potional strong mate like me. Plus make sure no one tries to steal you away dash, what? Nothing." Jolina explained, as it was basically true at least to her, not so much for Issei. Issei just sighed heavily, as he tried to process what he had just heard, before opening his mouth again. "I see. Well, I can't really stop you from just simply declaring your interest in me." But Issei's face suddenly went up in flames, as both his golden eyes and hair went ablaze. "I will not tolerate lies about my own personal life. Is that understood?" Issei spoke harshly, as he hated, really hate rumors that were about his private life, something he felt in recent years he had less of, thanks to half of every faction in the world wanting to know what he does at all times. Jolina gulped, feeling his rage, and it made her feel a bit guilty, as she had lied about a very powerful and very important being. She bowed deeply, before speaking again. "I'm sorry, Issei. I just got a bit ahead of myself. I hope you can forgive." She just stopped talking suddenly. It made Issei feel nervous, thinking he had scared her too much with his words. "Miss Gladius, are you alright?" he asked, as he put his left hand on her right shoulder. She didn't react, so he tried to shake her and still nothing. "Jolina, what's wrong? Please talk to me. I am sorry if I went too." He then felt a wave of negative emotions wash over her. His eyes widened as he had seen this once before, back when he first met her. After she rejected her proposal, she became still before she lashed out. "Why does this keep happening to you? Wait, Drake, are you there?" Issei called out as he kept trying to also make Jolina react, or maybe snap out of her current state. There was a bright green light, then when it vanished the boosted gear had appeared on her left. What is it? What's with her? What happened to her? Issei? Drake spoke, as his voice went from worried about his host to being confused after seeing his old host standing right in front of his new host. Not right now, Drake. I need your help to find out what happened to her, Issei said, as he had an idea of how surprised Drake was to see a near-perfect copy of his past host. Right, let me see. What's with all these negative emotions? Where did they all come from? Drake said out loud in confusion, as he hadn't seen anything like this since she went into the Juggernaut Drive. I don't know, we were just talking and then she suddenly went quiet, and then after this wave of negative emotions came. Can you do something to help her? Issei asked, genuine concern evident in his voice as he felt he might be the cause of this problem, as she also became like this last time when he first met her, after something he had said. I don't think I can do much in the current situation, as I need to keep the past hosts back or else they might make her do something she will regret. You'll have to enter her mind somehow, Drake explained, making Issei confused as to how he was supposed to archive something like that. I know it might seem or sound impossible, but for all intents and purposes you're still one of my hosts, as when Issei Hayate died he had so much power left that he was cast out of the boost gear and reincarnated as a sort of copy of me. You're that copy, you're still my host, Drake explained as Issei felt his mind explode as he tried to understand what he was being told. Then something even weirder, at least to him, happened as seemingly out of nowhere knew what to do. I don't understand what you mean by me being your host, but I think I know how to help her now, Issei said as he stepped back a bit. He closed his eyes and began to take a few deep breaths, before he began to shine in a golden light. When he opened his eyes again, it wasn't the golden fire, it was a crimson one, and said fire began to spread to the rest of his body. His golden features turned crimson and burst out into flames of the same crimson color. His wings, horns and tail appeared as he was trying his best to achieve this thing he somehow knew would help her. Drake could feel himself tremble a bit by the sight of Issei, as he began to float while still being in flames and his wings spread like a dragonic angel. Issei, the heavenly dragon of sunlight. The one who achieved what only gods could. The one who took the sun's light and put it in his eyes, before making it his own light, shall offer you Jolina Gladius said light and guide you to a better tomorrow. He reached out with his now clawed hand, placing it on top of her head. A light began to shine from the two's contact, shining brightly as Issei began to feel an intense pain going through his body, more than anything he had ever felt before. Ayaha! He roared out in pain, as the pain began to slowly increase and with it came images and memories. He began to see all of her memories, her life, her dreams, her emotions and her hidden trauma. It wasn't long after that the light died out and Drake could feel Jolina had become stable again, as she wasn't feeling waves upon waves of negative emotions anymore. But Issei hadn't taken too well to this whole thing, because as soon as Jolina began to open her eyes and register things, she saw Issei smiling at her. He was happy that he could help, but it only lasted for a few seconds before he fell over and fainted in the sand. Issei? 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 Jolina cried as she rushed over to his side, not caring about his current appearance, or the fact that smoke was coming off him. Issei, talk to me. Issei. She kept calling to him, shaking him hoping he would respond. But he didn't after a few more seconds of her relentless shaking, so with a bit of help from Drake she managed to teleport herself and him to her house. She placed him in her bed, then stood by the side of the bed for a bit blushing, before she began to strip down, and then took his clothes off as well. I hope this works for Issei's sake, she said, as she went under the blanks with him, hugged him tightly into her before she drifted off to sleep. Denmark, Jolina's house. How did I get here? Better question, why is she here? Issei thought somewhat sarcastically while also being worried, as he stared nervously, with his golden eyes, at the sleeping beauty that was Jolina, who was snuggled up against him under both a blanket and his wing. How she had done this was still a mystery to Issei, as all he remembered from last night was meeting her, and then her suddenly becoming still, and then boom, now he was here. Even worse yet, he felt sore all over and could only wonder what she had done to him. So behind his sarcastic thoughts was a very embarrassed and confused Issei, who was just trying to not think about the fact a really cute girl was lying up against him and holding on to him tightly. He had woken up only a few minutes ago, as the first few rays of sunlight had begun to appear, and since he was placed directly under the window, he was stirred from his sleep in a rather annoying way, though some might say it was more natural that way. A/N, yes, it's a bad joke, bite me. And so for those last few minutes, Issei had been in a, so far, very well hidden inner panic over his current predicament. He didn't want to just run for his clothes, which had been nicely put on a nearby chair at the end of the bed. Since he felt it would be rude to Jolina, who he assumed had brought him here last night, after some sort of accident he had or that she might have caused him, from her sudden stillness from last night. He didn't know, but he intended to find out, and on the other side he felt rather comfortable in his current position, as it wasn't every day a guy his size could find himself sleeping with a woman taller than him. He felt like he could just lay into her, with how big she was. She has to be at least 6.2 feet. Right. Issei felt his own height lacking compared to hers, even though he was 6.1 feet, on a good day. He could only imagine how it had looked to the others, when he stood up to her back in the throne room. He found himself blushing over the size difference, and also wondering how dense his family was to not see her ing him back then. It should have been rather obvious. He then felt her arms begin to tighten around him, as his body was pressed against her own. Oh, by Great Red's great dreams, why is she so soft? Issei wondered, before feeling a pair of eyes looking at him. He knew there was only one person in this room right now, so his choices were rather limited, so when he opened his eyes again he was met with Jolina's violet ones. Good morning, Issei. Did you sleep well? Jolina tried to sound flirtatious, but it didn't go so well as she was blushing so much, it made her look like a tomato. Not that Issei was any better, and why would he be? Him and her were only inches from each other's faces, with their bodies practically wrapped in each other's. But to keep himself from looking like the nervous wreck he was, he answered back. I slept well. How about you, Miss Gladius? He asked with much trouble, even feeling a bit more nervous when Jolina pouted a bit, when he had called her Miss Gladius, with her pouting only being a way for her to not blush as much, and look like a nervous wreck like Issei. Jolina felt she had to show off or maybe tease him a bit. So with almost no thought or planning, she pressed him closer to her, smiling with all the confidence of a child who had just done something so daring. But said confidence vanished when she saw Issei, looking a bit more nervous than before, and then she felt it. Her pout, and even her up-and-coming confident smirk vanished, and were instead replaced with a blush so red it might as well be a whole new shade of red. They both pushed each other off themselves, as they each tried to hide their bodies from the other, with Issei having to use his wings as cover, since Jolina took the blanket. For a few seconds they each just looked at each other, their blushes not fading and only becoming newer and newer shades of red. It was until Issei took a deep breath, before he tried to speak again, despite his inner panic. I am sorry for my rude actions, but I am a man and I can't stop my body from acting in these kinds of ways when such a beautiful woman, such as you, is so close. I am sorry, Jolina had expected to see, as the first thing in the morning, that the almost famously prideful heavenly dragon Issei was bowing apologetically to her for being aroused by her body and beauty. Her blush only became more red, as she hid even further under her blanket and whispered back. It's fine. I think you're pretty handsome too. This would be the start of a very awkward morning between the new red dragon Empress and Issei the heavenly dragon of sunlight. Though luckily for the two, Drake would wake up soon enough. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Gremry Manor, has anyone seen Issei? He was supposed to come home last night. Rias asked as she stepped into the main dining hall for the Gremry family, where her father, mother, nephew, Grayfia and niece were all gathered. Good morning to you as well, sweetie. No, we haven't seen your little brother, and you sure he hasn't sent you a message about a prolonged stay? Venelana, the mother of Rias, asked as she smiled friendly at her daughter. Rias sighed a bit, as she sat down in her chair at the end of the table, and got her breakfast. Sorry, mother, I was just worried. It isn't like him to just suddenly disappear somewhere. Rias complained as she took in a big bite, not caring about how unladylike she was acting, as she was more worried about Issei since he had been acting really strange since Jolina had left. Maybe he found himself a friend on his travels, and is staying with them? Serzex, the former head, said as he took a sip of morning tea while looking at his newspaper. Rias doubted that, didn't really make friends anymore, even though he seemed so open. He was rather picky when it came to friends, so she found it very unlikely. I don't think Serzex suddenly spit out his tea, staining the rather nice and new tablecloth that Venelana had just bought. Father, are you okay? Rias asked, worried he was sick or something, though he just began to laugh loudly, not even noticing the death stare he was getting from his wife, as she was really annoyed about him running the tablecloth. I think I found out why, or rather, who is behind your brother being late, Serzex said while smirking devilishly, as he thought to himself. Finally, more grandkids. Well, who is it, dear? Who is keeping our little boy company then? Venelana asked, as she threatened him to answer. With the way she said dear, it sent shivers up the older devil's spines. Serzex chuckled nervously, before showing the front picture of the newspaper. It's this girl right here, Jolina Gladius, the new red dragon Empress dash. What? Rias interrupted her father, making everyone in the room look at her wondering why she suddenly yelled. Auntie Rias, have you met her, this Jolina Gladius? Milikas asked, receiving a nod in return from Rias as she began to blush, realizing how unladylike she was being. Yes, me, Issei and my peerage met her the other day. She and Issei were behind the sudden outburst of aura, as Issei was trying to stop her from. Wait, where was that picture taken and by who? Rias finally got a good look at the picture, as well as the headline, Red Dragon Empress, Jolina Gladius, takes Heavenly Dragon of Sunlight, Issei home with her. New power couple? Written by FLS, A/N. If anyone can guess the identity of this FLS. Then 1. Holy shit, how did you guess that? And 2. You will get a mention in one of my books. The picture was not much better, as it had an image of Jolina holding Issei as he looked like he was out cold, and it seemed to have been taken mid-teleportation. I think it was taken somewhere in Northern Europe, by this new journalist called FLS. Quite an interesting name, don't you think? Serzex was too focused on the prospect of getting to act like an intimidating dad again, even if it was for his son, but still a man can have dreams. Plus the future promise of grandkids, and a lot more than just those from Grayfia and Serzex. Even Venelana had forgotten the whole ruining of tablecloth, as she was already imagining how to be a grandmother for dragon babies. Only really Rias, Grayfia and Milikas were kinda worried about their little brother and uncle, since he didn't look so well in that picture, and they had heard about Jolina's declaration of love for Issei from the others. My, I didn't expect to see any more of my children getting married while I was still alive. Ain't that funny, Rias dear? Venelana said, as she looked menacingly at Rias with her friendly smile and closed eyes, but behind it was a clear message. Where are my grandkids, Rias? Where is my new son-in-law? Since Rias had for the last 70 years denied every single request, and her mother was getting scarier and scarier for every new one she denied. As well as impatient, Rias could only shiver under her mother's menacing presence, though luckily her new niece saved her, as she began to suddenly cry. It took the two grandkids fantasizing full attention that their new one was in any kind of trouble. Oh dear, don't worry, grandmother is here, little Tia, Venelana said as she held Tia's little hand, which seemed to help, but only briefly as she began to cry again. This time Grayfia took charge. This was her kid after all, and so she took Tia out of her seat, pulled up her shirt and began to feed Tia, which seemed to work. There, you were just hungry, right, Tia? Grayfia said, as Venelana kept trying to help. Milikas just looked away, as did his grandfather, as either wanted their wives or fiancé after them about seeing another woman. Rias just sighed over the chaotically normal morning she found herself at. It just missed her two brothers' own touch of unknown added chaos. Then it would have been perfect. But still, I just hope Issei is okay with that woman. Who knows what she could be thinking? Rias said as she began to read more of the article, wanting to know where she could find Jolina and Issei. Present time, Denmark, Jolina house. So, you don't remember when you went up in flames, said some pretty powerful words and brought me out of my panic, I guess? Jolina asked Issei, as she placed 2 plates of food down on the table, one for Issei and her. Though she had chosen to sit opposite to him, feeling still rather guilty over the rumors she had begun, as well as the whole scene they had upstairs earlier. Yes, I don't remember much of last night after I met with you. I do remember feeling an intense pain, which I guess explains why my body feels so sore. Issei said, curious to know what happened last night. Yeah, well, that is about it, since we'd have to ask Drake to tell what else happened, and since he is really lazy in the morning, that won't happen any time soon. So for now, let's eat, enjoy. Jolina said, as she picked up a piece of food Issei had never seen, but it looked so familiar to him. It was brown, and reminded him a lot of bread, but it had all sorts of grain on it. He noticed his plate had a lot of them on it too. I don't mean to sound rude, but why are we eating moldy bread? Issei asked, becoming even more confused when Jolina suddenly looked comically betrayed. What do you mean? This is not moldy bread, it's fresh from the baker? Jolina asked, her tone sounding so confused and curious as to how Issei doesn't know about this kind of bread. Issei just took another look at it, still thinking it looked wrong. Well, if you say so. But what is it then? It looks unhealthy, Issei said as he took a bite of it, noticing it had a thin layer of butter on top of it, even though he found it to be weird. But with much prayer to the dragon gods, and a bit of bravery took a bite. It's not though, it's the healthiest bread in the whole world, even Germans ain't got shit with their bun wannabe bread. Jolina said confidently as she took another large bite. Issei noticed that she didn't have butter on her bread, and if she did it was hidden under a thick layer of some kind of gray mass. Issei just kept eating small bites of it, not wanting to start a whole discussion on food, as he felt Jolina would probably kill him with her facts, and for every bite he began to wonder why he had never heard of this kind of bread before. It tasted really good. So what is this kind of bread called? I would like to eat this with my family sometime in the future. They would love it, I am sure. Issei said with genuine interest. He liked its taste a lot, and plus it was much healthier according to Jolina than what they were eating. Jolina just began to laugh in a low, yet frightening tone, making Issei feel shivers go up his back. She then locked eyes with him, his being slightly frightened by her sudden change in mood, while hers looked almost comically dead. Don't, you will regret it. The first time is always the best time, it only gets worse and worse for every other time. Jolina spoke, her voice sounding sure, as she had eaten this kind of bread most of her life, and she was getting sick of it. It's healthy and all, but it gets stale real quick and thus loses its taste in some way, as it never tastes as well as it did the first time. Issei just decided to stay quiet and enjoy his breakfast, while also thinking over her words and funnily enough fearing this would be the only time it would taste this good. So from the end of an slightly frightened conversation came a peaceful silence as they each enjoyed their breakfast. But even that peace was broken, as the boosted gear appeared on Jolina's left arm, and out of it came Drake's tired voice. Good morning, you two, is what I would like to say, but I believe we all know that we need to talk about last night's incident. Drake began, the other two nodding as they had been waiting for him, as he probably remembered more than them. Yes, I would like to know what happened while I was in that state, and since Issei doesn't remember anything up till that point, you'll have to fill me and him in. Jolina said, as she put her left arm up and onto the table, so both she and Issei could see it clearly. Of course, partner. So when you suddenly became still, or whatever that state of yours is, Issei called out to me and asked for my help. I could tell that you were in a sort of fight with something inside of yourself, like something I didn't know was there, like it had been hidden behind something, or that you were trying to hide from. Drake explained, as both he and Issei watched carefully how Jolina reacted to his statement. She surprisingly only raised an eyebrow, like she didn't understand what he meant. What do you mean? I'm hiding something inside my head? Jolina asked, in a semi-worried voice. That is what I am saying, partner. but it seems you have hid it so well that not even you remember it. So I can't find it to figure out what it is that you're hiding from yourself, but something I did figure out, which should be impossible, is that Issei is also my host. Of sorts. Drake said, as he just dropped a kind of big bombshell at the end of an already rather big mouthful. Said bombshell had by then landed, blown up, and made Jolina and Issei both very confused. I am your what? Issei yelled, as he slammed his hands into the table, making a few cracks appear. He couldn't control his strength, nor did he really care, as he had just been told something that should be impossible. The system had faults, yes, but it never gave sacred gears to other races than humans. That can't be right, Drake. I am a full-blooded dragon. And besides, I don't have any biological parents, so how would I, the reincarnation of Issei Hayadu, be able to be your host? Why did I never think about this? Issei said, as he just realized the most obvious answer to what Drake was talking about. Issei just sank down in his chair weakly, as he felt defeated, since once again Issei Hayadu was ing with his life. He would have blown up, if not for the fact that Jolina would die, and he might reveal the supernatural if he did. So instead he just let a single tear roll down his cheek, as he felt a fear he hadn't felt in well over 100 years. The fear of being wanted, but only because he is another version of Issei Hayadu. Not this shit again with him. Issei Hayadu, you just always find a way to with my life. Issei growled angrily, as Jolina and Drake both looked shocked at him. Drake felt impressed that he had realized, or maybe even remembered, that through him being a reincarnate of Issei Hayadu and himself as well, he had the soul and right of being the Red Dragon Emperor. But Jolina just felt shocked, because she could feel his hatred for the man that she had always heard such high praise of, from both her uncle, who is a priest, her mentor Drake, and the few other supernatural beings she had met in her life. But here was one, and the only one she knew so far, that not only was surrendered by Issei Hayadu's former family, friends, and loved ones, but was also a reincarnate of him, and he hated it. Do you really hate being hate being reminded of him all the time? Yes, I do. It's a never-ending curse, that I am never able to step outside of his shadow, because every little thing I do gets praised and I am told how like I am. The only thing I did that he never did, was become a heavenly dragon, but even that he beat, since Lilith and her mother both think he could be a dragon god since he beat Trihexa. Issei complained as he remembered how proudly the two had spoken about him, and how much he wanted to squish the mother-daughter pair, for talking so highly of him. I see, it's a burden to be reminded of him all the time for you, Issei? But it's a truth you'll have to accept, so don't let it get you down. Because even though you say you hate him, I believe somewhere inside of you also admire him. That is one thing all dragons do, we admire those who are strong, be they a dragon or another species. Drake explained, his voice giving a bit of comfort to Issei, something he was grateful for. Even more that the ancient dragon wouldn't take his words too deeply, since he didn't seem offended by his rude words of his arguably best host, and instead thought about how he had been affected by these unjust exceptions other people had placed on him, just because he was a reincarnate of him. Let's discuss this part later, when you're ready for it, Issei. Drake said, earning a nod from Issei. So yes, Jolina, Issei is technically your twin Red Dragon Emperor, but he can't use the power of the boosted gear, since the system placed me into a new soul as soon as I believed my soul and Issei's had been severed, but it seems it didn't. But even though he can't use my power, he can still enter the dreamscape, and he can even interfere with the boosted gear, which led to him doing something I have never seen before. Drake explained, his last few words sounding more impressive than the others, as what Drake saw last night was indeed something he had never seen before and was intrigued by it. Both Issei and Jolina looked curiously at the crimson-red gauntlet, as the green gem glowed in different ways, as Drake's words sounded very intriguing. Mostly to Issei, as he wanted to hear what it was he did that made the ancient dragon sound so impressed. It seems that you obtained a new principal power last night, and I have to say it was not what I had expected it to be. I had believed that every dragon who managed to obtain their principal would gain powers which were just pure destroying, but you, Issei, have obtained something different than any power I have ever seen. It's not pure destruction, it's more of guiding light, if you get what I mean, Drake said, earning two different reactions. One was Jolina becoming confused, as she didn't know what Drake was talking about when spoke about principles and principal powers. And Issei just sounded disappointed since he had hoped it was going to be cool or something like that, since even though he is old physically, he is still rather immature. What's a principle? Does it have something to do with that speech you give me every time I lose focus or don't want to train Drake? Jolina asked, confused, not understanding how important this whole thing was, though before Drake could say anything, Issei spoke up first. It's a sort of power that a dragon has all for themselves. Many, if not all of the famous dragons have one, I have one too. It's what gives us our power, makes us be able to rise above our peers, and for some to see us as leaders of our kind. Take Drake for example, he and his rival Albion, both have a principle, it's used when people address them. Issei explained, as he with a snap of his fingers summoned a small sun in Jolina's kitchen. Jolina just looked at it for a bit, trying to understand what principles and names had to do with one another, until she noticed a small ray of sunlight hitting Issei's face from the left. His face, even though it still had a few burn marks on it, looked handsome in the morning sunlight, as his hair looked almost like a smooth gold surface in its light, and his eyes glowing a cozy warm light at her. Then she got it, his connection with names and principles. Your principle is sunlight, right? That's why you feel warm to be near, and why your aura resembles a sun. It's also why you look the way you do, right? Jolina asked, making Issei smirk, before he nodded his head. Yep, that's kinda how our principles work, though mine is probably the lamest sounding. I wish mine also had a cool name like some dragons have. Like Drake has the principle of domination and whatever Albion had again. Look, the point is our principles are our main and real power, and depending on which kind you have and what kind of person you are, that power grows and changes. Which is also why I was very happy to hear that my principle had grown, though I don't know if I should be so happy, since it sounds like I developed a rather useless power. Issei said, as he sat back down in his chair, still feeling a bit bummed out about his new power, but also wondering if he could train it to be more useful. Oh, I see. Sounds neat, but also kind of like the Devil Pillar's family powers, you know? Jolina suggested, with a friendly smile, and she didn't mean it as a bad thing, but both Drake and Issei couldn't help but narrow their eyes at her, even if Drake couldn't really do that. What? Jolina asked, not sure of what she had or done wrong. Drake just sighed, knowing his host was not the best at reading the room. Our powers aren't like the ones of the devils, they are many times weaker than our own. Plus, they never train to make themselves stronger, so even if they have a powerful ability, it wouldn't do much against us. Drake explained, making Jolina nod, but not before she asked another question. But don't dragons also get more powerful as time goes by? She asked, though this time she got her answer from the two dragons, as they both at the same time sighed, as either of them wanted to continue this discussion. Right, sorry, I just got really interested in how your powers work, Jolina said, as she smiled apologetically. It's fine, I'll tell you whatever you want to know later, but for now. Drake, can you please continue? Issei asked, as he ignored Jolina's smile of excitement from his promise to teach her about his race, seeing it as a date. Yes, of course, where was I? Oh, right. Yes, well, after I explained to you that you were also my host, you began to think about something, and then you said you had an idea to get Jolina's negative emotion away. Then you began to transform into a more dragonic form, though your normal crimson scales were covered in crimson flames, even your eyes and hair changed color. You went up in crimson flames, your entire body was covered in it, but you didn't seem to mind. Drake explained in a serious tone, as he remembered how almost angelic he looked in that form, as it reminded him a lot of how he first met God. Jolina was brought out of her daydreaming, as she seemed to remember a small glimpse of this image of Issei that Drake was trying to explain. I think I remember it too. You look so powerful, even though I could barely see or hear, I could just feel your power. You look a lot like an angel of crimson fire, Jolina said as she tried to remember more of what she saw, something Drake joined in on to see if he could maybe find something in head, so none of them noticed how Issei was just sitting there completely still. He had only heard a few people saying that about a dragon in its half-human and dragon state, and the person those people were talking about was his mother. He had heard how she had threatened to take him away, how she had become like a dragonic angel and was covered in blue flames. He let a small tear slip out, feeling a sort of deeper connection to his mother through this image people have had of both of them as dragonic angels of fire. Mother, I really do take after you, don't I? Issei thought, as he closed his eyes, smiling a bit at the thought. Though he was brought out of it, as Jolina was calling out to him. Issei? Issei, you there? Issei opened his eyes, his tear stain not noticeable, thankfully. Yeah, what is it? Issei answered, putting his focus back on the main discussion. Well, you see, Issei, you might not know this, or have maybe not realized it yet, but it seems that you have made a few copies of Jolina's memories. Drake said, Jolina nodding with him in agreement. Issei just widened his eyes in confusion, until he began to feel a really annoying sense of déjà vu. You mean to say that I have some of her memories in my head? Then how come I don't remember any of them? Issei asked, as he began to silently pray to both Ophis, Great Red and Lilith that his possible second worst day in his life wasn't about to repeat itself. Well, I think, and this is only my theory, that they're not really inside of you, not right now at least. They're inside that form you used. When you used it to take away her negative emotions, you also seemed to take copies of certain memories that I didn't know about and some I did. Drake said, as both Issei and Jolina began to stare at each other, both confused as to how his power could copy Jolina's memories. Jolina was a bit happy though, because even though this whole thing was happening because she has some sort of problem in head, it still let her have an excuse to be with Issei. Issei felt a bit frightened at the thought of having to do something like this again, as last time it didn't go so well. It almost ended with him killing his future family, as well as himself. But he also felt that he had to, since he wanted to help Jolina with this problem, and he wouldn't be okay with himself if he just left when she needed him. He was a key player in this mess, and he had to play his part. But this also leads to a new question. What kind of memories has Jolina been hiding from herself, and can we find them if Issei learns how to use this new power of his? Drake explained, bringing back the two others' attention onto the Crimson Gauntlet. Issei looked curiously at the Crimson Gauntlet. You want me to use this new power, that I can't fully control nor use yet, to find memories that you two have never known were inside of Jolina? Issei asked, as he turned his eyes from the Crimson Gauntlet to Jolina instead, as she sat there a bit quietly. She looked a bit worried that Issei might not help her, since she had spread lies about him, embarrass him and attack his family, even if she didn't do the last part intentionally. Yes, that is what I am saying. You're her only hope to figure out what this weird state she goes into is and maybe even how to stop it from happening. I asked you, as maybe only a mere soul of a former heavenly dragon, will you offer me your power and support to help my host, Jolina Gladius? Drake asked. His tone was serious. He didn't care if he had to put his pride to the side. Issei was taken aback by his request, since it takes a lot of desperation for most dragons to ask for help, even if they are sealed away in a sacred gear. Not that his request mattered much to Issei, as he had already decided that he would help, since he couldn't deny that he and Jolina were now connected. He was sure that if he did leave, then one day all of those memories would unlock themselves, and he would see all sorts of things that he probably wouldn't be ready for. I will help if you in turn help me with training this new power of mine, Issei said, as he reached his right hand over the table. Jolina looked at his hand for a bit, before reaching over and grabbed it, smiling as he seemed to overlook her faults, to help her. He wanted to help her because he could train his new ability, but also because he felt bad for her, that she was obviously in some damaged inner state. But he also wanted to follow the promise he made to his mother last night at her grave. To try and understand what it is he feels for Jolina, and find out if he really cares about her or not. Thank you, Issei. Thank you for doing this, Jolina said, blushing a bit as she shook his hand, and even more when Issei sent her a bit of a nervous, but friendly smile. It's fine, who wouldn't help when someone's in need? He said, as continued to smile a bit nervously. Jolina smiled brightly at his words, happy that he wouldn't leave her when he could and was probably the only person who could help her. So this leads to another matter we need to discuss, Drake said a bit seriously, though something about his tone made Issei feel a sort of déjà vu, but he didn't know why until Drake began speaking again. If we'll be doing this, you two will have to live together, so that I can train you and so you can help next time Jolina enters that state, Drake said. Both Issei and Jolina just went quiet as they looked at the red gauntlet. It was an awkward silence that could have very well been the sign of the end of all sound. But luckily for the world, Jolina began to giggle a bit before she suddenly jumped up and began dancing around. I get to live with Issei. I get to live with Issei, she continued, while Issei began to dread his near future. Because if every day was going to start like this one did, then he would be killed by his own embarrassment before his older sister Grayfia could. But is it that bad? To live with her for a bit? She is only a human, this whole could be over in a blink of an eye for us? Issei's thought said, though he wasn't too sure what thoughts it was that was trying to make him agree with this. But luckily before Jolina could accidentally break something in her home by dancing around, or Issei could begin to question what has led to his current position in life, a red communication circle appears in front of Issei. It had the emblem of Gremry on it, not to mention it was the same circle Issei had used, before having to design his own for his whole being a heavenly dragon thing. The circle glowed a bit, and before the glow died out, Jolina sat down in her chair again. Rias appeared from it, in a miniature version of herself. Rias, dear sister, what do I dash? Where the hell are you and is that girl with you? Rias yelled, surprising both the drag and his host, that Rias would yell at her own brother as the first thing when she contacted him. I am fine, Rias, and yes, Mississippi. Jolina is with me. I am in her house at the moment, Issei answered before sighing a bit at his sister's protectiveness, as she called it. Good, at least you seem safe. Wait, are those burn marks? What the hell happened? I am fine, I did this myself somehow. Which also leads to me having to ask you something, dear sister. Issei interrupted her, before she could yell at him again, and then maybe declare war on Jolina for hurting him, though she wouldn't be able to ever. If you say so, I will ask more about this later, when you come home. So, what did you wish to ask of me? Rias asked, now seeming less angry and more intrigued to what he could want to ask, hoping secretly it was punishment for Jolina. Well, sister, you see. Last night I met Jolina out on a beach. And something unexpected happened, so now I might need to live together with Jolina for some time? Issei said before quickly closing his eyes, hoping that his sister wouldn't kill him or Jolina for that matter. After a while Issei opened his eyes a bit, hoping Rias had just stopped the call, but no, instead she just stood there. She was completely still, but then he noticed it. She was blushing madly, as her eyes were shaking. Imagine what this unexpected thing could have been. She then shakingly pointed her finger towards him. Pervert! She screamed, as Issei just sighed, as this was a much better outcome than what he had feared, only to realize this made it a death sentence in disguise. No, it isn't like that, Rias. You tell her, Jolina, tell her I didn't do anything perverted. Issei begged, as both he and Rias turned towards Jolina, who just looked at the two for a bit. Then in a single second she seemed to blush a bit before she began to speak. It's true, he didn't do anything pervert. He helped me when I needed it, Jolina explained, making both Rias and Issei sigh in relief, though either noticed the little mischievous smirk that formed on Jolina's face. He even slept with me. In the nude. I did it only to heal him, but it was hard to sleep when he moved so much. But I managed, she said, watching as each of the two siblings began to blush. Then Rias turned towards Issei slowly, making him freeze just by her glare. Come home, now, Rias said in an eerily calm tone, though her eyes just screamed bloody murder. Issei is only scared of 3 things in his life, the second being his stepmother, and the third being his sisters. He knew that he was going to die when he stepped through the gates to the Gremry mansion. Yes, Rias, Issei said in defeat, as he hung his head low, as he had already accepted his fate. Small time skip, underworld, Gremry Mansion. Outside the large mansion that Rias and her family called home, was almost an even bigger garden. It was filled to the brim with roses, since they were the main motif of the Gremrys, but it also housed a minor manor in it. This manor had a rather open design to it, as it would remind most reincarnated devils, and even some of the much older ones of the Hanging Gardens with its design and open-air structure. It had a squad-roofed walkway around it, which was continued again on the next floor and the last one too, much like the Hanging Gardens. It had red roof tiles, while its pillars were white and its floors were a mix of blue and red tiles. The front door was also very neatly designed, as not only was it made from a wood that can only be found in the familiar forest, it was only masterfully carved, so that the two double doors each had a dragon that was holding the door knobs. Though the dragons didn't look like each other, as the other was much thinner and longer, while the other was a bit bigger and looked older. It was designed with the image of its two original inhabitants, not that they both liked it. It even had a bed on the top floor, in the open air, a choice the legal owner of the manor never quite understood. And under said bed was a rather huge yin and yang-like art of floor tiles. Instead of two balls flying around each other, it was two dragons, one red and one blue flying around each other. Though since no one had been there for a while, the manor was rather empty, except for the daily cleaning from staff. But not for long, as was evident, since the maids and butlers had done their utmost to clean the place, since they had gotten news that its master was coming home, and he was not alone. So as the majority of the Gremry family stood outside the manor waiting, the fast steps, few shouts and various cleaning noises could be heard, as the staff in service to the Gremrys are very loyal and care a lot for their masters. Some, mostly the women, care a lot about the young lords, Milikas and Issei, since they had known them from young ages. They had a special place in their hearts, since what woman wouldn't in their right mind wouldn't feel charmed by a sweet young boy's innocent smile. Rias, Milikas, Grayfia, Tia, Vinalana and Zeoticus all stood and were waiting for Issei to arrive with Jolina. Serzex had wanted to come, but one stern look from Grayfia and he was back in his office doing paperwork, hopefully. The feelings about Issei's arrival were a bit mixed, since the two older Gremrys were happy that the son they adopted, whom they see as their own, was getting himself new friends and maybe even a girlfriend. They hoped for the latter mostly. While the younger, except Tia and Milikas, were both wondering what to do since Issei seemed to have been damaged. But how? And did Jolina have something to do with it? While the youngest were both just in a kind of gray zone, since Tia didn't know who Issei was, and also couldn't really stand in the situation since she was literally only born 2 months ago. And Milikas was happy to see his uncle again, but he was also worried about him as he knew his uncle was strong, really strong, and only his dad could hurt him. But even then his dad had to try very hard. They were all made aware of a sudden teleportation circle that formed itself in front of them. It was Issei's since it had a dragon on it, and from its mouth a sun was shining. He had gotten a lot of shit from sun gods and other sun beings about his design, some thinking it was too barbaric and others just thinking he wasn't worthy to have it on his circle. They all watched with bated anticipation as Issei and Jolina appeared before them. They felt a bit worried as they saw how many burn marks Issei had on him, though they all became a bit relieved as they noticed that he didn't seem to be in pain, as none of the marks had hurt him that much. They also saw that the young woman, Jolina Gladius, that he had taken home with him, for reasons they, except Rias, hadn't been told yet, was clinging on to Issei's right arm. She was smiling a bit nervously, as she was a bit scared of meeting most members of Issei's family. So when she felt their eyes on her, it made her cling tighter to Issei's arm, making him blush as he felt her chest pressed against him. An awkward silence ensued a bit after, as both sides just looked at the other nervously. Issei and Jolina were a bit nervous, as neither of them knew how Issei's family, besides Rias, was going to react to him and her having to live together for reasons they couldn't really explain. And Issei's family were in a similar state as they wondered why she was here. They had a theory that it might have to do with that article they all shared back at breakfast. Except Rias, as she was wondering how her parents, nephew and sister-in-law were going to react, when they learned Issei and Jolina had to live together. With a bated and nervous breath, Jolina let go of Issei's arm, making him and the others look at her, all wondering what she was going to do or say. She then closed her eyes as she put her right hand over her heart, calming it down as she felt it was racing with nervousness. She then exhaled, opened her eyes with a slightly more calm glint in them, and made direct eye contact with Issei's adoptive mother, Venelin, who felt a bit surprised at the sudden eye contact. I am Jolina Gladius, this generation's Red Dragon Emprise. It's an honor to meet the mother, as well as the father of Issei. I hope you will allow me to stay with him, for the foreseeable future, Jolina announced, with almost no fault, cracks or sudden stops. She even bowed deeply, to show respect to them. They were both rather surprised by her introduction, as neither had expected her to go this far. So when the surprise began to fade and they began to process her words, their slightly awkward expressions changed as they both just looked. Are they smiling? Issei thought as he, his two sisters and nephew all watched as the oldest family members there were both smiling with joy as Jolina's words had made them happy. They both looked at each other, as their smiles turned to smirks, and they both, with only a simple nod, had made an unspoken deal and turned their heads back towards Jolina, who still had her head lowered in a deep and respectful bow. It was also to hide her slight blush. The two of them walked closer to her, making their children and grandson look at them carefully, all of them wondering what they were going to do. Issei felt something inside of him telling him to stand by Jolina's side, though he hesitated a bit, but still walked closer. But only a bit, as his mother began to speak. What a lovely name you have, Jolina, Venelina said, as she reached out her right hand to touch Jolina's right cheek, lifting her head up slowly. Her eyes made contact with Venelina's, which held this soothing and friendly feeling to them, which made her blush a bit more as she hadn't expected she'd get this far. Me and my husband would be overjoyed to have you stay here, with our son for as long as you like, Venelina said, as she gently stroked her cheeks slowly, inspecting her almost. Issei couldn't see this, as he stood to the left side of Jolina, but he could see his mother had that look in her eyes, the one she only had when you have my blessing, as well as my husband's to stay with us, and with my son. If you are a friend of Issei's, then you are also family, dear, Venelina said, as both Issei and his other family members, except his father, all felt it was too late. Venelina had this thing where she, despite being a really good mother, can also be rather narrow-minded and chose to sometimes pick out small details and see them as something more than what they are and not explain to the victim what she means. Her husband and her had done the same to Issei Hayato, which led to all sorts of problems down the line, but Jolina just began to beam with happiness, as she had not understood Venelina's subtle hints, and just took it at face value. Something that made the most of the devils, who were gathered at the time, have a feeling of déjà vu of when Venelina and Serzex did the same to Issei Hayato. Thank you so much, Mother. Oh, sorry. Is it okay if I call you that, ma'am? Jolina said without thinking, before blushing a lot, feeling embarrassed at her words, and tried to apologize. But she didn't get to, as Venelina just hugged her into her giant chest and warm arms, as she felt happy to have a new child and better yet a possible future daughter-in-law. It's okay, my dear, you can call me whatever you want. You can call me your mother if you want to. Jolina, are you okay? Venelina happiness and joy seemed to vanish as worry took its place. Serzex noticed it too, as he felt a strange feeling coming from Jolina. Issei knew this feeling, but it was a bit different from the times before. It didn't appear because of him, it came out because of something his mother had said. Jolina. Mother, get away from her, give her to me. Jolina, can you hear me? Issei sprang into action, not wasting a single second to think too deeply about this slightly different feeling she was giving off. Venelina let go of her, as her worry only grew even more as Issei seemed to take this much more seriously than he normally took things. It made her worried as to what this strange feeling was and why it suddenly appeared. Issei grabbed onto Jolina, clutching her into his chest as he held her hand, checking for a pulse. He had seen her do this like 3 times now, but the times before she always lashed out, either by attacking as she did the first time or by sending out waves of negative emotions like last night. But this time it seemed like she went into no living state, but luckily she still had a pulse, but it was weak. Very weak. Is this another version of her stillness? Maybe a more self-harming one. I mean, she isn't lashing out this time, she is only sending out this cold feeling. But why? Issei wondered, as he continued to scan her body, for any signs of retaliation, wounds or something else that may be harmful to her and the others here. Instead, he felt her hand grasp on his with little to almost no strength. It made him feel a bit more calm, as she seemed to still be conscious or at least still somewhat in control. Jolina, can you hear me? Can you talk, move, or maybe remember something? Issei asked, confusing the others as to why she would be able to remember something, but Issei didn't care about that for the time being. He watched carefully as Jolina tried to word, with this sudden little to almost no strength she had, something to him. Maybe even a clue. He watched carefully, as he tried to think what the words might mean. He translated them to, use the guiding light, Issei. Issei felt nervous as her soundless words seeped in. He knew it might be the best way to help, but he didn't know how to control it, not yet at least. I'll try, Jolina. But I don't if I can dash. She spoke a few more soundless words, which he didn't feel a need to translate as he could just feel what they meant. I believe you can. He nodded, his nerves lowering a bit. He then took a second to calm himself, before beginning to try and summon this power. His family watched him in awe as his aura, magic and power began to flow around him and formed a sort of circle around him. His wings and tail popped out, but unlike last time there was no fire, at least no crimson flames, as only his hair and eyes went up in golden flames. Issei, the heavenly dragon of sunlight. The one who achieved what only gods could. The one who took the sun's light and put it in his eyes, before making it his own light, shall offer you, Jolina Gladius said, light and guide you to a better tomorrow. He felt the words just flow right out of his mouth, as he almost on instinct held his now clawed hand much tighter around her own hand, as he felt the same feeling he felt last time. The pain, the memories, and this weird feeling of deep-rooted despair. The pain was nowhere near the level it was at the last time, but it was still enough for him to growl and roar out in pain. Ah! Ah! He roared in pain, but he began to feel the pain fade and Jolina began to tighten her grasp on his hand. His flames began to fade as well, and then his wings and tail popped back in again. Jolina reached a hand up to his face, as she lay on his legs with his head being right over her own. She could feel he was burning hot, but still proceeded to reach forward, as Issei kept breathing rapidly as he felt a bit of lingering pain as well as a sudden faggoture. But his attention was taken away from his pain and lack of energy, as he felt Jolina's soft hand on his cheek. Jolina. Oh good, you made me a bit scared there. Well, it seems we managed to dash. I love you, Issei. Her fourth declaration of love for him stopped him dead in his tracks, as he just froze before slowly looking down at her. He made eye contact with her, and he found himself dumbfounded with how beautiful her eyes were. He had never ever, or only just realized it now, but her eyes were so beautiful, like two far-off stars of a far-off different place. It wasn't the same like when she flirted with him, or fell into her cold or still state. No, it was like a pure and loving feeling they gave him. He had seen many things in his 100 years of living, but he had never seen anything like this. The only thing that could match this was when he met desire. Follow my desires. Issei mumbled as he just stared into her eyes, like they were a gate between him and the dream, or the infinite. Jolina became a bit confused by his words, then she became a bit worried when he began to pull her towards his face. She closed her eyes, blushing madly as she was trying to accept this sudden change in Issei's feelings for her. Then Alana and Xiaoticus stood completely still as they watched the two's lips meet. The other four also joined them, and fell into a similar state as they saw Issei and Jolina ing on the ground, with Issei holding her up in his arms. The felt almost eternal to everyone present, and when it ended Jolina was blushing madly as the first Issei gave her was just too much for her. She could only stare at him with so many emotions, as she wanted more, but at the same time felt she shouldn't push her luck. Issei opened his eyes slowly, making eye contact between them again. He smiled at her for a bit, before he slowly began to realize what he had done. He was almost about to push her off, when he remembered she would probably be really weak right now, and so he shouldn't push her off right now, even if he was embarrassed. Plus, who could know what it might make her feel, and as she had just been in one still state today, he was not risking anything to make her go into such a state again, even if his pride and embarrassment was the price to pay. So instead he opted to just become as red as his sibling's hair and hide behind his still clawed hands. Oh, for the infinite dream, gods, why did I do that? He wondered, but his embarrassment was rather short-lived, as he began to hear someone giggling. He spread his clawed fingers a bit, and saw it was Jolina giggling, finding his kind of childish actions adorable and cute, and it made her giggle in a pitch that Issei himself found cute. It sounded much like a young girl's giggle, but he was pretty sure Jolina was a lot older than she both looked and sounded. It made him curious to learn her age, but that was a whole other set of problems he would deal with later. As for now, he had to deal with his family questions, as well as worry. And true enough, his parents were not in the slightest happy looking. They were smothered in worry and slight fear of what this girl Issei had brought home could do, if Issei wasn't around to stop her. "Hey Jolina, can you stand?" Issei asked, as he took his hands off his face, and looked worriedly at his family, hoping they wouldn't do something unnecessary. "Yeah. But why? I quit like this seat dash. Just, please stand up, okay? I'll let you. Never mind, just stand up, okay?" Issei blushed a bit, almost giving her an offer she wouldn't have denied, but something that would ruin any of his chances of ever feeling like the almighty dragon of sunlight. Jolina nodded, a bit sadly, and with some help from Issei, she stood up again, but held on to his side as she now saw the stares she was getting from the others. It was only Rias, much to their fortune, who seemed to not have become as worried as the others, and seemed slightly neutral in the matter. But she would step in if things became too much. "Let me explain, mother, father, sisters, Millie Cass. As we mentioned earlier, me and Jolina have to live together, as Jolina has these kinds of outbursts of sorts, and I am the only one that we know of who can stop it and bring her back from this." Issei looked carefully at his parents, as he tried to lock eyes with them and hopefully make them agree to this, even though it could be risky. His parents looked at each other, yet still kept an eye on the two of them. They got a similar stare from Grayfia, who held on to her daughter tightly, and stood only a meter away from Millie Cass. Rias seemed a bit on edge since she wanted to help mediate this whole thing, but felt it was best that she let Issei and Jolina do that, since her parents would probably just say she should stay out of it, since she was rather biased on her brother's behalf a lot of the time. Issei kept watching his parents intently, as he slowly tightened his, still clawed, left hand around Jolina's right arm in worry and as a way to show her and the others he would protect her. Jolina didn't really look much at the others, fearing they would deny Issei's request the moment she did, but even more so because her head was being stirred around by the single image, the single thought, and maybe even just that little wet dream that she had in her mind for years now. What if we had been alone right now? What would have happened between me and Issei? Would he have fed me more? Would he have loved me and made love to me? She felt dirty thinking about it, since this was either the place or the time to be thinking such things, but she just couldn't help but think what if. So while most of the people here were all on edge, at least more than the Red Dragon Empress, she hid behind Issei's shoulder and only left half of her body exposed. Issei was still watching carefully, even sometimes having to glare at his older sister Grayfia with a kind of warning glare to not take a single step closer, as she had tried to walk a few steps closer a few times now. Finally, the older couple turned back fully to Issei and Jolina, making Grayfia step back a bit to stay near her son, who was worried about what his grandparents were going to say. Vinalana stepped forward a bit, earning herself a worried glance from her husband, before she began speaking. We are sorry for our sudden rejection of you, Jolina, and I am sorry if what I said caused you to go into this stillness state. You are both welcome to stay here in the Gremry territory, but me and my husband would like you both to stay here at Dragon's Pyramid, and not venture outside of the Gremry Gardens. Is that understood, Issei?" Vinalana asked, her voice being more stern than before, yet still held that bit of overbearing niceness and charm that many people couldn't help but love. Yes, mother, and thank you, to both of you. I am very grateful that you allow us to stay at your home. Nonsense, my boy, this is your home too, and this is you and your mother's house. If we kicked you out for something as small as this, I am sure Tiamat would come back from the grave and not a good time? Zeodicus asked, as he earned himself an angry glare from both his wife and his daughter-in-law, though Issei seemed rather neutral, at least on the outside, since he didn't want to blow up in front of his family, and surprisingly enough not in front of Jolina. It's fine, father, just don't let it happen again, got it? Issei said, sending a few chills through Zeodicus, who just nodded at the very clear threat, though Issei seemed to regain a bit of his composure and put his right hand on his mouth, feeling bad about what he said or at least hinted at. So while the two of the four males of the Gremry family were having an awkward moment with each other, and having two of the most ruthless women as a part of said moment with them, Jolina stood on the sideline, still with her right arm in Issei's clutches. She was confused a bit as to why this had all gone so well, even after Issei's parents finding out about this whole problem she was having, which would not be good for her or those around her, since it could maybe one day lead to her using the Juggernaut drive. So how could all these people be, even if they did say they couldn't be near other people and had to stay in Issei's house only, still be so nice to her and even apologize? It confused her, how they all just seemed to accept it and move on with it. She didn't hate it, she liked it. Underworld, Gremry territory, Tiamat's garden home, unlike the sunlight in the human world, where its contestant bright and almost holy light is a sort of flu that some devils can obtain if their immune systems aren't strong enough, like one can get a cold if they are outside on a rainy day or have too little warm clothes on in winter. The sunlight in hell was a bit different, as it didn't make its inhabitants sick with the common warmth, a disease for devils only, but it did still have the stink to it that made so many people hate the early morning sun, as it would wake you up from a nice and long sleep. One such person was Jolina, who had been until a few minutes ago snoring away happily in her little dreamland, but had begun waking up with much annoyed and somewhat loud early morning growls of protest. But she decided to give in when she no longer felt the mistress of sleep was in her presence, or rather she was now too awake to fall asleep again. She looked over to her right side, expecting to find Issei with his back to her, like when they had gone to bed. Yet he had been kind enough to hold her hand, after she had gotten what she could only describe as the best dinner in her whole life less than half a day's worth of hours earlier. But he wasn't there at all. His blanket had been folded and put somewhat haphazardly on itself, with only the pillow and bed having a sort of self marked on the bed, as a reminder that he had been there. Jolina placed her right hand on his side, feeling the soft silky fabrics and the slowly fading warmth of where Issei's body was maybe only moments ago. She stroked her hand across it a few times, finding a few of his golden hairs lying where she could only suspect his neck had been, and even some small scales that had fallen off. She moved a bit over towards his side, placing her head on his pillow, and just sniffed a single time before closing her eyes, and imaging him still lying there with her. It was nice like this. She didn't want to get out of bed or do anything, she just wanted to lie in bed and keep thinking of yesterday's fun times, and even the less fun times. And Issei ing her. She blushed a bit at the memory of that, as it took her brain a bit too fully to wake up, which it now had, as many more memories, objectives and important things began appearing as well, making Jolina wish she had stayed asleep and not waking up yet. So with much inner protest from her lazier self, and some encouragement from her more diligent self, she sat up straight in bed and stretched her arms, before giving out either a moan or a morning yawn. She really couldn't tell, and was pretty sure that it was the bed's fault. It was just too good. Guess I'd better find Issei, but where should I look? Now that I think about it, I barely remember any of the rooms or places in this house. Oh no, I won't disappear in here and never find Issei ever again, will I? Jolina worried as her brain, heart and body had now fully woken up, and her day had begun, as she was worried about never finding Issei as the first thing on her first day of living with him. But luckily her stomach began to growl, rather loudly too, signaling her brain to stop its worries over a man and to find it some food instead, since if Jolina was to be given a choice between Issei and food, then no, she wouldn't think about it, since it made her feel like she was cheating on him. But again, luckily for her, she could smell that something sweet, something meaty and crisp, and some other small delicious things were slowly nearing the room she was in. She didn't care that she was basically half, with only her underwear on, with a small top on her chest to make Issei able to sleep with her, since he didn't want a reenactment of yesterday's morning. The two rather nicely designed doors, since they also followed the design as the main doors did, though this time only the image of Issei was on it, opened slowly, and the smell of fresh-made bacon, eggs and pancakes floated into the room and filled Jolina's mouth with water at just the smell. She didn't even notice that it was Issei holding the food, or that he was just in his shorts with a loose tank top on, showing off his tanned and fit body, or that he was wearing his somewhat long and spiky hair and a man bun on the top of his head. If she did, she would have probably been out cold with how weird and funny it looked. "Morning, Jolina. I hope I didn't worry you with me leaving without saying anything. I just thought I should be a good host and bring you breakfast and dash." No, it's totally fine, just bring me the food now." Issei just felt a bit shocked, before laughing a bit and bringing her the food. He then visited what could only be described as pure and unadulterated gluttony, as she within seconds devoured the 2 plates of eggs and bacon, which he had thought or rather hoped they could share, and then went on to down the whole 12-level tower of pancakes, which made Issei just cry manly tears, since he had hoped she would have at least kept a few for him to eat. So while Jolina was resting after devouring all that food, or as she was out loud, "Berligay laid mig sid oji slam mave ligay hertite. Ah det var Issei got," which she also said at yesterday's breakfast. Again Issei didn't understand a single word of it, and decided that maybe the whole supernatural ability about being able to understand any languages was complete bullshit, since he couldn't understand a single word of what she was saying that he would assume had been Danish. "I think that means it was good. I hope, since she seems to have liked it so much, but still. She could have left a few pieces of bacon or eggs for me to eat too," Issei thought as his manly tears finally began to stop streaming, and instead he began to go through the 5 steps of grief over breakfast. Jolina, after saying a few words that Issei couldn't for the love of Lilith, understood and finally noticed that she was in fact not alone, and that she was still half with some random person. "Ah! Who are you? Are you a thief? Oh, is that you, Issei?" she asked after having kicked him over to the end of the bed, and making the 2 cups of orange juice and the small bowl of syrup fall onto both the bed and Issei's hair. She just began to shake a lot, fearing he would get mad or something, since she had probably ruined a very expensive set of sheets, not to mention she had just smothered his face with juice and syrup, a not so nice combination of liquids. But instead he just began to laugh at how afraid she looked, which only led her to be confused. "Sorry, I think I am confused. Shouldn't you be mad since I just... You know?" Issei looked at her, still with a grin on his face, and nodded rather casually. "Yeah, I should, but I can't help but find this funny. I guess I just think I find your reactions rather adorable, since you act so childlike, when you're probably in your weight. How old dash, don't even think about it. I am 24 at heart, and I am still 24 to this day, is that understood?" Jolina declared with a stern tone, making Issei stop grinning. For a few seconds neither of them spoke and just looked at each other, before Jolina couldn't hold it in anymore and just bursted out laughing, as she found hers and Issei's conversation to be really funny, for some reason. Issei joined in as well, since her laughter was just so contagious to him for some reason, maybe because her pitch just had such an alluring tone to him, or because she just seemed so happy. He couldn't figure it out, and neither did he care. It was fun and he felt happy, and that was more important than knowing why. The laughter died down a bit after a few more seconds, but not because it became awkward or anything, it was just time to stop and talk. "So did you sleep well, if you even could, since I know yesterday was pretty hectic with my parents and all?" Issei started, as he took off his tank top, not noticing the immediate blush that began to appear on Jolina's cheeks, so that he could clean himself a bit before he would take a bath to get the rest off. "Oh yeah, I slept fine. And really it wasn't unfair the way they treated me. If anything, I was relieved that they didn't just deny me, or something worse. So yeah, how about you? Was it okay sleeping? With me next to you, that is. Jolina whispered the last bit, but this time Issei heard her. Unlike 2 nights ago, he put his tank top, or rather cleaning cloth, up to hide his face, and tried his best to speak and act like he didn't hear the last bit. Yeah, I slept fine. I was just worried you might have felt unwanted, or something like that. He would have made a small victory fist pump for his acting, if not for the fact that it would alert Jolina and make her maybe notice his weird actions, not to mention his small blush. Since he did enjoy sleeping with her, at least more than yesterday morning where he hadn't even had a choice in that matter, not that he minded since she was just trying to help and had thought she could use a devil-only technique to heal him with. He enjoyed it, sleeping with her, even though some part of him wanted to have been a bit closer, like the day before. But he tried to not think about that too much, since he had to talk to her about the plans for today. Oh no, I didn't feel it like that. I know they were only doing it to minimize the harm I could potentially do. So it's fine with me. Plus, she stopped herself, as she began to crawl over towards Issei, who was still hiding underneath his cleaning cloth, as he was trying to both hide his blush, but also clean off some of the remaining juice in his hair. But much to his surprise, since he didn't notice her moving closer to him, he felt a hand on his right leg and then another on his left leg. He looked down and saw it was hers, and also that she put one of her legs over the bed and beneath his left leg, which was hanging over the side of the Devil King's size bed. He could feel the soft warmth of her leg underneath his own, as it touched him a few times as she was trying to get comfortable in front of him, before she finally let it rest in nook of his ankle, raising his leg slightly since she was taller than him. And since she was taller, it didn't take a genius to tell him that she was now looking down at him, since he could feel her violet eyes trying to pierce his former tank top, to see his face beneath it. I get you all to myself, since no one will be here besides you and me, right, Issei? She said in that flirty tone of hers, as she lifted his shirt up and saw his madly blushing face, which almost made her unable to keep up her slightly horny change in her mood, and would have made her blush if not for that fact that she had always wanted to do this one single thing. Yeah, that's true. But about that he didn't even get to finish as suddenly he felt her tongue sliding across his cheek as she sucked up a few drops of the remaining syrup. His already extreme blush only continued to grow, and even left him speechless, which, much to her credit, made her giggle in a much more mature and slightly white tone, before she swallowed the syrup as loudly as she could. Issei gulped as he heard that and tried to slowly hide his face behind his hands, but she stopped him without much resistance from him. So then, since we're alone and in bed, what would you like for me to do, to you, my dear sweet Issei? She lowered her head slowly towards him as she began to shape her lips, even letting her tongue have some space since she wanted to push and see how far they could go, but she couldn't do it since in Issei's slowly fading mind, the only words he could utter were, "Please, be gentle with me," before he closed his eyes and accepted what was to come, like a sweet and pure little boy or girl. But with those few words he had saved himself, or maybe robbed himself, he would never know, of becoming a man and letting Jolina do with him as she desired, because Jolina couldn't keep up her flirty personality anymore and just bent over and slammed her completely red face on his chest. She found him to be so cute, as the image of a shirtless Issei with his naturally tanned skin and fit build was slightly cowering in front of her, yet was still willing to let her take control, had been too much for her heart to handle, and so both of them now had begun a streak of sorts, with them both embarrassing each other every morning, and not being able to deal with it. If only she wasn't so hot, / if only he wasn't so cute. They both thought, as they slowly then got out of bed and began a rather awkward, yet also wholesome morning together. Underworld, Devil King's territory, Lilith Castle, a beauty to behold, that is what Lilith City is, much like its namesake, since one could see not only the beautiful moon hanging in the sky directly above the castle's highest tower, but the many lights of the devil's family homes made it look like a mirror into space. A welcoming sight for many reincarnated devils, and pure devils too. But in the morning it too was a sight to behold, but one too often seen for how gorgeous it was, and so it was never really a big highlight after the first 2 weeks spent in the town. But going back to that tower where the artificial moon hangs above, was inside a large hall of sorts for meetings, important discussion, and whenever Seraphal Leviathan wanted to celebrate her little sister, Sona's newest and smallest achievement. It didn't matter how little or maybe even how useless, Seraphal would drag most of the staff and other Devil's Kings into that hall and party for days on end, just for her sister's sake, or maybe just to skip work, no one really knew. But underneath that hall, a few levels down, was the 4 main offices of each of the Devil's Kings, and below that was all of the diplomats and envoys from other factions' rooms. But forget them for a sec and return back up a level to Lucifer's office. Serzex had been hard at work for what he would like to believe had been at least 10 years straight, but after a short break and a single call from his wife explaining to him that it was in fact only the second week, he would shut up and go back to work for about half an hour and then repeat. His other peerage members were in that room with him for most of the time, but since he was so nice and didn't like working much himself, he let them go off to enjoy their free time about 5 hours earlier than he would. It didn't help with the already slowly growing stack of paper they had to work through, but it made them happy, and that made him happy. He didn't want his extra family to be exhausted when they would return home to their kids, wives or husbands. He wanted them to be able to recharge and come back the next day in a good mood he could exploit to do less work, since his wife, Grayfia, and the arguable real king of the Lucifer peerage, was sent home on paid maternity leave, since she had just given birth to Tia. So for the next few weeks, Serzex could slack off just a bit and then get his ass whooped by her when she found out how lazy he had been. I am so bored, can't we do something else, anything other than this boring paperwork? I want to go home and see my little Tia, and see my younger sister and brother too. Serzex cried out comically, earning a few tired sighs from the other people in the room, who began to look around to see who would deal with him this time. No one would. So Serzex just kept crying about how much he wanted to see his daughter, which some of his servants could understand. We get it, sir. We miss our little girls too. They too cried with manly tears, as did Serzex. But luck would have it that through the door came the second best person in the world to get his father to work again. It was Milikas, who to the many already tired servants was a blessing in disguise. Father! Sorry to interrupt, but Mother sent me I swear I am working. Don't tell your mother I wasn't, please, my sweet little Milikas. Serzex pleaded, not even noticing the small tick mark that appeared on Milikas's face, since he hadn't planned to say anything to his mother. He was just there to deliver a gift from her, but now he also had to put his dad to work again. You have 20 seconds and then that stack there has to be done, got it? Milikas threatened his father, who, despite being such a major source of pride and his biggest role model, now that Issei Haidu was gone, was also just extremely lazy. Serzex could have sworn he saw Grayfia behind him, with her all too familiar cold dead eyes staring right at him, just tempting him to see what would happen if he disobeyed her. So with little to no time left, Serzex did something only a Juk, or Falbium on a good day, could do, and finished a stack of about 123 pieces of paper in about 19 seconds and 5 milliseconds. He was exhausted, but also a bit happy to have made such a huge dent in his workload and cut out at least another week or 2 out of his future work schedule. Great job, Dad. Now then for the real reason I came here. Mother sent me here with a gift to you and the rest of you guys, Milikas said, as the other people in the room began to gather around Milikas, with Serzex slowly and rather weakly making his way over from his desk, having to support himself on the other desks as he went along. Milikas waited for his father to be close enough, before opening one of his pockets and taking out a piece of paper. Some of the people in the room noticed that it had a date on the back of it, and that it felt rather human to them. Then Milikas turned the paper around and showed it to his father, who for a few seconds stood still and just admired the picture. His little girl, Tia, was in her mother's arms and was holding the finger of Issei in her little baby hands. He almost began crying at how sweet it looked. The others, when they saw it, also began to at how cute it looked. Serzex then started to notice a few more details in the picture, like that it was taken right outside of Issei and Tia made home in the Gremry Gardens, since not only was the brick design path rather obvious, but also thanks to the few remaining leaves on a tree he knew all too well. The memorial Rias had made for Kotown and Issei parents. He also noticed a few more faces in the picture: his mother Vinalana, his sister Rias, his son Milikas, and some woman he had never seen before. He had to admit she looked lovely, but also a bit shy, and he could probably guess it was because Grayfia had been staring at her, with a lot of overprotective motherness, since she was rather strict when it came to her own children and who they could be around. But even so, she interested him enough to ask Milikas who she was, but his bishop beat him to it. Milikas, who is that girl next to Issei? Is she a friend or a new maid or what? Milikas looked confused at his father's bishop, before remembering that obviously none of them knew who Jolina was. This is Jolina Gladius, and she is a friend of Issei's. Though I think they're more since grandmother and grandfather were so welcoming, plus Uncle Issei at her. Milikas said, having a bit of trouble with formulating the right words, since the whole thing was kind of weird. But even with those few words of his, it made Serzex unable to speak, since in his mind, his little Issei was pure as could be, and hearing about him a girl was unbelievable to him. My pure little Issei. What has happened to you? Serzex posed dramatically, though no one cared to look, and just kept asking Milikas about Jolina. So are the two dating or something? Are you finally getting a second and Milikas? Asked Serzex Knight, who just began teasing Milikas while rubbing his hair roughly, making him shake a bit. Milikas just laughed a bit, before pushing her hand away and smiling brightly at the Knightess. Yes, but that doesn't mean me and Tia still won't see you three as our aunts too, he declared, making the three older women smile at him, as they were happy to know he wouldn't stop seeing them as his aunts, though the rook acted a bit dramatically as he let his arms hang and began mumbling. Maybe I should just give up being an uncle then. HMP. Though Milikas rather quickly turned around and hugged the giant man. You will always be my uncle too, don't worry. For a kid who was well over 130 years old, he still acted like that young child he had been when he was only 11 old, at least in these kinds of situations where he could let loose with his extra family. So is this Jolina a dragon then? Someone he found in one of the other factions? Serzex other rook asked, as she couldn't see any of the usual dragonic beauty on Jolina, besides her being quite fit and bigger than Issei. Well, she is apparently the Red Dragon Emperor or Empress of this generation. So she is a human, but she is quite strong since she managed to scare Auntie Rias and her friends a week ago, when Uncle Issei came home. Milikas said, as he remembered his conversation with Rias, that he and his family had with her about Jolina last night at dinner, where she told them about how they first met her, and how she just started a fight for dominance via aura and how only Issei could beat her. Really? She is the new host of Drag, then I guess it has to be fate or something like that, since Issei is the reincarnation of Issei Hayadu. Funny, huh? The giant rook said, as he continued to chuckle a bit at the thought, though he stopped when he and the rest of them felt a small source of growing power coming from Serzex. Dad, are you okay? Milikas asked, worried that his dad was angry. Serzex just looked up from his spot on the ground, since he fell onto his knees in his drive for attention when he felt so overdramatic about his little brother ing for the first time. His eyes had been obscured by his long crimson hair, but they could all feel them glaring dangerously at the picture, and mostly towards where Jolina stood. Her name was Jolina Gladius, right? Serzex asked, earning a nod from Milikas, who looked even more worried now. And she is this generation's Red Dragon Empress? Again Milikas nodded, but this time much slower, as he felt even more fear building up. Then suddenly Serzex stood up and the air around him began to be destroyed by his very condensed aura that he had begun outputting. I can't let one of my siblings fall in love with those poor cursed souls again, not again. Never again. He turned around in a split second, before launching himself out of the window of his office and flying off towards the Gremry territory. I think I might have just doomed Uncle Issei's relationship with Miss Gladius, Milikas said, the others nodding in agreement. Serzex is a well-known, and slightly feared, cis-con. But since he got Issei as a little brother, he had become more of a sibling con, and would do anything for them. But this wasn't one of those times. This was just him being a very worried older brother, who didn't want another one of his siblings to go through a heartbreaking breakup, where their lover who were a red dragon emperor died, either in battle or by using that damned juggernaut drive. He didn't want what Rias had gone through to happen to Issei as well, and so with little to no plan he flew off as fast as he could, to hopefully save his brother from feeling a pain that Serzex didn't believe Issei was ready to experience yet. The loss of a loved one will always hit the most, but the love of a soulmate, a lover or your one and only, that will hurt in ways no one can ever be prepared for. I will save him. I will not let him go down that path, like Rias did. I will save my younger sibling this time. Serzex yelled as he flew as fast as he could. Underworld, Gremry territory, Tiamaid's garden home, as Jolina had seen yesterday. When she first arrived at Issei's main underworld home, it was big and very spacious with 3 different floors to it, and an open-air 4th floor with a sunbed and other outdoor furniture. But currently she was on the 2nd floor, which was also the 2nd biggest floor, a poor excuse of a joke made by Issei as he still felt nervous after the whole ordeal in the bedroom only half an hour ago. So while he was taking a bath to get the last pieces of syrup out of his hair, while also trying to calm himself down since he felt so jumpy or energetic, he couldn't understand why, but he had a good understanding of what had caused it. Said idea was sitting on the large Devil King family-size sofa, looking somewhat nervously at the huge TV screen on the left wall, hanging on the wall, and just over a kind of open hole that let her see into what she presumed was a kitchen, though she had never seen one so clawed before, since it just had a lot of claw marks on it, but it didn't look damaged. It just had a very weird design to it that she just didn't understand. She also looked a bit around, seeing 4 coffee tables sitting around the 10-meter wide sofa, and also the 2 large half-wall windows which had a small space of paintings between them. She had never seen such large windows before, at least not outside of her uncle's church in Aarhus. But even then those were maybe only a third or fourth of these 2. Oh good God. I mean, I knew he was famous and probably rich. But I didn't think he could be this rich? Jolina thought as she noticed a few more things that she was pretty darn sure were originales made by either famous supernatural or human painters, hanging on his walls. She even saw through a door that was slightly open enough for her to spot what looked like silks or fine cloth rolls, hanging on some kind of 2-handed shelf. She could slightly see that they all shared this similar golden color on them in the middle, with either lines, balls or other figures of some kind going out from it. The door also had a sign on it, but she couldn't read it, and decided she would ask Drake or Issei what it meant later. She looked around for a cloak since she had begun to wonder what time it is, since she didn't really know how much of a time difference there was between the underworld and Denmark, or just the human world in general. She found what she believed to be a cloak, that was designed rather cutely, with the cloak part being almost completely normal, besides the 2 different colored gems who were opposite of each other. One was a golden triangle, which sat above the number 12, and the other was a light blue square sitting beneath number 6. The rest of the watch, or rather what housed the cloak work, was made of a red gem-like material, or maybe it was a real red gem or ruby, since as Jolina had already started to gather, Issei was very, very rich. Most likely because of his adoptive family, but even then he probably made some form of income, being a heavenly dragon and all. The cloak showed it was 9:30 in the morning, which made Jolina sigh a bit since it meant she had overslept, and would probably be scolded by Drake about her laziness later today. But it also told her that Issei's sister, Rias Gremry, who Jolina only really realized yesterday was the woman who had pushed her away from Issei after she had ed him. Anyways, Rias and her peerage and sort of Issei's extra family was coming over in about 2 hours from now, to welcome Issei home more casually and also to introduce themselves to Jolina, who herself had to use this chance to get in their good graces, since she had sort of attacked them last time, but she was in her still state. Not that she could use that as an excuse, but it made her feel less bad about it. She decided that she wanted to check out Issei's kitchen fully, since she was bored. Plus she noticed that Issei seemed rather hungry. So if she made him some breakfast it would probably make up for her little blunder this morning. Though when she reached the kitchen, she noticed how incredibly clean it was, which in her mind it shouldn't be if someone had used it just an hour earlier. So either she was living together with a master chef and cleaner, or Issei just pulled some food out of the rather large fridge that she just noticed. It made her jaw fall off, with how big it was. It was almost double her size, 2 meters wide. What person needs this kind of? Wait, he is a dragon, and he is in his human form, but he has a pretty damn hot face, but he still has the appetite of a giant flying lizard. Jolina said out loud, as she tried to make sense of how a guy smaller than her could eat more than she could, though granted he was a dragon, but then where would all that food go? It's not like he has a stomach that's bigger on the inside. Her thought train would only have gone deeper, if not for her curiosity to see what was inside the fridge and hopefully grant herself a clue as to why it was so big. So with a bit of struggling, since the fridge door, at least to her, felt like it weighed a ton, and she would know since Drake had made her life him in the dreamscape before. She found out 2 things that night, one being that dragons are surprisingly light for how big they are, and that Drake loved tormenting his host with almost inhuman training. What she saw inside the fridge though made her breath a sigh of relief, as on one of the many plastic-packed food plates was a little message from someone calling themselves VM. I hope you and Jolina have a lovely time in you and your mother's house, and sorry again for our rude request, but we just want to be safe about this. And do please tell Jolina we are sorry, we didn't mean anything by it, we just wanted to be safe about this whole thing you two are working on. Love, VM. Jolina could almost hear the voice of the woman who had written the letter, which also reminded her for only a split second of an image, or rather a memory she hadn't thought about for a long time. When she last saw her mother. Flashback, 15 years ago, Swedish/Danish border. You heard me, Jolina. Get out of the car, and wait for your dumbass uncle. A woman, who resembles the younger Jolina in the back seat, but just older and with a cigarette in her mouth, yelled as she looked in the car mirror and saw her own unwell-kept face and messy hair. Jolina, who was 15 at the time, just looked at her mother shocked that she would say something like that. Mom. Why? I thought we were going home to Dad dash. Don't you dare speak back to me, you little bitch. And don't ever call that scumbag your father, because he doesn't deserve your pity, not after what he did. Now get out. Her mother yelled, as she puffed a few more times on her almost burned-out cigarette. She grabbed onto the back of the front where her mother was sitting, making the older woman scream before turning around, with pure anger written all over her face. Get out, you bitch. I don't want you to ruin what remaining life I have left. Off. Jolina just started crying, before yelling a few curses at her mother, and then almost kicking the door open, before running away and over towards the nearby guard post. Inside the car her mother sat for a few seconds, silently sobbing a bit, before her phone rang and she drove off somewhere, leaving Jolina alone. An hour or so later, her uncle and aunt came and brought her home with them. Flashback end. It was one of the worst days in her life, the day her parents both walked out on her and left her with her uncle and aunt. At least they cared about her, the same with her grandpa, but still. Her mother had begun acting so impulsively a few days before they went home, and it started the day her dad went home early to take care of some work-related stuff. Jolina would only find out a year or 2 later that her dad had an affair with some other woman for the last 10 years, and that she had a younger half-sister who he loved more than he had ever loved her. She never heard from her mother again, and if she did it was only when her uncle or grandpa reached out to her, asking her to tell them why she left Jolina all alone in a friggin' country and just left without telling them. Though she didn't care, since all her life she had never had parents, she had just had 2 people who argued day and night over every little thing, even sometimes bringing her in as a shield to defend one of her parents from being verbally abused by the other. It was this flashback that she believed to have triggered her still state yesterday, since she had barely known any motherly love, since her aunt and grandmother could only do so much. It had been scary for her, to suddenly feel that loving warm embrace from a woman who was older than her, and made her feel loved and welcome. It was something she had never experienced before, and if she had, then she had forgotten. Like she had with many of her other memories about her mother and her father. She smiled a bit sadly, while also being happy that she had finally experienced this feeling, but sad that she hadn't been able to handle it, since it had brought back a dark memory. She closed the giant fridge door again, and walked back into the living room, and plopped down on the sofa and just watched the roses on the balcony that she had just realized was there, going all around the second floor and maybe floor 3 as well. Thanks to her moment of remembering, she didn't hear Issei walking inside the living room, thankfully wearing more clothes this time. A pair of shorts like before, but at least this time he wore a t-shirt along with it, though not that it helped since it just tightened around his fit chest and upper arms. "Hey Jolina, the bath is all yours if you need it," Issei asked as he walked over towards her, since he felt she was a bit off, though he didn't know if it was leaning on her going into a still state or not, but even so he became worried. But instead of him being overly worried, he decided he would try and act calm and not just rush over immediately. "Huh? Oh, you're done with your bath?" Jolina seamlessly jolted to life as she felt his presence, and retrieved her focus from the pretty roses and that dark little memory that had been playing on repeat for a few seconds now. "Yeah, just got done and wanted to get some breakfast since you ate it. But are you okay?" Issei asked a bit worriedly, after having tried to lighten the mood a bit, with him speaking a bit comically annoyed, which seemed to work since he got a little giggle from her, before she thought about his question. "Oh yeah, I am fine. I just remembered something from my childhood, that's all. No need to worry, okay, I am just feeling some leftover fadgeture from yesterday or maybe some jet lag? Don't worry." But, Jolina began to fidget a bit with her hand, one of tells, not that Issei would know having only known her for about a week or 2 at most. She had lied, but it was more of a white lie, plus it helped with her second question which she needed to know badly, or else Issei would have to clean more than just his bed sheets. "Where is the toilet? I really need to pee, like really bad." Her face clenched a bit together, as she tried with every fiber in her body to hold it in, since she had only just now realized that she had been holding that shit, or rather piss, in since last night. She was amazed at how she had been able to keep it in for so long. It took Issei a second to process that, before he somewhat worriedly walked towards her, which confused her, and she only became more confused when he suddenly took her up in his arms, and began blushing. She just sat in his arms for a bit, not really understanding what was happening, though not she hated it, but it still felt weird, plus it didn't help her Ralphieing her babbler, which was currently trying to kill her with how full it was. "Hold on tight." She just looked at him weirdly, before suddenly the living room vanished in a golden shower of light, and the next second she was in a pristine-looking bathroom, with again just a ton of dragon, and some small devil, symbols and images. Though her attention was mostly caught by one, the nicely detailed open toilet right in front of her, and also the dragon-sized indoor hot tub only a few meters away from her. Though that could wait, as she jumped out of Issei's arm and with a swift motion got her panties off and sat down on the toilet with her now, but thankfully Issei had teleported out before the sound that gave people most that cheap, yet so nice feeling of relief began, and Jolina for just a few seconds felt at peace. Issei had teleported back to the living room, and inspected the place she sat earlier, just to be safe, for any wet spots. Luckily there were none, and even more furtively since that sofa was not only expensive as all heck, but it was also made out of the last remaining kilo of black bull dragon's mane. It was a race that were not only seen as no more than cow, that had gotten unlucky and had been shagged by some perverted dragon, and now that race of dragon or cow had become extant. But their manes, as well as hide, plus the horns, were top quality, so a lot of people had bought a lot of the remaining materials of them, and Issei had on his travels been gifted this sofa by Yasaka for reasons he never understood. So he was thankfully, one of most treasure pieces of his trove had not just been ruined by a new piece of it. Issei sighed deeply as he stood and was thankful that Yasaka's present to him hadn't been ruined, before he began to blush madly as he realized how he just thought of the whole situation. Did I just think she was one of my treasures? He just kept standing for a bit, as he kept blushing and thinking about that. It made him smile a bit, since he felt weirdly happy about it, yet he tried to reason with himself that he shouldn't feel this way. He had barely known the girl for more than 2 weeks. I shouldn't think of her like that. She isn't mine. But she wants to be. But do I also want to be hers? He thought, before he looked upward, seeing the only and biggest painting he ever got his mother to do with him. He had just turned 30, around 20 in dragon years, since most dragons start slowing down their aging around that time, and his mother agreed he would get her to do anything with him, and this was the one thing he wanted to do with her the most. So after an hour of finding the correct clothes, and listening to his mother trying to back out of their deal, they made a good pose and waited for around 2 hours. He had worn a flamboyant red suit, as a hint to his real form's color, with green colors on the inside. He wore some polished leather shoes, and had a tie on, though it was golden instead as a symbol of the sun. He had combed his hair a bit, though it didn't work too well, so he instead looked a bit like some guy he knew for screaming objection at random people. He stood upright, next to his mother, who was sitting on a chair, with blue pillows behind her. She wore a long blue dress, with different shades of blue in it. It was a somewhat thin dress, which thankfully didn't highlight her assets too much, but instead highlight her beautiful eyes and the little crown she wore, which matched her ever-changing eye color, with only a bit of lag so that all of her eyes' colors could be in the painting. In the background was the overview of Gremry Gardens, since they had painted it on the 4th floor. He had his hand on her shoulder, and was smiling happily, while she held his hand under hers, as she too smiled happily. No one would believe him if he told them she chased him around the garden and wanted to slap him for making her sit there 2 hours straight, since she didn't like sitting still for long periods of time. It gave her flashbacks to when Issei was unconscious for 3 months straight, something she deemed as the one of, if not the worst time in her life. Even if she did meet a few new friends, it was still a heartbreaking experience. Mother, I know I have already asked you this earlier this week, but I need to ask for your guidance again. Probably more than ever before, he said as focused his gaze at her chromatic eyes, viewing the circling like rainbow design they were in, and imagined his mother looking at him with her soft, welcoming smile. It's about the girl, isn't it, my dear red gem? Issei nodded to what he imagined his mother would say to him. Yes, mother. I don't fully understand how I view her yet, as my views are different and yet similar. Issei explained as he waved his arms around, using his body to express himself more, to the imaginary Tiamat he had created inside his head and through the picture on the roof. His left side became more draconic, while his right went up in golden flames, yet his head stayed human. On one side I see her as a gem in my trove, but not just another little jewel, trinket or pile of gold, but my most treasured of treasures, he explained, as he then looked down to the sofa, where a somewhat see-through Tiamat sat and watched her son, dealing with his views of the first girl he had probably ever had interest in. She was smiling a bit joyously, finding it fun that he was struggling so much with this, when he just needed to say one little word. But another part of me sees her as someone I must protect and help, even if it would do me harm or harm to others. Like she is my most important priority. Issei continued, not even noticing his ghostly image of his mother, smiling at him knowingly. And then the last part of me wants to let her take control, even if it would mean people would say I was a failure of a heavenly dragon, or a weak king of familiars. I would let her be my queen, and listen to her every word, without ever arguing with her. He finished as he looked at his mother pleadingly, hoping that his image of her would be able to tell him how to handle this, how to understand this, or maybe just spare him a few wise words. Issei, my dear little hatchling, you should already know the answer in your heart. You don't need me to tell you, you just have to listen closely and be open to what it wants to tell you. She told him, causing him to think about her words for a moment, before looking back at her. If it's so simple, then why can't you tell me? I need to know, so I can understand all these thoughts and urges I am having. Please, mother, tell me. He practically begged, though it only earned him a light-hearted giggle from his mother, who just shook her head with a kind smile. Issei, my dear, you know you can't always rely on me and others to solve your problems. Someday you have to be able to do it yourself. I know you can do it, my red gem. You just have to have patience and listen. The image of Tiamat soon began to fade, as Issei returned to reality, and opened his eyes, to see he was still looking at the paint of him and his mother. I'll try my best, mother. he said before taking a few breaths, and walking off into the kitchen to finally get himself some breakfast. He also remembered that he should probably go and give Jolina a tour of his house soon, or else she would most likely disappear off to some random part of the house/mini mansion. Meanwhile, he was thinking of what to eat that would be quick and satisfying. Jolina was soaking in the dragon-sized tub after her 1-minute pee break. She didn't know how long she had been there, nor did she care, since it was heavenly and 10 times better than one back at her own home. She knew, though, that she couldn't stay there forever, and so with much self-hate of choice to stay in the tub, she got up and dried herself up, before taking on her panties, bra and her sports top. I should find my backpack. These clothes smell, she thought as she could smell last night's sleep on it. Time skipped 2 hours. Issei and Jolina were both a bit more nicely dressed, the clothes being more than just their underwear, since it was just a casual visit from his family, nothing too fancy like yesterday, if that even could have been called fancy. Jolina had taken on a pair of loose grayish jeans, with no socks on since the floor was nicely heated, and with a pink t-shirt that had a yellow dragon heart on it, not that she knew that part, or that it both scared Issei and Drake. Issei had some more royal-looking casual wear on, as he had a pair of cremery red socks on, as well as some more normal crimson-red jeans and a red button-up shirt, where the buttons were green and underneath was nothing but his bare chest. A visual his family had come to live with, even if it gave them PTSD, as the sight reminded them of an overly cocky fire chicken they had to deal with way back. Though Jolina wanted to see it, since she thought he was hot and looked rather exotic. Not that he really understood that word anymore, since he felt he looked rather run-of-the-mill, at least within his family's race and amongst his own race. The two just stood in front of the large double door, with a mirror design of the one on the outside, though with just a few slight differences, but nothing majorly different. Jolina was a bit nervous, and Issei could practically smell it off her with how much she was sweating, yet managing not to stain her shirt, an impressive skill in his opinion. It's going to be fine, so just relax, Jolina, and smile, Issei said as he leaned a bit over to her, though thanks to their different heights, he sort of just landed his head on the side of right arm. She looked down a bit towards him, and her unease somewhat faded as she saw how cute it looked when Issei tried to be supportive, as it seemed he had forgotten that he was the smaller of the two. Okay, Issei, I'll try, and don't worry, you can lean on me if you need someone to support you too. Jolina teased him, as her nervousness had come more under control and her "oh my gosh, he is so cute" meter was being refilled slowly as Issei just mumbled a few words, while he blushed a bit. But he didn't stop leaning on her arm, which she found to be even more cute. She would have teased him more, if not for the 2 strong knocks coming from behind the door. Issei got himself off her, but not too fast, and stood ready and just dusted himself off, even though he didn't need to. "It's open!" he yelled through the door, and only a second later it began to open up, revealing an array of cute and beautiful women, as well as a handsome blonde-haired man and a cute tomgirl-looking boy. Jolina leaned a bit down to Issei's side, whispering, though she more quietly yelling into his ear, "I didn't know you were related to celebrities. Why didn't you tell me I had attacked celebrities, and really famous ones at that?" She yelled at him, though it only made Issei confused as he didn't quite get what she meant, until he remembered the fact that they had, back when he was 70 or so, released a more censored version of an old show they had all been in, and then they had all become very famous in the human world. "Oh yeah, I kind of forgot, since I am usually the more famous one, but that's only when it comes to the supernatural world." "Sorry?" he said a bit sheepishly as he tried to apologize for not saying something that he hadn't really felt was too important to mention. "You better be," she finished before thinking over how to greet their guests, since they were technically royalty, but they were just there for a casual visit. So was bowing too much or too little? Luckily, before she embarrassed herself, a short girl with long blonde hair and emerald green eyes ran straight at Issei and jumped up into his arms. "Little brother, I have missed you," Asia declared as she hugged him tighter, though it was nothing to Issei since he could barely feel a squash. She was a bishop after all. Physical strength wasn't their thing. "Big sister Asia, I missed you too. Sorry for keeping my distance for the last few days," I had good reasons for it, Issei said in a slightly more respectful tone than any Jolina had ever heard come from him. Even the one he used with Rias and his parents hadn't been nearly this respectful. It's fine, Issei dear, we know you had a little bit of trouble with your friend there. Rias has tried to keep us in the loop, a black-haired beauty said, and earned her the gaze of one other violet-eyes beauty. She immediately recognized Akino for her major role as the villainous love interest to the main character, Red Dragon Knight. How she hadn't a week ago was beyond her at this point, but who cares, since now she could meet one of her biggest idols. Oh, you have? I hope my dear sister hasn't told you anything that sounded too interesting, since if she did it would have been a lie. He felt a bit bad about lying, since his and Jolina's relationship had been anything but not interesting so far, but he just didn't want Akino above all else to tease him about it or give Jolina any ideas. Oh really, little brother? Then I'll take your word for it. She sighed before, laying her violet eyes almost seductively on Jolina, who felt jolt go through her body at the sudden eye contact. But before her body could experience any more of the weird feelings she was getting from Akino, the two blonde males entered the doorway as well, and went over to Issei. The taller one and more manly one just brofist him, while the other hugged whatever space that wasn't fully occupied by Asia. Gasper Kiba, good to see you both again. By the way, big sister Asia, are you going to jump at one point or do you plan dash? Yes. I won't let go of my pure, sweet little brother, she declared as she made the others around them laugh, with two more mature-sounding voices joining in. Asia let go of Issei already, he needs to hug me now and much longer than you, declared a somewhat bigger white-haired cat girl, as she looked somewhat stoically at Asia who just shook her head enrifusly. I don't agree either of you should hang on to him like that. That's the blue-haired girl's job if she wants to get his seed. The entire group went silent, at the other brunettes, with small green fringes, a comment which had been said with a fully serious tone. Zenobia read the room already. You are already 140 years old, and you still haven't learned how to know when to joke and when not to, yelled an older woman with long silver hair, and a full business suit and pants. She would have looked more convincing, if not for her small blush. Both of you stop, you two Issei. Kaneko. As your king I order it, Rias said as she entered the door as well, as everyone looked at her for a sec, before all of her servants in unison said a line that had pissed her off a few times in a long gone past. No. If not for Issei's fast mouth and quick thinking, then he would have to use tomorrow to repair his entrance, since Rias grew two giant tick marks on her face. Come now everyone, we can talk more inside. So for now, Asia, Kaneko. I'll just hold your hands, okay? And Zenobia, bad girl. The two girls sighed, and Asia jumped off him and took his left hand, while Kaneko took his right. And Zenobia made a sad whining dog sound, as she followed after him and the other five. Rias followed suit, though she still had a tick mark remaining, but she would deal with that later, since she had something to discuss with Issei. Jolina and Akino still stood in the doorway. Before Jolina releasing she should probably follow after the others, but was stopped as Akino grabbed her wrist. Hey! What are you doing? Jolina asked a bit nervously, since this was pretty weird. Though she only got a short giggle from Akino, before began speaking again. You also had with him this morning, right? Akino said like she just knew it, since she did technically because fallen angels, even the hybrids too, could just feel or tell when humans had been close to receiving, or when they wanted, to receive UAL pleasure. Jolina's face just froze for a bit, before it was more red than Issei's socks, and she had steam coming out of her ears. How? How did you know? She asked a bit timidly, earning herself another giggle from Akino as she placed a hand on her back, and turned her around before following after the others. Oh, I have my ways. Plus Issei was wearing his I am confused or flusted about something socks on, so it was kind of a dead giveaway. Plus I could just tell from the way you and him look together, and how you're both built, that you would be trying to get in his pants the first chance you got. Trust me, you're not the first. She winked, before giggling even more at seeing Jolina somehow become even redder in her face, and also thanking her lucky stars that she believed that lie, since she didn't want Issei to know she had a few spy cameras in his house, for her own reasons. I mean, you're not wrong, I did try and make him have with me, or at least dominate him. Was that too much? Jolina asked nervously, earning herself a cute smile and shake of the head from Aquino. No dear, it was perfect. I knew I wasn't the only person here who was into that kind of thing. We're going to make great friends, Aquino said, as her smile turned a bit twisted, though Jolina didn't mind, as her own smile became a bit similar, with some drool threatening to escape her now much more moist lips. I think so too, Aquino-sensei. The two just began giggling, a bit creepily. Did you know that Issei likes it, or at least tries to act like he doesn't like it, when you wear nothing but a towel or an apron? He gets tempted for just a few seconds before regaining himself. Though if you did it, he might not hold himself back at all, and then you could dominate him, without a single word from him. Do you want to try that? Jolina nodded her head, already imaging it in her head, and loving the idea of it. The whole dominating thing was kind of secondary to her making Issei want her, to make Issei lust for her, and to have him inside her. Good, I'll bring you one of my spare ones, Aquino said, as she began to become excited about how the video would look, when she finally got her hands on it. Issei looked behind him, ignoring his two older sisters fighting over who should hug him first when they got to the living room, while Rias was trying to get him to listen to her about something. He watched slightly in horror at how Aquino and Jolina seemed to get along well, almost too well with how they both looked at each other, with those creepy smiles, which they then turned towards him and he turned around before he thought they noticed. They did, and that in itself was going to spell his doom one of these days. But while two new friends had been made through their love of the art of dominating, and usually teasing their partners, a worried sister was trying to get her brother to step to the side with her for a bit, and let the others get to know Jolina. And somewhere, only an hour away, an even more worried or rather just scared older brother was flying as fast as he could towards them. Underworld, Gremry territory, Taya Maid's garden home, as the group went down the connecting hallway of the first floor, with the entrance behind them and a view to the stairs leading to the second in front, they soon reached the doors leading inside the living room. As they all entered in pairs of 3, 4 and 3 again, they all began to split off into two different sides of the room. One group was made up of Rias, Issei and Jolina, and the other group had Kiba, Gasper, Aquino, Asia, Kaneko, Zenobia and Rosweiss in it. Issei looked somewhat anxious towards Jolina, as he could see the small droplets of sweat slowly moving down her face. Rias took a step forward, standing somewhat in between both groups, and began speaking. I know we all had a bad first impression of you, Jolina Gladius, so today I wish for us all to try and correct that. I have seen that you are not like how I imagined you to be, and I would like to apologize for having not been able to see past that. Rias bowed respectfully to Jolina. The other members of her peerage were a bit surprised at first, but they also bowed one after the other. Jolina looked even more surprised though, as she didn't feel that they had to go this far, so she raised her hands up in protest. You don't have to apologize, it's fine. I was out of line dash. Even so, we, or at least I, wish to do this so you know that I am truly sorry. Rias interrupted Jolina, her voice filled with honesty. She meant it, and Jolina could feel that. Jolina wanted to say something, since she still felt they were being overly apologetic, but Issei stopped her as he placed his left hand on her right shoulder firmly. Accept their apology, Jolina. My family is kind of famous for being overcaring, so they only feel bad until you forgive them. It's okay. Issei whispered into her ear, before letting go of her again. She for a brief moment felt a bit sad that he let go of her again, but still happy that he would do something like this in the first place. It showed her that he cared about her. Maybe not to the extent she wanted, but still enough for her to be happy. Jolina took a deep breath, before speaking again. I accept your apology, and I forgive you all. I too had my own opinions about you all, when we first met. But I have also seen that they were slightly misplaced. Jolina said, in a very mature way, which was something that surprised Issei for a moment, though it went almost completely over the other's head, since they didn't know that she didn't talk like this normally. They stood up straight again, all of them having a grateful smile on their face, even Kaneko. Though Jolina didn't know, or rather couldn't tell, since she hadn't been tough in the ways of Kaneko. It was a skill, a very important one at that Issei would have to teach her in the future. So for now, her rather stoic face was seen to Jolina like she just didn't care enough about this. So now that that is over and done, can we dash? So Jolina, would you like to introduce yourself again, so we can replace last time's introduction with a new one? Asked Akino, interrupting Issei, who was going to ask the same thing, so instead of an angry growl, it was just an annoyed sigh he let out. Jolina blinked a few times, before she remembered the more pleasant part about their first meeting. She nodded with excitement, something that confused Issei a bit. Of course. Ahm. She reached out with her left arm, which was then enveloped in a green light. When it disappeared, it had left an all too familiar crimson-red, draconic gauntlet on her hand and up to her elbow. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Jolina Gladius, this generation's Red Dragon Emperor, or rather Empress, and the still hopefully future wife of Dash, and we're done with that bit now. Next person, please. Issei said, interrupting Jolina's speech, making her pout with an angry, yet also really cute, face at him. The others giggled a bit, since not only was it funny to see the two act like this, but also because they could see the small red tint that had begun to appear on Issei's face. But even so, Amke Akino stepped forward and introduced herself as well. I am Akino Himejima, the Queen of Rias Gremory. Pleasure to meet you, she said in a friendly tone, as she waved slightly towards Jolina, who waved back a little nervously. The next person was Rupsweiss, who with a friendly smile approached Jolina. I am Rosweiss, a former Valkyrie under Lord Odin, though I have long since been made into one of Rias's rooks. It is an honor to meet another Dragon Emperor, Rosweiss said as she went for a handshake with Jolina, since the two women were of similar height, though Rosweiss still had to raise her head just a bit to have clear eye contact. Jolina reached out with her own hand, and shook hers, though suddenly Rosweiss began to slightly yell out in pain. Oh, I'm sorry! I just thought since you were trying to squeeze my hand, I should use my own strength too. Sorry, Jolina said, before bowing in a repeating motion, as Rosweiss and Kaneko both just looked impressed at how strong her grip was, or at least seemed to be. Oh, it's fine, I was just not expecting a human to be so strong, even if you are a Dragon Emperor. You have a very strong grip, Rosweiss said back, since she had just not been prepared for how strong Jolina really was, and luckily no one got hurt. Maybe besides her pride as a strong rook, but besides that nothing else. Asia stepped forward, and began casting just a simple healing spell, and when she was done began to introduce herself. I am Asia Argento. I am one of Big Sister Rias's bishops, and the head of the Gremory medical staff. It's an honor to meet you, Jolina-sama, Asia said, with a deep and respectful bow. Jolina just felt a small, yet growing urge to hug the small woman, which only intensified when she saw her cute friendly smile. Inside the boosted gear, on a small dragon-sized couch sat Drag and watched another one of his hosts, as well as another dragon become enchanted by Asia's pure and sweet aura. Only one thought went through his head, as he watched this happen again. Is she perhaps related to an old dragon slayer family? They all felt so nice to be around, that we normally couldn't help but be near them. I must find out one of these days, but not today, the heavenly dragon of laziness said, as he went back to sleep inside Jolina's soul, who didn't even know what he was doing, nor did she care as she was fighting the slowly growing urge to give her life for Asia's cute smile. I must protect this blonde beauty, with my life if I must, and thus, another Dragon Emperor had fallen for Asia's charms. I am Zenobia, one of Rias's knights and the current user of the Holy Sword. Durandal, is it okay if we can fight one day? Oh, and can I be the godmother to one of you and Issei's kids, when you get some? Zenobia said, with almost no hesitation. It left most of the room quiet, as they all looked to Jolina, to see how she would regret, though they regret that. Where the somewhat mature-looking, and well-kept Jolina Gladius had stood only moments ago, now in her place was a more embarrassed, and somewhat horny Jolina standing. She was mumbling in a low tone, in a language none of them understood, besides Rosweiss unfortunately. Her face began heating up, as two big red streaks of embarrassment appeared on her face. She hid her face behind her hands out of sheer embarrassment, over what her fellow Scandinavian was saying. Rias, and also Aquino, both looked over at Issei to see how he was handling this whole thing. He just looks uncomfortable mostly, but thanks to Aquino's keen eyes or just her somewhat perverted look on life, she could see the slight fear in his eyes, as well what she could only imagine would be lust. "You naughty, naughty boy Issei." She giggled a bit, as she put a hand over her mouth, as a way to hide her knowing smile. Though both Issei's weird state, and Jolina's little train thought of her and Issei kids, as well as them making them, were both stopped as Rosweiss's poor mind couldn't take any more, and she fell over. A small pool of blood began forming underneath her face, which only made Rias worry even more. "Asia, help her! Rosweiss, are you okay?" Though when they rolled her over, they saw her face had a somewhat embarrassed smile on it, along with 2 lines of blood trickling down her nose. "Pervert." And with Kaniko's wise words, the whole group just started laughing, before putting Rosweiss on the couch, with a piece of cloth under her nose. "What did I say?" was all Zenobia could think about, as Kaniko stepped slightly forward and reached a hand out to Jolina. "I am Kaniko, but my real name is Chiron. I am one of Rias's former rooks, now I am one of the 3 kings who works for her and the House of Gremory," Kaniko said, almost emotionlessly to Jolina, who just nodded somewhat awkwardly and shook her hand. Kaniko went back to her spot next to Asia, and took out a small candy bar from her shorts front pocket. Kiba was up next, but it was more like a combination of him and Gasper, since he followed right after him. "Hello, my name is Kiba. I am the former knight piece of Rias, now I am also one of the kings working under her, like Kaniko. Oh, and this guy here is," Kiba introduced himself perfectly, like always, before he then directed Jolina's attention to the smaller man behind him. "Is Gasper?" "Say hi, Gasper," Kiba said, as he put his right hand on the shy vampire's left shoulder. "Hi. I am Gasper Vladi, a vampire. I am one of Rias-sama's bishops. I am also head of nighttime staff members. It's nice to meet you," Gasper nervously said, as he waved towards the giant of a woman that was Jolina, who looked at him with a soft smile, though she was also rather nervous. Jolina was very conscious about her actions, maybe not always to the extent she should be, but when she had just done something wrong, then she became very conscious about it. But she still managed to make Gasper a bit more scared, as she tried to seem more approachable to him by going down on one knee in front of him, though she wasn't very graceful about it. Even a lot of the others didn't see it. Besides Gasper and Issei, Jolina had accidentally made a small crack in part of the floor that was made of Olympian marble, aka one of the toughest building materials, at least for building standard house and such, in the supernatural world. "It's nice to meet you too, Gasper. I hope we can." "Where did he go?" Jolina asked, confused as to why the short blonde-haired male had just suddenly disappeared, though she didn't get a verbal answer, as much as a visible one. "Gasper, I have told you over and over again, you don't have to use your sacred gear just because you're scared. It's not very nice to just run off," Issei said, as he had Gasper hanging from the neck of his t-shirt, with his tail. He slowly moved him over to Kiba again, where Jolina just watched in confused silence as Gasper kept his terrified eyes on her as he passed her by and landed next to Kiba, who smiled apologetically at Jolina. "What just happened?" was all Jolina could ask as some of them giggled a bit at Gasper's still very scaredy cat personality, while both Issei and Rias just sighed. "Well, Gasper is a vampire, though he is only a hybrid as his mother was a human. And so because he was born as half a human, he was born with a sacred gear called Forbidden Bellevue, so he can stop time, or rather he can stop time within a specific range around him," Issei explained to Jolina, before reaching out a hand to help her stand up again, something that both of them didn't think too much about, but the others just thought it was cute to see them act like this. But thankfully, this second interruption of everyone's reintroduction to Jolina was just seen as a kind of funny thing at this point, even though Jolina felt really bad about it. "Okay then, let's get back on track. Rias declared in a still somewhat laughing voice, but no one stepped up. She looked at her friends and servants, wondering why no one was speaking, until she realized. Oh. Right, I am up next. It made Issei and Aquino have trouble not laughing at Rias's little blunder, which in turn made her embarrassed. She sent them both an embarrassed, yet angry glare, making them shut up, at least on the outside, as they just broke down inside. I am Rias Gremry, one of the Grand Duchess of the Underworld and former champion of the raiding games. Little sister of Lucifer, and older sister of the Heavenly Dragon of Sunlight. The Duchess of Ruin and former master of the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei Hayato. Rias introduced herself with some small annoyance at the whole bit with her siblings, since she was the least known of the three. But when she said the last bit, she seemed a bit tense as she watched Issei for any reaction, which he didn't seem to have. Like he hadn't heard that last bit, or just didn't care enough. Either way, Rias felt a bit relieved for not having him feel downplayed or overseen. I hope we can be good friends, and maybe even neither the others, maybe except Aquino nor Issei and Jolina, were ready for Rias to suddenly grab Jolina's hand, and dragged her closer to her face. A small teasing smug could be seen on the Gremry head's face. Sisters-in-law, Jolina? Rias said in a more teasing tone, as she made direct eye contact with Jolina, who wasn't ready for the sudden close-up, nor for the thing she said. When it finally began to set in, Jolina gained an atomic blush on her face, and almost fell on her face when Rias suddenly let her go, though luckily Issei catched her with his left hand, by grabbing her left shoulder and lifting her up by putting his right hand on her stomach. Jolina hadn't processed it was Issei lifting her up, since her head was in a whole other world, dreaming of a scenario where she and Rias were sisters-in-law and she was married to Issei and had a child on its way. The same couldn't be said for Issei, who felt weirdly embarrassed because of what Rias said, like she had told him indirectly to marry her. Rias! What the hell was that for? The young dragon asked, as he made sure Jolina was standing up again, and wouldn't fall over when he let go of her. Oh, I am just joking. Sorry, but it's the job of the older siblings to make fun of their younger siblings, and their crushes, Issei. It's just a natural order. Rias explained, like it was the most natural thing and something everyone knew. Issei just looked at her with an embarrassed and angry look, not understanding what she was saying, but it began to make sense when Aquino joined in, understanding her old friend's invitation to tease Issei. Oh, that is right, Issei dear. And you think we wouldn't notice how you and Jolina act together? It's rather cute, and we have only seen it happen for about half an hour. Just ask me when you need to know how to stop. No more, that's just too much. Issei almost roared, as he blocked Aquino's mouth with his tail, earning him a lot of laughter from the others at his embarrassed actions. What the hell is wrong with you two? Look at what you did to Dash. Jolina, are you okay? Issei asked, his tone sounding worried as Jolina seemed to calm down while he had to deal with his two sisters. But the face she had in its place was not the one people would have normally after being embarrassed. She looked almost scared, like she had seen or sensed something the others hadn't. Not even Issei felt or sensed anything, which only made him worry more. Jolina, are you okay? What's wrong? Issei asked again, more worried than before since he worried she might go into a still state, something he didn't want to go through right now. Someone is coming, Jolina said, as she shot her head up towards the orange sun above in the sky, though it could only be seen somewhat through the windows. Someone is coming? Issei asked, before he followed her gaze into the sun, squinting his eyes a bit to try and see whatever it was she was seeing. The others turned around and looked the same way, trying to find this person too, but it was only Jolina who could feel this person coming towards them. They'll be here in less than two. Jolina was interrupted as suddenly a figure dressed in red clothes stood outside the left window, a worried look on his face, which didn't mix well with his light blue eyes that darted around worriedly. Until they landed on Issei. Serzex? Issei said, surprised over his older brother's sudden visit. What brings you here? Issei asked, confused at his sudden visit and even more so by how worried he looked. Serzex shook his head, before putting his full focus on Issei, still not having noticed most of the other people in the room, who were all confused by his sudden visit, nor Jolina standing next to Issei slightly hiding. No, Issei, I came for something, or rather someone else. Do you know where the... Before he finished his sentence, as his mind finally began to collect and process what was in front of him, he saw her. The girl he had come here to warn Issei about, standing next to him and hiding a bit. Her scared eyes watching him closely. I came here to talk with this generation's Red Dragon Empress, Jolina Gladius, he said, calming down slightly at the sight of her being scared of him, which hadn't been his intent. He had only come here to do what? Warn his younger brother about the possible dangers of being in a relationship with the Dragon Emperor? It was only a slight possibility, but it was something Issei was weirdly sure of. Why? If it's because of these weird states she goes into, then you have no need to worry, since I am already working on that, Issei said, as he felt a strange need to defend Jolina, though he didn't feel the full force of it, or else he would have released some of his aura as well. No, it's not because of that, whatever that might be. Though it does make me more worried, and makes me even more determined to make sure I don't let you follow Rias's footsteps, Serzex said in a more stern tone, as he stepped closer to the pair. Rias was slightly confused as to what he meant by her footsteps, like he was hinting at her having made a mistake that was worrying enough, since she couldn't remember any mistakes she had made with Issei Hayato, outside of her own paranoia and such. What do you mean by Rias's footsteps? What did she do that you believe I am doing now too? Issei asked, feeling even more defense, like he knew somewhere in his mind what it was Serzex was leading him towards, but he didn't want to know what it was. Serzex came even closer, passing the other people in the room until he only stood a few meters away from the pair. Having a relationship with a Red Dragon Emperor, that is what I believe you are doing, Serzex said with a worried, yet still determined voice as he glared a bit at Jolina, who hid even more behind Issei. Issei, seeing this, got irritated, or rather angry at Serzex. Do not look at her like that. And also, why do you think I am in a relationship with Jolina? Is it just because No, it's not because of that, Issei, it's just what Milikas said. Look, I am just worried about you and want nothing bad to happen to you because of her, Serzex said, ignoring the slight disagreeing sounds he received from a few of the people gathered there. But what he didn't ignore was the two people in front of him, or more specifically Jolina, who got angry at his accusations. What did I do? Is it just because that I am? Issei put his left hand on her shoulder, stopping her from finishing her sentence, as she felt his wordless support through his now much rougher feeling hand. It had become scaly, either a decision made by Issei or by his emotions. You did nothing wrong, Jolina. Now did she, Serzex? Issei asked as he sent a threatening glare at his brother, something Serzex hadn't expected Issei to do for a person he wasn't close to. Serzex felt Issei's warning clear as day, either he apologized now or Issei wouldn't forgive him for it. But that wasn't a choice for Serzex, not with what he believed was at stake. He took a deep breath, feeling his nerves kicking in as an even bigger add-on to the amount of pressure he felt on him at the moment. But still, this pressure was nothing compared to the feeling of uselessness he felt back when Rias could only mourn and grieve. Issei, I am only saying this because I love you, and because I want what is best for you. So I ask you to please put your trust in me and let me escort Jolina back to her home, and then let's all forget this ever happened, Serzex said, sounding as sincere and kind as he could, to try and win his younger brother's trust, so he could make sure what happened to Rias would not also happen to Issei. Serzex watched with bated breath as Issei seemed to think over his words, before looking to his right side where Jolina still hid somewhat, as his more rough-skinned hand patted her softly on the shoulder. It made Serzex nervous as to what response he would get from Issei, especially with how reassuring Issei seemed through his and Jolina's speechless gazes. They almost looked like they were talking, though it was in truth mostly just blind faith from both of the dragons, that they each had each other's back. Issei looked back at Serzex. His glare had calmed and was replaced with a more stern look. He took a quick look behind Serzex, wanting to confirm if any other unexpected guests had arrived, though none had. Then he looked back at Serzex. No. Jolina stays with me for as long as it takes. to cure her of this state she goes into. Issei said. He felt bad for coming up with a reason. A good and valid one, yes, but one that didn't feel totally right. Only a few days prior to these events he would have said yes to this deal, maybe not in less, but in a heartbeat or two. Jolina also seemed somewhat unhappy with his reason, but it was overshadowed by her much more thankful-looking smile, as he had still said he wouldn't let her go. Not yet, at least. But that was something for the two of them to deal with later, for now they had to face Serzex's different opinion and worried heart. No? Issei, I understand you have a good heart and want to help her, but you don't need to have her living with you. You don't even need to be the one helping her. I am sure a Juk or Azazel could be just as dash. My answer is no, brother, Issei said, as he held his right hand more tightly on Jolina's shoulder. I will not break a promise that I made, not ever, Issei said as his voice for a split second became slightly threatening. Serzex watched the two for a few more seconds, before sighing, seeing as how he had possibly not only just failed and made it even harder to break these two apart, but he might have even brought them closer together. I see. That was something he could not let happen. He needed them to split apart, or else what he feared would only be a matter of time till it happened. His hair flew up as he released a huge amount of power, causing not only a few of the people nearby to take a few steps back, but also made the floor crack and made long and zigzag lines in Issei's floor. Then I'll have to do it by force, Serzex said as a wave of guilt trailed down his spine. He didn't want to do this, plus he knew he couldn't win against Issei, but if he could just get Issei away from Jolina, then he could teleport her to somewhere else and maybe make her seek help from another faction. Though that was a very, very big if, since almost everyone in the supernatural world were no more than small mice, when standing in front of Issei. Issei hadn't even released his full aura, only the bare minimum, and Serzex was already feeling his knees wanting to give in. But he was still determined to do this. Are you sure about this, Serzex? Issei asked as a set of wings made of his crimson flames manifested themselves behind him, as his golden spiral horns glowed in a crimson hue. His eyes had begun to turn two small suns, and his hair was a blazing wildfire of gold. Because if you are, then I will not hold back. A promise is a promise, and I do not ever break mine, Issei said as he let go of Jolina's shoulder and gently pushed her behind him, as his body began to slowly grow wider and taller. He was slowly transforming into his true form, but it was more as a way for him to make Serzex back down, so he tried to make it look like he was going all out. He would never, or else he would have to bury another family member. The tension was getting real as the two top 10 beings both had a goal in mind, and neither were going to step down. Brother, this is not worth it. We can deal with this differently, Rias shouted to Serzex, as she was hit with another wave of power from the two. But Serzex didn't answer, as he was more focused on where he should go from here, since with how big Issei had already gotten it was only a matter of time before he had to deal with a both literal and physical dragon. Maybe if I just rush after her? No, Issei would probably hide her behind him, or on him. Maybe if I capture her with... No, that wouldn't work either, since Issei would probably grab her before I could get to her. Serzex was stumped as his plan was slowly beginning to unravel itself, since now that he was doing it, it became so much clear how hard it was going to be to pull it off. He felt a heavy step coming from Issei, as his left arm had begun to bend into shape and his hand became much rougher, with his nails becoming longer and much sharper. He was already easily over 20 meters long, as his tail had grown out as well and was currently coiled defensively around Jolina, with his front body standing between Serzex and her. He wasn't his total size yet, but even this size was a problem since it gave him an edge in speed, while his strength was also greatly increased to boot. Not that it would be needed for long. Issei felt a sudden cold shiver go through his body, as a brisk wind flew through the room. He didn't think much of it, not until he felt a threatening glare from outside his window. He only looked at where he felt the glare from for a mere second, in which Serzex took his shot and headed for Jolina. Issei barely noticed it, nor did he have time to protect Jolina from Serzex, whose hand was almost touching Jolina's left arm. Then he was stopped, as his legs and lower body were frozen in cold, demonic ice. The three siblings all felt a chill go through their bodies, as the sound of an angry wife's heeled footsteps crept closer. The other members of Rias' peerage were frozen in fear at the sight of her, as she walked right past them all, with her son in tow and her daughter in her arms. Even Jolina, who was still rather scared of Serzex's outstretched hand, became more concerned about this new addition to the group, but the two who were mostly scared were the two men who had both chosen to prepare to fight. Serzex Gremry Lucifer. Another cold and threatening step was taken, as the sound of her heels rang out across the room, making it even more scary for the two. Issei Gremry Tiamatsun. Another step, with a sound of ice forming as she took the next step. I hope you two have real good reasons for you both acting like children, Grayfia said as she sent the two an almost lethal glare. Though the look she was given by them was somewhat undermined by the fact Millikas was standing behind her, waving to them somewhat awkwardly. Plus the fact she was holding Tia and feeding her through a baby bottle. Shit, the two brothers thought at the sight of Grayfia looking angry. Human world, Vatican City, Vatican City. The center of the crustacean belief and the stronghold of the angel faction's oldest allies. It's almost mainly church-like buildings, its high-rises, crosses, and holy motifs all around. Its many plazas and saintly statues. And almost everything was connected through pathways, with barely any roads for cars and such. A holy place indeed, and also a hell to sightsee. At least that's what one 53-year-old man thought, as he tried to cool off his black priest robe with his bare hands. Why did I have to come here? Why not Hans or Peter? It just had to be me, the man angrily said as he passed around another corner and found himself at the top of another 10-meter-long set of stairs. He sighed heavily, before grabbing his back tightly and walking down the stairs. I am mean, who wouldn't want to go here? But it's so hot. Why couldn't Michael, heck even God, make this town cooler, instead of the literal meaning of a cement jungle? He complained again, as he reached the end of the stairs and reached a rather crowded walkway, though also a rather colorful one. If seeing gray, red, purple, white and black in long lines and big groups counted as colorful. And it just had to be on a Sunday as well. I just hope Rebecca and Jolina are staying safe without me there, the man thought, before he finally joined the long lines of similar colors, before leaving it again a few minutes down the path. He had reached a church, one of the many, many churches in town, but it was the right one, at least he thought so, since both the Swedish, Norwegian and Icelandic looked an awful lot like the Danish Vatican City one. He closed his eyes as he made a small prayer for it to be his, before opening his eyes and seeing the beautiful Dannebrog, the Danish flag, hanging on the far right wall. Oh dear God, I did not want to rejoin the highway again like yesterday, he thought as he walked over to a nearby coat rack and hung his overcoat. He didn't know why he had taken it on, nor even why he had taken it with him, but in his experience it was always a good thing to come prepared. He went over to the main hall door, dusting himself off before, just to be polite, before knocking on the door. Enter. An old woman called out to him from the other side, making the man sigh a bit since he knew the owner of the voice. Not her. Anybody but her, he thought as he opened the door and entered the room, seeing the woman he had feared was going to be here. She saw him as well as he entered, and what had looked like a smile turned into a scowl as she saw him. Gladius, she said with an unfriendly tone. Vestergaard, he answered back, as the two began their Danish standoff, as Gladius walked into another room on the right side, passing Miss Vestergaard by as he went and entered the room without knocking. He entered another, albeit a much smaller, room. In it was a single desk with holy symbols carved into it on each side, with two simple chairs on each side. Behind it in one such chair sat an old man stroking his long and whitered beard, as he read some sort of paper which had laid out in front of him. He didn't even look up, yet he still answered his guest. Alex, you really must learn to knock before entering. One day I won't be here any more to listen to you complaining about whoever sits in the reception, the old man said, as he flipped over a page before his eyes suddenly widened at whatever he had just seen. I am sorry, Father Michael. I will try to be better from now on. Don't lie, it's a sin. Michael interrupted him, before making a tisk-tisk sound with his mouth, but less serious and more humorous. Alex chuckled a bit at how well his wise and, dare he say, almost ancient mentor knew him. True. Well, I guess lying just comes naturally to me. Still, I will try, even if it's a lie. It's a comfortable one, right? Alex said as he sat down in the chair in front of the desk, granting him a view he hadn't expected to see in a church, and not at all in the holy city. His eyes widened, as his lips dried, feeling afraid to ask his former mentor if what he was reading at the moment was indeed a porn magazine. Father, what are you reading? It doesn't look all that holy, not with those images anyway. Alex said as he averted his gaze as best as he could. Being married with a beautiful wife and having 2 kids did that to a man, but he still couldn't help himself from taking a peek every other second. Michael chuckled softly at his former student's awkward actions, before slowly and teasingly closing the magazine, before looking up to Alex's gladius violet eyes and seeing them looking somewhat disappointed. Oh, it's nothing, just a gift from an old buddy of mine. And don't say it doesn't hold holy images, it has plenty for real men. Michael declared his blasphemy with a cheeky smile. Alex shook his head in embarrassment at Michael's statements. Don't say that in this town. I mean, Alex coughed into his hand once, as he got prepared to discuss why he had been summoned here. Why did you call me here, Michael? You normally just text me or call me over the phone, so what happened this time that made that not possible? He asked as his eyes became a bit serious, which was met with Michael's own green serious stare. I need you to keep this a secret. Is that understood, Alex? Michael asked, confusing Alex a bit, but he nodded nonetheless. Okay, what I am about to tell you might shock you. It might even make you doubt some of our colleagues in the Danish branch. Michael said as he stood up from his seat and went over to a filing cabinet, opening a middle drawer and fielding through a few fills, before finding the one he was looking for. He took it up and brought it back over to the table and put it in front of Alex, who watched the fill cautiously before looking back at Michael. What is inside of it? He asked, earning a tired sigh from Michael. A secret that some people have been trying to hide from me, as well as the few people like you who are still loyal to me, Michael said, as he tapped the fill softly before sliding closer to Alex. Read it, and you will know what I mean. Alex looked down at the fill again, before opening it and reading the fill name, Ritual of the Eclipse Spear. Alex became confused at its name. He looked up to Michael, who just sent him a direct look, telling him wordlessly to keep reading, which he did. It surprised him, even scared him, that all these things had happened right under his nose and in his region, as well as his niece's. Ritual of the Eclipse Spear. A spear of certain capabilities has been rumored to have resurfaced in a certain part of Northern Europe, though it has yet to be confirmed. The spear itself is nothing special, at least not unless someone who knows of its true purpose wields it. The dragon-slaying spear that was thrown into the ancient dragon known as Nidhugger, when he tried to kill the elves tending to the leaves of the tree, killing the dragon instead. Alex was still confused as to why this seemed to worry Michael so much, not that he couldn't see how this was a problem if none except a select few knew about it. It alone was not enough to kill the mighty beast. So to compensate for its lack of power, the original wielder used the blood of Samuel to make sure no dragon would ever come back after being pierced by its root-like head. Our mission is to find it, and use the last remaining drops of Samuel blood we have from the evil dragon war, and kill the false sun dragon guarding the dragon gods. Alex still didn't understand fully why he needed to worry, over why Michael seemed as worried as he did. Obviously some of their peers needed to be corrected and maybe even replaced with more loyal people, and some unfortunate dragon needed to be warned about this. But Alex didn't know who this dragon was. He looked up to Michael again, his confused eyes asking Michael to fill the gaps he couldn't fill himself. So you read it? Michael asked, earning a nod from Alex. Good, then now you know what we are dealing with, Michael said before reaching out for his magazine again. But you don't know why I seem so worried about this, so I'll show you. He put the magazine over the fill on a certain page, without any of the holy images. Instead it only had a single one of 2 people. I ain't worried for myself, I am worried for you. Alex didn't quite understand what he meant, until he saw the headline on the page. Red Dragon Emprise, Jolina Gladius, takes heavenly dragon of sunlight Issei home with her. New power couple? Read Alex. His eyes shot open as he saw his niece and de facto daughter in the picture, with some guy he had never heard about before, though his name was sorta familiar. The worry Michael talked about began to set in, as he began to connect the dots of what the Phil had talked about. Killing the false sun dragon. Guarding the dragon gods? Do these people plan to kill this Issei person? And what does Jolina have to do with this? Alex asked, not still completely sure of where this was all leading, though he had a few theories. Michael sat up straight, as he reached his hand over to the headline, and tapped a few times on the last bit of text. Power couple, he said cryptically, before letting Alex process it for a few seconds before he found the answer. Michael, noticing that Alex now understood, continued speaking. Your niece is in danger of these fanatics, since they are going after her boyfriend here. And since they seem to have deemed him a false being, they might deem anyone else on his side false as well. This could be the start of something terrible. Imagine other branches learning of this? The sudden shift in loyalty and trust between us all? Michael's voice was full of worry, seriousness, and concern for this possible future. It would be chaos. Much like when Martin Luther reinvented our belief. Many innocent people could die because of these idiots' ideas of falsehood. What can we do? Alex asked hurriedly, almost slamming his hands into the table. Michael sent him a warning look, making Alex quiet down enough to hear for but a second the sound of someone breathing. Michael motioned Alex with his eyes over to a nearby window, where Alex saw what looked like the outline of a person hunched over, sitting in the window and possibly listening in on them. Be quiet, you may not know who you can trust. Now leave and warn your niece, Michael said in a quiet whisper, making Alex nod before standing up and going for the door. Bye for now, mentor, he said as he left the room. Michael sat back down in his chair, as he watched the door close, before looking over the outline of the figure still in the window, sending them an unseen glare of anger. You will all go to hell for this, he thought, before he began scribbling something down on some paper. He then left the room with both his magazine and the Phil, leaving the room empty of anything important. Hope you like my gift, he thought as he left the room and went outside and reached the main walkway in town. He felt many eyes on him, following him as he went along the cardinal river of colors, though none of them seemed to want to cause trouble. At least openly in this place, at least for now, that is. It's up to you now, Alex, Michael thought as he continued along the path. Underworld, Gremry territory, Taya Maid's garden home. Back in the slightly heated or rather cooled living room of Issei's home in the underworld, sat both Issei and his older brother Serzex, both on their knees under the cold gaze of Grayfia. She had been glaring at them like this for about half an hour so far, still carrying Tia in her arms. Serzex had been let free of his ice shackles, but he still felt small traces of ice left on his feet, so he was shivering a bit at the feeling of ice on his feet. Issei was fine, at least physically speaking, since he had not been put in ice shackles like Serzex, but mentally he was still a bit unsure of what happened earlier. He didn't quite understand where his sudden need to protect Jolina came from, nor why he was willing, if not almost asking, to fight his brother for Jolina. It was unlike him, since he normally liked to talk things out and would only ever really attack and be aggressive if someone he didn't know insulted his family, tried to start false rumors about his private life, or spoke badly of his mother. So he didn't quite understand, at least not fully, why he had acted the way he did. Maybe my instinct sees her as family? No, that wouldn't make sense. I have only known her for a week at most, and have only been near her 3 days in total. So why did I act that way? Oh, by Lilith's sweet ignorance, I could really use your help on this, mother, he thought, not noticing the somewhat concerned look he was getting from Grayfia and some of the others, who had noticed his thoughtful, yet confused facial expression. He was in a world of his own and seemed to hardly care about the fact his older sister was about to scold him, since he seemed to care more about an entirely different matter. Grayfia didn't know what it was, but she could guess from what Millikas had told her, about how her husband, Serzex, had left his office after learning about Jolina, that it probably had something to do with her. She looked towards her husband to see, if maybe he also seemed deep in thought about this matter, but it seems he was a completely wet rack and was almost more comedical concerned with her being angry. I swear, Serzex, I love you and all, but you have got to get yourself a backbone in the future. Grayfia thought, as she saw the rather pathetic face he was making, though that was what she thought until she noticed a small glint of guilt in his eyes. He was feeling guilty, possibly even bad about his previous actions, something that made Grayfia somewhat want to retract her previous statement. But that was for another time, for now she needed to be the head maid of the house Gremory, not a sister or a wife, but the Ice Queen. You too, she said with a stern tone, reawakening the two from their own thoughts, both gulping somewhat in unison at their shared scolding. Why did this happen? Aren't you both capable of talking to one another, without having to restore to this? Grayfia asked in a stern tone, yet also somewhat disappointed since she felt they were both setting a bad example as important figures in their world. Neither dared disagree, since they both knew that each meant a lot to certain groups and factions, so them acting this way would not set a good example for those people. But even worse than that, if they kept acting like this in front of Tia when she gets older, it would probably lead to her behaving similar to them. So why did this all happen? Will one of you please tell me that? Grayfia asked in a bit less stern tone, as she eased up her cold glare. Neither Serzex nor Issei said anything, since neither wanted to speak about it. Serzex felt embarrassed over his rash thought of action, and he felt he could have gone about this differently. And Issei didn't feel like speaking right now, as he might blurt out nonsense, and reveal these weird thoughts and feelings he has on the whole matter. Grayfia, seeing that neither of them wanted to talk, looked to the next best source of information, Rias. She knew on some level that this was about Jolina, but she felt that the girl might take Issei's side, so it was better to ask a more unbiased person like Rias, since she wouldn't choose one brother over the other. Rias, can you tell what happened here? She asked as she sent her a slightly begging look that made Rias feel a bit guilt-tripped into speaking on her brother's behalf, but it wouldn't be the first time for her. Of course, Serzex suddenly arrived out of the blue, barely even saying hi or why he had come, before he and Issei began to argue over how dangerous Serzex felt it would be for Jolina to stay with Issei, because she is a Red Dragon Emperor. Rias explained, feeling that it was a bit weird to say it out loud, since it felt somewhat like Serzex had double standards when it came to Red Dragon Emperors. Grayfia nodded, having understood what Rias had told her, and since she had already had a hunch it was something like that, it made it somewhat easier to understand. But she still couldn't understand why the two had to almost start fighting over it. It somewhat baffled her how two of the most well-known peace-seekers in the world have chosen to fight over something as, in her own opinion, stupid as a title like Red Dragon Emperor. She didn't like Issei Hayato very much in the beginning, since she couldn't see or understand what made him so likable, but Serzex had been able to right off the bat, and that was before he had ever even met him. Yet this time he had chosen to dislike Hayato's predecessor, without even knowing them all, based on this onside notion that she was dangerous for Issei to be around because she was a Red Dragon Emperor. Grayfia could come up with a few reasons why it might be true, but none that would lead to her having to fight Issei over it. So it made her wonder what had made Serzex feel so scared about her presence near Issei, to make him do something this drastic. She looked back down at him, seeing his guilt clearly in his lowered eyes. He didn't feel like he could look her in the eyes, feeling shame for not being able to tell her the truth himself. Issei did the same, which made Grayfia slightly sigh over their childish reactions to being told on. Is this true? You both decided to fight over something as dumb as that — dumb. It was a completely valid reason. I just wanted to protect Issei from. Serzex stopped himself, after having interrupted Grayfia, since he realized how stupid he had been. His intentions were good, but his actions hadn't been. He looked up at Grayfia, who had been somewhat surprised by his sudden interruption, sending her an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I just wanted to save Issei from the same pain Rias went through back when Hayato died. I just couldn't let another one of my siblings go through that again. He hanged his head low in shame again, finding his former actions and harsh words to have been desperate and stupid. It had been a desperate attempt by a worried older brother to avoid a situation that he wouldn't want to relive again, but this time for another one of his siblings. Grayfia was surprised by his reasoning. The same went for Issei and Jolina. Now they understood it a bit better than before, since they didn't really have a chance to process it. So that's what he meant by following Rias's footsteps. He wanted me to avoid what she went through. But why does he always have to be involved? Why can't he just stay dead? Issei wondered as his newcome understanding of Serzex's words had turned into a sour topic for him, as he felt once more that Haida was playing with his life, if not directly, then indirectly through Serzex's worried actions. Did he now intend to make Issei view Jolina as another Haida? A hero in the marking, with a troubled past and kind heart like no other? Only to be a martyr and front-line vanguard in a future war, like Haida once was? It made Issei angry to think about. Even if it wasn't true or had at least not been proven to be true, it still was like a fresh pile of leaves being thrown into a slowly dying fire. For a second his hair sprung up in flames, making everyone scared at his sudden and possible show of aggression, before it died down again and fizzled out. Why can't he just stay dead? Issei mumbled through his low growling, as he continued to feel his blood boil. Are you okay? A soft, yet slightly worried and also kind-sounding voice asked, as she put a hand on his left shoulder to make him feel she was there, like he had done for her earlier today. It was Jolina who had walked over to his side, wanting to make sure he was okay. She was still wondering about what Serzex had said, but felt it was something she could worry about later, since now Issei seemed to need her help. Issei felt a slight relief go through his body as she touched his shoulder, her own body feeling much cooler than his own. It was a refreshing feeling that went up and down his body in a sort of wave-like way. He looked up at her in somewhat of a daze, at her not only ignoring how he suddenly set his hair up in flames, but the weird and maybe even a little worried stares the two were getting from the others. But Jolina seemed almost blind to it, being more focused on how he was feeling. At least that's what Issei thought based on how her eyes seemed glint with worry as the two made eye contact. Yeah. I am fine. Are you? He asked, somewhat unsure of what to say or do at the moment. Her eyes seemed to grow a bit soft, like she was relieved because of his answer. Yes, I am fine, Issei. Just wanted to make sure you were too. After the whole fire thing? She said, seeming to stumble a bit with her words, which Issei and the others found somewhat cute. Though someone who didn't find it cute was Serzex, who watched from the side the two being like this. It reminded him in a way of how Rias and Haida used to act. It sent a wave of worry through him, as his vision began to darken, to brittle and feel static. He could barely move, nor feel his breath. The others looked worried over at him, as he felt he had fell over with a hard bump, but he didn't know as his eyes shut down, and he awoke to something he wasn't ready for. Serzex's mind no more was the nice decor and familiar faces around him. It had all been replaced with an image straight out of his past. Town. It was all in ruins, littered with bodies, sinkholes and both pools and rivers of blood flowing everywhere. He stood amidst it all, only capable of watching it, this horror and destruction all over again. But when he looked up into the sky, by either his own will, or by the will of this image, he saw that the star of destruction was nowhere to be seen. This town was Town, not anymore at least. The architecture all changed and transformed in a wave-like motion, as a new main piece of this destruction took its place, among the cracks and rivers of blood. It was two somewhat familiar figures, one in armor and the other a dragon. Both were fully covered in a lighter shade of the blood on the ground. Serzex recognized the dragon as Issei, and concluded that the armored figure must be Jolina, based on the long blue hair as well as the all-too-familiar dragon emperor armor. They both lay dead on the ground, with Jolina's body still mostly covered in the Welsh dragon chainmail, with only the exposed area being her chest, which was almost fully occupied by different weapons, like swords, knives and spears. She had been stabbed to death, and then some just to make sure she would never come back from it. She had her left hand on one of Issei's now tarnished golden claws, with his head only a bit further away from her own. Serzex felt that Issei must have given his life in an attempt to save her, yet it seems like the two both would not make it. Then he saw the reason behind Issei's dimes. It was not very big, but it scared him just from seeing it. Its bright sapphire tip and Norse-themed metallic shaft only was for show, as the real threat was not only the magic imbued in it, but the deadly liquid on it. Serzex knew the liquid, since it had been used in the evil dragon war on both sides. So many dragons died because of its use, both good and evil. And now he saw it had also taken his brother's life, and the wielder of the spear had taken Issei's. Mate? Serzex didn't know what the two were to each other, but he felt somewhere in his heart that it was inevitable. It really was just the same story, just with a new face, a new name, and a different gender on both sides. But in the end, wasn't it just going to be the same story somewhere down the line? The image began to fade, as Serzex began to feel something entering his body. It was air, or maybe it was something else? He didn't know, not anymore. This sight had not let him feel, or rather it had not let him express his feelings. But now he felt something. It was a single, yet unspeakable sad tear that rolled down his own warm cheek. Underworld, Gremry territory, main house, ah! Ha! 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 Serzex jolted up with a sudden scream, scaring both his wife and two kids. He looked around frantically as he tried to find where he was, noticing the familiar environment and decor only a few moments before Grayfia came over to his side after having Millicass hold Tia for her. Serzex, it's okay, my love. You are in your old room, with me and the kids, okay? Okay, so now just take a deep breath. Can you do that for me? Grayfia asked, as she grabbed both of his hands with her own, each being held by her counterpart arm. It made him relax a little. He did as she had asked, and took a few deep breaths to calm himself, as he stared into Grayfia's eyes for comfort. I am sorry for startling you. All of you. What happened to me? Why am I here and not in Issei's dash? Shuz, it's okay, dear. Just relax and let me explain. Okay? Grayfia asked as she put a finger on his mouth, as a way to stop him from going into a rant and possibly reeling himself up again. Serzex nodded, trusting Grayfia to be honest, and let her begin retelling. He had fainted suddenly as the matter between his and Issei's scolding was nearly finished. The others didn't know what to do with him, and since Issei didn't feel it was a good idea to keep Serzex in the house, at least not for the next few days, Grayfia and their kids took him back to his old bedroom in the Gremry mansion. He had been unconscious for the last 7 or 8 hours now, barely moving as he slept. But his breathing had been normal enough so no one had become too worried, not that any of them hadn't been. And so for the last quarter and 2 hours of the day, Grayfia, Tia and Millicass had been by their father's/husband's side, watching over him until now. Serzex was thankful that his family would stay with him for all that time, though he also felt bad that they had to do that in the first place, since wasn't he supposed to be the cool king of hell? Yet here he was after having fainted from some cause he still didn't know. Again, I am sorry for worrying you all. I don't know what came over me, but I swear I'll try to make sure it doesn't happen again, Serzex said, earning a grateful smile from his family before they embraced him in a group hug. I should also find a time in the coming weeks to apologize to Issei and Ms. Gladius. I could have done so much better, Serzex thought, feeling shame and disappointment in himself over his actions. But seeing as how Issei had left Grayfia a message about not letting Serzex near his home for the next few days, that would have to wait. So instead of slowly boiling himself in his own self-made pity and shame, Serzex would try to bear with it until he could hopefully earn his brother and Jolina's forgiveness. 2 days later, Tiamade's garden home, Issei and Jolina were sitting on an outdoor sofa made of granite with outdoor pillows on it, on the rooftop level of the house, granting them an amazing afternoon view of the gardens below. The slowly cooling winds that swam across the gardens, bringing both smell and petals with it for the two to enjoy, was nice. And the sound it made when it went through certain holes of the floor was almost like music. It was music in a way. It had been a gift from Grayfia to Tiamat in her later years, as a way for her to enjoy the end of autumn and the beginning of winter in a much more relaxing way. It sounded lovely in Jolina's opinion, and it made the afternoon coffee taste better somehow, which she had told Issei, who had just laughed at her, finding it kind of cute for her to think it made a difference. I am telling you, the sound makes the coffee taste better, Jolina argued, though her words fell on deaf eyes as Issei kept laughing. It made her pout, before she playfully began hitting his right arm. "Stop laughing at me!" she yelled as kept hitting him, which only really earned her more laughter, even some from Drake at embarrassed actions. Though Issei began to stop, even repeating the line time out a few times as her hits began to slightly add up. Okay, I'll stop. I just couldn't help myself from finding it funny, you know? You just sounded so adorable when you said that. Issei smiled as he said that, making Jolina stop herself from continuing to hit him, as her pout slightly grew, yet so did also her blush from Issei's compliment. Really? She asked shyly, not even looking at Issei anymore, and had her eyes instead on the reflection of him in coffee. She could see his somewhat wobbly smile, which was only like that since she was sharkened just a little bit, as she awaited his answer. Yeah, of course. You always look kind of adorable in my eyes, Issei said before his words began a bit of mumble which she could hardly understand, but felt he was probably just embarrassed to say the last bit, judging by his newly gained red hue on his cheeks. But even though she didn't hear that last bit, it still made her smile, feeling he was starting to get more comfortable with her. They had been getting closer over the last few days, maybe not in the way that she wanted to, but in a different way, that she also kind of liked. She found this one to be rather nice and sweet. Neither really needed to do much or say anything before the other would get embarrassed, before they themselves got embarrassed too. And yet they could still be open about a few things that normally people who have only known each other for this long wouldn't talk about, besides the basics like favorite colors, which funnily was something they shared with each other, foods, clothes, and even their best battles. They had also talked about or at least touched on the topic of Issei's, hopefully, long-gone power to use a corrupted version of one of the Dragon Emperor's Juggernaut drive. Jolina added in with her own experience of when she had accidentally used it, though they both rather quickly left behind said topic, to maybe be discussed another day. Issei had also learned that Jolina was an orphan, but in the normal sense like he was, not that he really was either, but still. Long ago, when she was still a kid, she had been abandoned by her mom in another country on their way home from a vacation, only for her to be picked up by her uncle and aunt, and raised by her grandpa until he passed away. Her dad didn't even want to accept her as his daughter when she had found him a few years after that. Issei had been furious about it, finding it disgusting that parents could just do such things and think it was alright. And from what he could understand from Jolina, whenever she would talk about her childhood, she had been a practical normal kid. So it just baffled him how her parents could treat her like this. As he heard these stories, he remembered bits of Haida's life, where his parents had scolded him and talked harshly with him about his pervertness. Yet they had never stopped caring for him, even when it seemed to get worse. They accepted him for it, but still tried to guide towards a better path in life. As he was remembering these past 2 days' worth of conversations, teasing and bonding with Jolina, he somewhat subconsciously put his right arm around her, pushing her towards him. She didn't resist it, and just moved a bit over to his side, putting her left hand on his right hand, smiling gratefully as she just enjoyed their shared quiet and warm hug. Issei still hadn't really noticed the add heat on his right side, but when he did, he didn't react too much, just blushing for a moment before slightly tightening his grip. You wanna? Issei said before stopping himself, as he found himself unable to say what he wanted, breaking the relaxing quiet. Jolina, feeling curious about what he tried to say, nodded her head a bit, before speaking. Sure. Simple yet nice. Issei didn't really understand what she meant, since he hadn't really said what he wanted to invite her to. But I didn't say what I wanted to do. How come you? He was interrupted as he felt one of her cold fingers on his nose, booping it. Because I know it's gonna be fun. Especially with you, she said softly, as she leaned her head and body a little into his arm and side torso, warming herself on his heated body, as the cold winds were beginning to pick up. Issei didn't quite know how to answer her back after that, but still managed to come up with something. Great. Then would you come with me? Not that you really have a choice and all, but Sorry, I'll start over, Issei said, earning a cheeky giggle from Jolina, as he prepared himself with a deep breath. You wanna come with me to the familiar forest here on Friday? he asked somewhat nervously, feeling it was kind of like asking her to go back to his place, even though she was already living at his place. But as his nerves were slowly fading overgrowing, he really couldn't tell. Jolina had a bit of surprised expression. A small glint, or rather a flash of her grandmother ran through her head as what Issei had said began to click. The familiar forest? Underworld, Gremry territory, Tiamaid's garden home. Yes, since I am the king of the place, so I need to stay there a certain amount of time each year or else I lose my. Hey, are you okay? Issei asked, as he noticed how quiet Jolina had become. She had been sitting still at his side, tugged up against him somewhat, and had been as quiet as a mouse for the last few seconds. Issei had only thought she might have been against going there, but now he felt it might be something else. Jolina didn't answer him, she just kept quiet and looked into her cup, as small flashes of an old image flew by her, blocking the view of the reflected bright, golden, and concerned eyes looking back at her. She was almost in her own little world, with only a small and still lingering connection to the real one. That being the warmth she still felt from Issei. Jolina, are you okay? Issei asked again, this time with a bit more worry. He even nudged her a bit with his arm, which seemed to wake her from her thoughts. Yeah? What is it? Jolina stopped herself as the last few seconds came back to her, making her remember the small flashes going past her. She also now noticed those two golden lights that had been in the background of the passing flashes. They were Issei's. She turned her head around towards him, her eyes looking at him in an apologetic way. Oh, I'm sorry. I just got a lot on my mind, I guess. Sorry, she said, as she then looked away again, feeling a bit embarrassed by her sudden lack of attention. But even more than that, she felt scared. Scared of the images of that night, of the stories she had been told of that magical forest. She had always wanted to go there, but now she felt fearful of the idea. Her breathing became quicker as her head began spinning, making Jolina feel overwhelmed by it all. Issei noticed this, becoming even more worried than before. He tried to grab a hold of her shoulders to calm her down. Jolina? It's okay, it's okay. I am here for you. He felt a sudden shove to his stomach, as he fell back a bit, and his arms let go of Jolina. Don't, Jolina said, as her head was hanging low and her hair covering her frightened eyes, making the two unable to have eye contact, and Issei unable to see how she felt fully. Don't act like you can. Like you can always help me. I said I was fine, so I am fine, got it? She seemed aggressive, something that shocked Issei as he could swear he heard quiet sobs from her. It even surprised her how she was saying this, because she would have said something different, if not for the answer Issei gave her a few seconds after. But ain't we friends? I thought friends helped each other. Jolina stood up suddenly, her face still hidden, but this time not because of her hair, but because she didn't look at Issei. She was angry, hurt and sad. Why did he call her that? Weren't they more than just friends at this point? Or had she just gone too far in her own assumptions again? Or did Issei truly not want anything beyond this relationship they had? Was I just a friend all this time? She turned towards him, letting him see the pain in her eyes. Jolina, I'm sorry. If you could just tell me what's wrong, then maybe what? You can be an amazing friend and help me? But the big hero of the day? That. I said I am fine, so I am fine. Jolina yelled, interrupting Issei, who found himself to be even more confused at her actions. From how she had gone from seeming joyous, to then deep in thought, sad and now angry at him. He wanted to talk back, try and apologize, but he didn't know what for. He had said this a few times in the last few days he had known her, but this time it seemed different. He tried to stand up, but one look from her made him decide to keep still and listen. What? Can't you talk back anymore? Do you think I am being rude? Well, who is it who keeps me bound to the hip all day long? She herself didn't really know where all these words were coming from anymore, but she couldn't stop. It was as if she had held all these little things inside her, and now that she had been given a chance to let some of it out, something in her made her go overboard with it. You and everyone in your family. You all think I am dangerous if I am alone, without one of you to watch over me. But here is the thing, I am a ing Dragon Emperor, the Red Dragon Empress, and I will not let anyone control me or think that I need their help all the time. Is that ing understood? Jolina yelled, loud enough for the few members of the garden staff to hear. They became worried for their young lord, even some for his guest. One even went back to the house to call for Grayfia to come help. Jolina kept breathing heavily and fast, as she was regaining her breath after all the yelling she had just done. Yet her anger, nor pain hadn't faded, as Issei still hadn't said anything back to her. He hadn't yelled at her, or become angry himself. He had instead kept looking at her with his golden eyes, with an unsure expression on his face, as he had seemingly decided to let her vent out her frustration, some of which she didn't even know she had. But that look in his face didn't help. It made her angry that he wouldn't fight back, that he just took it all lying down. At least that was how it looked to her. Aren't you going to say anything? Heavy breathing, aren't you going to fight back? I am just so far beneath you, that me yelling at you means nothing? Jolina asked, her voice having become a bit dry after her tantrum earlier. Issei still didn't speak back, because he still didn't know what to say to her. But he felt hurt. He tried to say something, but it only came out as a whisper, too unsure of itself to be heard by others. He lowered his head down, feeling lost, shame and pain over this whole thing. He didn't know what he had done to make her this mad, and all the things she said to him didn't help him figure it out. She was just angry and had chosen to verbally abuse him and his family. He felt hurt because he couldn't stand to hear it, but he couldn't deny that she didn't have a point with some of the things she was saying. You really are pathetic for a dragon, Jolina said to his chose to stay silent, and that should have been it, until something in her made her go just one step too far. Your mother must have been worse than mine, if you ended up like this, Issei, Jolina said coldly, feeling this satisfying feeling of winning, yet it had been an unneeded victory. And that was when she felt she regained control of body and words again. It hadn't been this thing inside her who had said all those things, it had just been her all the way through, but something made her want to not admit it. She felt horrible at this sense of victory she was feeling inside her, but worse yet was how hurt Issei looked. Even without her being able to see his eyes, she could sense he was hurt, very hurt. And it was all her thought. She wanted to, no, she had to apologize for this. But it seemed she might have gone too far, for when she reached out to him, he slapped her hand away with his tail, scratching her hand as it happened. Don't touch me. Issei stood up slowly, as his hair began to trickle and make crack sounds, as if a fire was slowly starting up. His eyes, though, when she finally got to see them again, were burnt out. Not looking bright, nor shining, but instead they looked like a normal pair of eyes, but much duller and angry. You can say anything you want about me, my family, my life. Anything, he said as came to his full height, still standing an inch or two short of Jolina, yet even that seemed to change as his body began to grow bigger and his voice began to deepen. But I will never accept lies or unkind words against my mother. I will not let her name or deeds be looked down upon, nor turned into gossip of you weaker beings. Issei's body began to morph slowly as his head began to stretch out, with his back gaining a pair of new limbs. His legs and arms began to seem more leg-like, with his toes and fingers being turned into ivory claws. Jolina could hardly stand in his presence, as she felt his anger and his pain being put on her. This was her punishment, and she knew it. Issei's body was already well over 20 meters long within the next few seconds, and he still kept growing. His former tan skin had been replaced by many dull-looking crimson scales. His eyes had still not regained its former shine, as they kept looking at Jolina with anger and pain, before looking elsewhere into the sky. Then he began to speak again, but he sounded so much more hurt than before. Be grateful that I let you stay at my side, after this day. If you were anyone else, then this would have been the end of your life. Meet me at the entrance to my home on Friday night, he said, still looking into the slowly darkening sky, before flapping his wings without much concern for the rooftop, nor for Jolina. She could hardly move and was left to just stand and watch the figure of Issei flying further and further away from her. Issei, said Jolina softly, as she weakly reached out after him with one hand. She felt her heart freeze, as the warmth of Issei left her fully. What have I done? 87 years ago, familiar forest, burned plains, out in the midst of the almost ever-expanding familiar forest. With its mainly forest-like theme, hence the name, it also housed other kinds of habitats to suit other kinds of familiars' needs. It had swamps, mountain ranges, large portions of deserts and much denser forests than just the main one. It also used to have a lush and bright green plain of grass, an area where some of the weaker, yet much more beautiful-looking familiar normally would gather, until its first inhabitant burned the whole place to the ground for his own sack. Thus it had come to be known as the Burned Plains, as it stretches out over quite some distance. It houses many more creatures nowadays than when it had been created, with most of them being of the weaker sort, and some being simply brave to live near its de facto ruler. A huge crimson-red dragon roamed this place, as its ruler and owner. Back when he was a kid, he had burned most of the place just so he could live there, without his mother scolding him. His name was Issei Tiamatison, the son of the queen of the familiar forest. He had also become the godchild of Grayfia Lucifuge Gremory. Back when his mother and her became friends when he was in a long coma, making him also a member of the Gremory family, but not as Grayfia's child, more like her younger brother. He had over half a century ago been awakened to his principle of power, sunlight. A weak and maybe even a little uncool-sounding power, yet a dangerous one nonetheless. He was currently lying on the ground, just outside his burrow and watching the red sun as it flew slowly across the purple sky. A weird sight to most newcomers, but a relaxing one to the people born under its light. But Issei wasn't there to sun-gaze, but rather to find a way to solve a problem he had been having for half a decade now. How do I get Akinowani-san to stop teasing me? A problem he would likely never find an answer to, besides acting sad all the time, that seemed to work. But his question did earn him an interested and amused giggles from a nearby woman. He looked to his side, becoming wide-eyed at the sight of her, his mother, wearing one of her less than suitable dresses in her human form again. "Mom!" he yelped as he closed his eyes and almost dug his head in the ground beneath him, as Tiamat giggled even more, before it became a laughter at his childlike reaction. "What? Don't I look good in it? I mean, even if it leaves little to the imagination, and especially with how big my dash." "Stop. Please, Mother, you are too embarrassing," Issei yelled towards her, still having his eyes closed. She laughed a bit more at him for his cute reactions, before she came closer. As she went, she snapped her fingers once and the rather indecent clothes she had gotten from Akino were transformed into her normal and much more suitable one. "It's all fine now. But I do feel a little hurt since it seems my red gem doesn't think his mother looks beautiful when she wears nice clothes. HMP. She pouted jokingly, both trying to tug at his heart, yet also just to see more cute reactions from him. He knew he couldn't win in this situation, so it was either him saying sorry and agreeing to her looking good in whatever new and unladylike dress she had on that day, or her teasing him about it for the rest of the week if he just said yes to begin with. "Fine. You look nice in it. Just please stop wearing them out in the open like this, Mother," Issei begged, as he raised his head from the comforts of the ground beneath him, feeling relieved that his mother was now wearing something suitable. She stopped pouting and patted him on the side of his head, as she smiled a cheerful smile. "Oh, so you do think your mother looks beautiful? Such a naughty boy, Issei. I must have gone wrong somewhere as I raised you, if you find your mother attractive," Tiamat teased, earning herself low growls of frustrations from her son, as he had once again walked right into one of her traps. "But I'll allow it for today. But back to your problem, dear, what's bothering you?" she asked, as she jumped up onto his right front leg, gaining herself a clear eye contact with him. Issei turned his right eye from his mother, onto the son again as he began to talk. "It's not really bothering me, it's just sometimes she just says things that get under my skin. And then I get mad, Mother," Issei said as he looked back at his mother, who nodded, understanding his problem. On paper it was rather basic, but it was a problem, and with how far Akino could sometimes, if she was thinking straight, it could become a bigger problem in the future. "I see. I don't know what to say that could help, but I do know that Akino doesn't mean what she is saying. It's just her way of communicating, my red gem," Tiamat said, as she caressed his front leg, as a way to make him relax. "I know that. But she could just talk to me like a normal person, instead of having to go so far," Issei said, as he thought of all the weird ways she had gotten to talk with him. If not by just tricking him into meeting her in weird places or by lying or asking someone else to send him there, then she had also tried to lure him in with UL teasing. That approach was quickly and thankfully stopped by Rias. But then it just became even worse when she would still try to use it. She had also snuck into his bedroom sometimes, or into his bath. Issei hardly believed she was just trying to tease him, but that was until he learned she only really did this with men she was close with, which meant she only did this to him, Gasper and Kiba. Hopefully. Though he had never heard either of those two ever complaining about it, making him come to the conclusion she was only doing it to him. But all those things were fine, sometimes at least. But what really made him angry was when she would speak about his mother in a bad way. He hadn't blown up in her face about it, at least not yet, not like he did with others who weren't as close to him as she was. But he feared that one day she would say something he couldn't forgive or let her get away with. "I am afraid one day she might do something that would make me unable to forgive her. I don't want to lose her, but I also don't want to listen to her jokes," Issei said, as he looked hopefully at his mother, hoping she could give him a hand with this. I see. That is a tough dilemma. You know, I went through a similar thing when I was young with my siblings," Tiamat said, somewhat reminiscing of her own childhood, with her siblings or rather her old friends, but at the time they were just all so close that they all felt like hatchmates, or siblings. "Siblings? You have siblings, Mom?" Issei asked, curious about his mother's past. Plus the possible new uncles and aunts he could get to meet, though his mother stopped that from happening before it went too far. "Yeah, I had siblings. They died in the Great War as some of the few dragons' casualties in that war. They were my oldest friends and helped me to get over my heartbreak when my old mate left me for his stupid dreams," Tiamat said, as she could remember old and fickle memories of her siblings. She made small circles on Issei's claws, as she went quiet for a bit, before she began hers and Issei's little trip down her memory lane. "We used to fight a lot with each other. We would do dumb things to get each other's attention, which was normally the start of most our fights," she said as she looked over towards Issei's golden and intrigued right eye. It made her smile that he seemed so interested in her past, even though it was long gone. "Back then I was no more than a small fry. I was weak, skinny and not very attractive, while they all became loved by almost everyone around them among our people. Yet they kept me close to them, even though I began to try and mess with them so I could feel like I had their attention, even though I already had it," Tiamat said, as she giggled a bit at the time she tricked her older brother while he was with his mate. The prank had been so bad that they broke up, and while her brother was angry with her, he still forgave her for it. "So I would do stuff like Akino does to you. I would try and get their attention any way I could, because I felt so insecure at the time. And I think Akino is doing the same with you," Tiamat said, smiling a knowing smile as she saw the look in Issei's right eye, like he had maybe realized something. He had, since he began to notice how, when Akino teased him in the past, it always seemed to happen when he was with the others, working on his powers, or when he was just by himself. Maybe Tiamat had a point about her just wanting his attention, since he felt now that maybe he had not been talking enough with her. "I think you're right, Mother. Maybe I should try and talk more with her." "Thanks, Mother," Issei said, raising his lips a bit as he sent his mother a toothy smile, with her sending back her own, less toothy, smile. "Good to hear, my red gem," Tiamat said as she patted the side of his eye proudly, before she snapped her fingers again and stood up in the revealing clothes once more. "But seriously, Issei, does my butt look big in this or what?" Tiamat asked, sounding genuine as she turned her back towards Issei, who began whimpering again at the sight. "Mother, please no, present time, Gremry territory, Kaniko's residence." In the early morning of another, rather boring, yet regular Wednesday, the family of only 4 female Nikomoto were awakened to quite the sight, one their neighbors shared as well. Outside in their small mansion-sized garden, behind their small mansion-sized townhouse, surrendered by white, blue, and yellow flowers, lay the sleeping body of a very familiar crimson dragon. Kaneko, her wife Nene, their teenage daughter, Hanine, and Kaneko's older sister, who was still single despite her best efforts, Kuroka, all stood in the opening of their garden door, still in their night clothes and just watching in awe, as Issei slept in the middle of their now trampled garden. I think I'll go back to bed now. Wake me up if he asks for me, Kuroka said as she put all her weight on her left heel, before spinning around and going out of the garden entrance, before entering the main entrance hall and going up the stairs to the bedrooms. Mama, why is Uncle Issei sleeping in our garden? And why on my catnip? Hanine's mouth was closed suddenly, as Nene used a shinjitsu to stop her from saying too much about their little secret. Catapult flowers, right honey? Nene asked Hanine, who began nodding very fast, as she realized what she had almost said to her mama. Kaneko just took another sip from her coffee, ignoring her wife and daughter's terrible try at hiding their secret from her. Catnip, at least to supernatural cat-like beings, is not so much a drug as it just is what a cigarette is to a human, a stress relief plant, without too many of the same health problems. Catapult flowers are only different in the way that it isn't addictive, unlike catnip, but it does similar things, but just to a lesser extent. I don't know, honey, but trust me, your uncle is going to pay for whatever he trample, especially if it's my chocolate tree, Kaneko said, as she put down her coffee cup and went out the door. She didn't care about both the weird and perverted looks she got from her neighbors, as she was still wearing her nightgown, a white and silky robe covering her, with her wearing a black pair of shorts and a black sports bra under it, only leaving her well-muscled stomach, legs and arms to be seen. Something Nene loved. She reached the left side of his head, feeling his hot breath blow at her robe, letting her neighbors see her toned legs, and making her wife feel light-headed. Hanine just felt indifferent, caring more about her drugs. Issei, she first whispered near his eye, trying to wake him calmly first. It didn't work, so she tried again, a bit louder, and again. Then on her fourth try, she put her left foot behind her, lifted her robe's right arm sleeve, making her wife wonder if she was in heat or what, since she felt her head going slowly blank, just from the sight of Kaneko's toned arm. Wake up, Issei! The small figure of Kaneko should never be seen as being weak, because every centimeter of her body is strong enough to wake up a heavenly dragon with only a single punch. A deep whimper or whine of pain was heard, only a bit after Kaneko had punched his nose, a sign that Issei was awake. What the hell, Jolina dash! Wait! Where I am? Issei yelled, still holding back a well-deserved morning yawn, though his anger was replaced by his confusion at where he was, though that became clear as he noticed his older sister, in her nightgown, standing in front of him with a morning smile. As in an indifferent and tired smile, since Kaneko doesn't really smile in the morning, unless it's Candy Sunday. Kaneko? Why the hell am I at your house? Issei said, as he carefully tried to stand up, trying his best to avoid trampling any other plants, beside and very unfortunately, the catnip. That's what I would like to know. Transform into your human form and come inside, I'll make a new can of coffee, Kaneko said, as she turned around and started walking back inside, but not before stopping in front of her kid and wife, sending them both a disappointed look. Catnip? Really? No more hugs, yes, Sunday candy or as phone for the rest of the month, Kaneko said, as she passed her now dead wife and kid, as they each lost too much in such a short time. Issei was rather confused by what had happened between the three of them, but decided he should stay out of it since Kaneko could be a bit of a lion mom when it came to things like this. Inside in the living room, after much struggle from two of the four gathered people eating at the table, Kaneko and Issei began to talk, as Nene and Hanine just sat in silence. So why were you out in my garden of all places? Don't you basically have the entire Gremory Gardens to trample on instead? Asked Kaneko, as she took another sip of her freshly brewed coffee, as she watched Issei, who barely seemed to touch his cup or his food for that matter. I am sorry, sister. Issei struggled a bit with what he wanted to say, since he barely knew where to start with the whole thing. practical everything from the start of that sudden change in Jolina. To him, leaving was just one big jumble of feelings, words, and pain. And almost anything after had been a blur to him, with only small glimpses of it still intact in his mind. He put his left hand under his chin, and flopped some of his finger inside his mouth, showing his sharp teeth off, though unlike normally his niece Hanine didn't care. She was too depressed at the moment. Kaneko, seeing that as well as the confused look in his eyes, reached over with both of her hands, grabbing his right hand and massaging it softly to calm him. "It's okay, Issei. Just say whatever you need to say, I am here for you." Kaneko kept massaging his hand, even sending some comforting shinjitsu magic his way through her hands. It helped Issei, since he could start to slowly make an order of his thoughts on that whole argument they had yesterday. "Thanks. Pooh, I still don't really understand what happened. I mean, suddenly Jolina just became angry at me. And I left my home and said I would come back on Friday," Issei said as he moved his left hand out of his mouth, and up from his chin, and over his eyes to cover them. "By Lilith's kindness, I am the worst host ever," he said, earning him a few disagreeing tisk-tisk from Kaneko. "You are not the worst host ever. At least not compared to my sister Dash. Hey. I heard that, so don't be so harsh on yourself. Go on and try maybe to add a bit more detail," Kaneko said, hardly caring that she had roasted her sister within her earshot, as she was more focused on helping Issei. Issei sighed at first as he tried to retell the events of yesterday's afternoon coffee time on the roof, which had then turned into Jolina becoming angry at him, venting her anger on him, about his family, and then his mother. Kaneko knew that last bit wasn't a good one to use when screaming or yelling at Issei, especially when he is already having a hard time understanding why people were suddenly sad or angry at him. It was like both the perfect way for him to end the argument with people, but it also had the downside of being the most surefire way of him ending someone's life. Luckily, Jolina had managed to make herself liked enough for Issei's anger, to not kill her on the spot, but instead leave her all alone as he ran away from the problem. It's the kind of situation that neither side likes to be in, since none of them feel like they won or that they were right at the end of it, since it only ever left losers and no winners. Kaneko had been in a few of these arguments before, with her family, and had learned from every one of those fights that these things were always inevitable in some sense, and the only thing that mattered was how you dealt with it afterwards. She wouldn't say it to his face, at least not right now, because she knew he would probably just beat himself up about it on the inside, but the way he handled it wasn't the best. 1. He had basically threatened her with her life. 2. He had not given her a chance at all to say sorry, not that she had either. And 3. He ran away from her and left her to wallow in her own self-hate and regret all alone, instead of in silence with him nearby, while he could talk about it with her. She sighed, finding this problem to be exhausting, and it was just the start of the day. "I am sorry. Really, I am. So can I please stay here until Friday? I know it won't fix the problem, but I just can't see her right now, not after that," Issei said, as he looked at Kaneko with hopeful eyes, while her own were conflicted. If she let him stay, he would have time to think, and maybe find the answer to why Jolina suddenly got mad, which would be great. But it would also mean Jolina would be alone in that big house, and would have to do the same, just without people around her to guide her or make her feel calm. But on the other hand, if she said no, Issei would either try and ask someone else to stay at their place, or he would go back home, and with how well he handled it last time, they would probably end up back at square one in a matter of hours. Either way, either would learn how to deal with this kind of thing correctly. Kaneko sighed deeply, still not seeing how she could make the best decision in this dilemma, where she wouldn't have to step in and help too much, since then they wouldn't learn anything either. "Issei, I think that maybe you should try and go back home and talk with her," Kaneko said. She could already see the disagreeing look in Issei's eyes, but before he could get to answer back, she spoke up again. "Now, I am not telling you to talk with each other, if either of you are not ready. I am just saying that the way you're trying to handle this right now isn't going to help in the long run. Think about how she is feeling right now," Kaneko asked, feeling bad that she had to play with his kind heart, But how else was she going to win over her little brother's stubbornness? Issei seemed taken aback by what she said, as he hadn't actually thought about what she was feeling at the moment, but he could imagine she was probably just as angry and sad as he was. Just think about it, what you would feel if suddenly she left you all alone in her home, after becoming as angry as you did and not giving you a chance to talk. Wouldn't you feel terrible being alone in her home, if she had left in a fit of rage too? Kaneko asked, speaking with her own experience on this matter, since she had had this experience before, when she and Nene had just begun dating. It had been possibly the worst night in her life, as she could barely make herself do anything other than lay in bed, and was waiting for Nene to return home. She could imagine that was what Jolina was doing at the moment, just lying there, feeling lost, unsure, angry, sad, bitter, and ashamed. Just waiting for Issei to come back, so she could tell him how sorry she is. It won't help if you just stay away from her, Lord Issei. It never does, Nene said, finding her own words to add to the ongoing conversation, as she too remembered the same night that Kaneko was remembering, though more from Issei's perspective. Sometimes it feels like it will help to get space, and it does at first, but too much space can also be bad for you. If you just stay away, it will hurt more as time goes on, Nene continued, as she reminisced of her own side of that night. She wanted to help him, since he had been a big help in making her able to tell Kaneko her feelings. I think I get it. And you are definitely both right, thank you for guiding me. Again. I'll leave now, since I have probably already overstayed my welcome, Issei said, as he stretched the root of his horn, a bit nervously, yet he was truly thankful for their wise words. He left not long after, still having hardly eaten anything, but at least he felt a bit more sure of himself. That he might have a chance to fix this, between him and her. Hanaine went outside with him, to see him off and to try and save whatever remains of catnip flowers she could, before her mama would burn it all later. Still at the table, though now at each other's side, was Kaneko and Nene, both happy to have been helpful to the young dragon, though one problem still remained that these two now needed to fix together. Look, Kaneko, honey, I am sorry for keeping it secret from you all this time. I wanted to tell you, really I did, but you know how sometimes I worry that Hanaine doesn't see me in the same light as she does you, since Nene said, sobbing as she talked, with Kaneko listening carefully to her, understanding what she meant. She put her arms around Nene's torso, pulling her over towards her. I know, and I was waiting for you two to tell me. I know how you and Hanaine are with each other, but trust me. Just because you believe it doesn't mean it isn't true, Kaneko said, as she leaned in towards Nene's forehead and touched it with her own, as she hugged her closer into her, breaking the rules she had made only a couple of minutes prior. Nene gave into the hug as well, sobbing even more as she felt dumb for letting her worries get to her like this. Hanaine couldn't care less if she had been born by me or you, or even have been adopted. She loves us, because we are her parents. So stop beating yourself up so much, Nene. You are a wonderful mother, probably better than me sometimes, Kaneko said, feeling a bit bad for her own shortcomings as a parent, though luckily for her Nene was there for her, like she was for her. Rubbish, we are both good parents, and even if we might fall short, then at least we can fall short together, right, Chiron? Nene asked, making Kaneko blush a bit at how kind her wife was. Neither noticed their daughter watching them, which is also probably why Kaneko said this so romantically. True. So let's have a few more shortcomings together, Nene? The sounds of happy purrs, sleepy purrs and childhood-ruined purrs could all be heard from the happy family of four, as the distant sound of wings flapping slowly faded from the area. Another boring, yet regular Wednesday. Meanwhile, Tiamade's garden home, on the beautifully tiled pathway, leading from the main manor of the Garden of Dragons, as dubbed by Issei on his 18th birthday, to the second home of the Dragon King, Tiamat, and the Heavenly Dragon, Issei. The Dragon Queen's Garden. A fitting name given its surroundings, as well as the many different flowers, vines and few trees growing on its walls and edges, which somehow mixed rather well with the blue base and golden design on the walls underneath it. A truly beautiful home, and one rather beloved by its now sole inhabitant, though said inhabitant is not home at the moment. But in his place, someone else, namely Rias, his older sister, has taken it upon herself to watch his home. She is also there to help Jolina, instead of Grayfia, who already tried last night, but to practically no avail. She was standing on the last title design on the pathway, depicting a red dragon flying around a sun in circles. She wore her less formal clothes, that being a simple long-armed blue shirt, with a t-shirt underneath, since it was a bit cold. A pair of red leggings, with a red skirt and some black socks over it. She had her hair down, since she felt it wouldn't be needed for her to look too serious, not for now at least. But that would all depend on how hers and Jolina's upcoming conversation was going to go, if it even could go, since from what Rias was told by Grayfia, Jolina had been practically unreachable. Besides her mentioning Issei, she was practically deaf to anything else. Rias took a deep breath, shaking her head as a way to get all those doubts out, before walking forward and opening the door. As she did that, she was met with what she could only describe as one of the most pitiful sights she had ever seen, and she had seen quite a lot of those in her life. At the front door, over in the corner next to a 2-meter-tall mirror, sat Jolina all coiled up in a blue blanket, just watching herself in the mirror. Rias didn't know what to do, what to say, or how to even start. She was just in shock at how bad Jolina seemed to have it, which only got worse as her eyes began to notice other details. Like her sleep-deprived eyes, both of them having bags underneath. Her hair looked slightly ripped at, like she had ripped out pieces of her hair. But for what? Anger? Frustration? Or self-made punishment? But worse yet was her dull and dead-looking eyes, as if her entire life was over, which in her state of mind it probably was. Though to Rias it just felt a tad bit overdramatic, not that she would comment on it. This was, after all, at least from what Rias knew, Jolina's first time arguing with a special friend. And since her brother, Issei, was a bit immature when it came to these things, considering the fact that he would normally have killed the person, it made Rias feel oddly amused by the whole thing. Not that she really was, but it was more a back-of-the-mind kind of thing, since she was still rather worried about Jolina, and how she was dealing with all this, since she herself knew, from first-hand experience, how it feels to have a fight with a lover, though in that case there was a winner, and she paid heavily for that. So with a deep breath and determined look, Rias walked over slowly to Jolina's side, standing a few meters behind her. "Jolina? Can we talk for a bit, you and I?" Rias asked, wanting to check if what Grayfia had told her about Jolina being unreachable was still true or not. It was, since even after a solid 20 seconds she still hadn't given her a repaled, nor had she looked at her via the mirror. "Jolina, I know you can hear me. So please talk to me, and let me try to help you," Rias asked in the kindest voice she could muster, mostly as a way to hopefully make Jolina feel more comfortable, though it didn't seem to work the intended way. Since instead of Jolina answering, it was Drake. "Greetings, Rias Gremry. It has been a long time since we last met." Drake spoke. His voice rang deeply in the halls with slight joy, though it was mostly overshadowed by his worry for his host. Rias, upon hearing the ancient dragon's voice, bowed politely, lifting up her skirt and crossing her legs, before standing up straight again. "It has, Drake, it truly has. But as much as I would love to talk about old times, I believe I might need your help in this matter, since it seems Jolina has shut herself in," Rias said, sounding happy to hear her old love's best friend again, even though last time hadn't been the best. Though she didn't know if the last time was real, so she had decided not to count it. "Indeed, but I have some bad news on that front," Drake said, as he managed to manifest the boosted gear on Jolina's arm, without her even reacting, at least not visible to Rias. "Like I told Grayfia last night, there isn't much to be done. She speaks to me, but only through whispers, and her mind is unnaturally stable, which has me quite worried," Drake said, as he repeated the basics of what he told Grayfia last night, before she left to report to Rias and the rest of the household. Though all of it combined was bad, though some pieces were at least a step in hopefully positive directions, that last one confused Rias. Why would her having a stable mind be concerning? Why would her mind being stable be a problem? If anything, it should be seen as a blessing, since it means Rias stopped herself as the puzzle pieces put themselves into place, since if Jolina was currently freaking out or acting out of desperation, then she must be in or close to going into that still state she goes into. Oh, I see, that is quite worrying. Rias said. This newfound worry began to settle in a bit after. Indeed, which is the way I have been trying to look for. How should I explain it? The root core of the problem? Drake said, almost going into an unneeded rant about how he would describe this problem, or what to call, how he was finding it. Anyways, that bit doesn't matter. What really matters is that I am trying to figure out why this happened. But with her not really talking to me and having locked me out of her mind somehow, I am completely at a loss for what to do. Drake finished, revealing to Rias the possible first time, outside of a Juggernaut Drive chant, when one of the twin heavenly dragon souls couldn't communicate properly with their hosts, nor see inside their head. Rias was stunned with this revelation, but still she tried to think of how she should move forward with this new information. I see, that is really worrisome, but can she still hear me or can she only hear you? Rias asked, wanting to know if she could even start, even if it was one-sided, a conversation with her. She can, though her body nor her mind doesn't seem to move, nor react to anything. She reacts whenever someone mentions him, so that might be the best approach, though I wouldn't recommend it since. Drake hesitated a bit, as the memory of Jolina's outburst at him rang out inside of his head. Well, I think Grayfia had either been lucky or just didn't pressure her too much about it. Unlike me. Just be warned and do not try or say anything that isn't needed. Remember, she is stronger than you and most of your peerage combined. Drake warned, as he went quiet to resume his attempts of opening up Jolina's mind again, so that he maybe could figure out why she suddenly attacked Issei verbally yesterday. Rias, who had now been left alone in a sense, still stood a few meters away from Jolina, just watching her reflection in the mirror as she thought over her few, yet hard options. She could simply pressure her into telling her everything, but thanks to Drake's warning that would probably be as safe as insulting Lilith in front of Ophis. She could also just leave and have the maid keep an eye on her, until Issei came home to fix his and Jolina's problem, but knowing her brother he would probably fumble somewhere along the way and make it worse somehow. So, her only real option was to try and have a girl talk, with Jolina right here at the main entrance to the Pyramid Garden home of Issei. She moved over towards Jolina carefully, watching her body for any sudden movement, though there were hardly any to see, besides the routine blinks. She now stood right next to her, with only an arm's length between the two. She sat down on the ground, using her legs as a seat and her skirt as a small pillow between her butt and heels. She hadn't done it on purpose, but she was sitting in a rather Japanese sitting stance. Jolina. Rias, with a slightly unsure voice, began speaking. I hope you understand that Issei. Rias almost jumped to the side, as she received a menacing glare from the reflections of Jolina. Her two violet eyes seemed to almost shine with a dark and threatening glow. Though it had shocked her a bit, she took a moment to calm herself before continuing. That he sees you as an important person, despite the things you've said to him, Rias said before this slight of unease began sitting in from unsure she was at how she should continue, though she felt her heart pull her in one direction, and since nothing else seemed to work in her mind right now, then what bad could come from listening to her heart? If you had been anyone else, then Issei wouldn't have kept you alive, nor promised to see you again. That makes you probably as close to him as me, maybe even closer, Rias said, feeling a bit fearful of what she was saying, but since Drake had not chosen to stop her, nor had Jolina done anything either, then maybe what she was doing was working? It was, but not as visible as Rias had hoped for, since she didn't notice the small stares she was getting from Jolina. My brother, ever since I first met him, has always been picky about who he likes. It was by Satan's luck that I ever even managed to earn his forgiveness, and still to this day I fear that the next time I make a mistake he will hate me forever. You see, much like you, involved his mother in my own fit of rage, or rather desperation, Rias said as she remembered that day through small glints, with the mostly visible parts being the knocked-out blue dragon, the hate-filled glare from a young crimson dragon, and her holding onto his cold and almost lifeless body. Jolina saw this in one of her fast stares at her, as her mind and body began being more free, allowing both herself to listen more intently to Rias, and Drake to learn what happened yesterday. I know how you feel, well, maybe not to the same extent or way, but I understand that feeling all the same. I used to love someone too as well. He was brave, caring, maybe a bit dumb, yet still a wonderful man. My life was perfect, but I chose not to see it, because while my life was perfect, my love for him wasn't the way I wanted it. Rias said as a small tear rolled down her cheek, as she remembered that night faintly. He would always try to help everyone he'd ever met, regardless if they were friend or foe. He became so popular that I started to feel forgotten thanks to the many women swarming around him, like moths to a flame. A flame that I felt was mine and mine alone. So one night I confronted him about it, much in the same way that you did. Rias said as the night replayed itself in her mind, with the sight of her looking down at the armored figure of Issei Haidu, trying to hide his tears so as to not give Rias more things to insult him with. I let my emotions get the better of me, and it led to Issei fighting back when I went too far. I said something to him that I never should have, but at the time I thought little of it, since I was so self-centered that I didn't realize that even to that day he was still haunted by it, Rias said, before she reached up with her left hand and wiped a small tear away, before she chuckled sadly at how stupid she had been on repeat when it came to that one issue. I told, or rather screamed at his face, that what Rainier had done had been a blessing in disguise. He almost broke my back as payback to my insult, leaving me with a pretty nasty scar. Rias said, as she pointed at her back with little effort. Jolina was genuinely shocked to hear that the former Red Dragon Emperor had done something like that to the person he loved, but then again she couldn't really defend him, since she might have done the same. But that's just the price of ing up. It leaves scars, both physical and also mental. Neither is good, but they still teach you and your partner something valuable about each other. Rias said as she started feeling weirdly confident after revealing that secret to Jolina, and now she just, rather couldn't wait to say her next golden nugget of wisdom. She felt a bit childish about it, but she could see that Jolina had begun reacting more to her talking, and what helped that belief more was when this happened. What? Does it teach me about Issei? Jolina asked nervously, feeling unsure of herself. It didn't help that her voice was weak from both her lack of sleep, eating, and other basic needs that she had denied, for her self-made punishment. Rias smiled warmly at her, still through the mirror as the two had gained eye contact. That if you need to go that far for them, or for them to go so far to make you angry or sad, then you and them have a bond strong enough to endure through it. Rias said, though it left both her and Jolina a bit confused at her supposed wisdom. What? Jolina asked, with Drake silently asking the same, as Jolina finally turned her head towards Rias, who was sweating a bit at her poorly explained words. Well, you see. What I mean is that you two will figure it out. Right, that? Hee. Sorry, Rias said as her former happy and confident attitude was gone, and replaced with more of a nervous, stuttering mess. Though it may not have brought the original intended effect, it still made Rias able to talk face to face with Jolina, who, even though she was more confused at whatever Rias was trying to say, still seemed less depressed and pitiful than before. I don't really know what I am saying anymore. But I think I was trying to tell you that everything will work out. Some things will never be the same, while new things become available. You just have to choose, with Issei by your side, how you two will handle these changes. Rias said, as she somehow saved her previous statement, with one that made sense, in some capacity. Jolina turned away from Rias, as she began to stare at herself in the mirror again, though she didn't look sad or depressed. She looked like she was deep in thought. Rias sighed with great relief, as she felt this sudden feeling of pressure leaving her shoulders coming over her. It was almost too much when she felt how much it was. Geez, these two are too much alike. Both overly Rias's thoughts were stopped, as both she and Jolina suddenly stood up as they felt themselves being teleported into a pocket dimension. Rias wasn't too worried about the sudden shift in her current dimensional plane. She was mostly worried about why they had suddenly been put in there. Jolina, on the other hand, though, was quite spooked since this was her first time going into one. She had traveled across dimensions and realms many times, but she had never gone into one of these before. Ah, what's going on? She asked very worriedly, as she looked all around her and began noticing something strange. The whole dimension was literally just Issei's home, though she noticed that she and Rias were probably at the edge of it. Seeing as when she looked down the main hallway, where the stairs leading should have been, instead now was a hole into some freaky light show. But when she turned towards Rias, she stopped right before she could fully see the back of Rias's head, as her eyes suddenly became blindly by a bright shining light. She blinked a few times, even putting up her hand to cover her eyes, which gave her a view of where the light was coming from. Where the left side of the giant double door should have been, now instead was a massive hole, allowing for a clear sight of the now withered and burnt-down garden, which could be seen along with many cracks in both the floor and walls. But even more striking than that was the giant crimson figure hovering over a much smaller, yet weirdly to Jolina's innate combat mind, more fighting white-haired figure holding a sword. She knew at a glance who the crimson figure was, thanks to both his magical signature, plus him having shown off his body a few times in the past week. It was Issei. Issei? She said weakly, before taking a slow and unsteady step forward. You came ba Rias shut up her arm to prevent Jolina from going any further, since it was clear, to Rias at least, that Jolina couldn't feel the intense heat Issei was giving off. Don't go any closer. It's not safe right now, Rias said, as she struggled with setting up both a protective and heat-resistant barrier around the two. If you go any closer, you will be roasted alive. Issei isn't around like when you and him first met. He is serious this time, Rias said as she finished the preparations of the barriers, and began forming a rather thin dome around them, before she began to instead focus both her magic on hers and Jolina's barrier, along with the whole area as to not unleash Issei's insane heat. Jolina was still trying to process everything that was happening, with her beginning to plan how she and Issei were going to deal with their problem, until now, since he was suddenly here and seemed to be about to fight that white-haired figure. She still, even after Rias's warning, reached her hand out towards him. She wanted to talk to him, to hold him again, and to apologize. Rias didn't see Jolina's hand nearing the walls of the barrier, nor when she breached it, but she did hear Jolina's slight scream of pain. Jolina? I told you not to. Oh dear. Rias didn't know what to do. Jolina's entire right hand had been burnt, with some of her arm having burn marks too. It wasn't irreversible damage, but it was still bad. Thankfully Jolina had a pretty huge pain tolerance, and just to be safe, she summoned the boosted gear to boost it. Boost! Jolina still clenched her right hand in her now armored left one, feeling the sizzling burning pain in it and regretting her choice. Ah! She yelled before she fell down on her knees, still holding her burnt hand protectively. What did you call her? Issei roared out across the small pocket dimension, making the two women put their attention onto him, and the white-haired figure, who seemed to have sprouted dark feather wings and was currently flying in front of Issei. I called her a whore, my boy. Because only a whore would have given birth to someone. Issei didn't even let him finish, before he was suddenly swatted away by his left claw, before being slammed into the ground by his massive tail. A massive cloud of dust was sent up into the sky as a result of Issei's raw strength, but said cloud shot out a small stream of itself, before it too broke, revealing the white-haired man was fine and had his sword in a slashing-ready position. Die, you flayed dragon! Die, bastard son of Tiamat! The man screamed as he practically nose-dived right at Issei, thanks to how high up he had flown with his wings, so that even despite Issei standing at 50 meters tall, he could still gather enough momentum to perform as fast an attack as this. Issei didn't have a chance to defend himself, so before he knew it the man had slashed along, but thankfully swallow cut on the right side of his neck. Ah! Bastard! Issei roared out in pain, before slashing out after him with his front legs, but it only served to let his opponent get another attack in on him. This time on his right front leg, making Issei have to bend said leg by just the sheer amount of pain it caused him. You don't deserve the title of a heavenly dragon, only Lord Crom did. Now die! The man yelled before he suddenly spread out his dark wings and flew up as high as he could, before positioning his sword right over his head. He then began to dive straight at Issei, at speeds Issei couldn't for unknown reason see himself dodging. He just stood there as his opponent came straight at him from above. He could only increase his defense at this point, and hope it would save him. Jolina saw all this in slow motion, as the crimson and now slightly burning giant figure of Issei was looking up at the quickly descending white light coming down towards him, ready to end him. Without any care for herself, but only for him, she ran. Issei, Issei! Jolina cried as she exited the barrier once more, feeling the intense heat burning her body, but not for long as Drake activated the Welsh Dragon chainmail. It boosted her body's resistance towards the heat, allowing for her to fly towards the two figures at high speeds, thanks to her own pair of wings, namely the wings of the chainmail armor set. Issei, upon hearing Jolina's voice, lost his focus, making him stop his increase in power but a moment before regaining his focus and continuing his power up. A wave of heat was sent out all around him, with him being its source. It made both the white-haired man and Jolina have to put their arms up to protect themselves from the strength behind the wave. It was strong enough to make the white-haired man be sent flying back, while it only made Jolina have to dig her feet into the withered and burnt ground, as she kept boosting her fire resistance and slight healing ability. Jolina, leave and take my sister with you, Issei said stoically, though thanks to his current form, it sounded more like he was angry. He somewhat painfully turned his gaze away from Jolina and Rias's direction, as he focused more on his opponent. And you? You must pay for your transgression against my mother. Minor son! Issei roared out, making both the heat and Rias's fear even more intense. Rias knew most, if not all, of Issei's spells and abilities, and she knew that luckily Minor Son wasn't that bad compared to some of the other things he could do, but it could still easily break this dimensional pocket if he didn't focus its power properly. Right over Issei's head a small golden orb began to form, with it gaining more power, and a more mixed match of flame-like colors as speck of mana Issei's senseway fused into it. Rias was hoping that Jolina would notice how dangerous that orb could be, just by how hot it had become by its mere presence. But unfortunately Jolina kept pushing through as she took a huge and deep step for a second that passed, with her armor tips slightly melting, before being repaired. It just went to show that among fire dragons, Issei was the apex. If even the armor made of a heavenly dragon, who himself was a fire dragon, could melt by just one of Issei's weakest abilities. Jolina, come back to the barrier right now. You won't be able to survive, no matter how many times you boost. Rias shouted, hoping she could make Jolina retreat back into her barrier, so they could make it strong enough and also keep the dimensional pocket going, so the real world wouldn't be put into a heat wave unlike any it had ever seen. But instead, Jolina decided to try and fly towards the white-haired man, who still hadn't paid them any attention as his focus was solely on the small sun being created right above Issei, who was glaring daggers at him, even more so his black feathery wings. Come on, Drake, boost my wings as much as you can. I need to help him. Jolina shouted through the mental connection to Drake, who too also wanted Jolina to retreat, but seeing as how practically none of his host ever did as he wanted, he resigned himself to boosting her wings and fire resistance as much as he could. You better not make me regret this. Drake roared inside Jolina's head, both angry, yet proud by her actions. No real dragon could ever look down on one of their kind trying to help the ones they love. Jolina flying sped to levels she hadn't really practiced much with, making her almost fly into Issei himself, but luckily she dodged in the last second, but earned both the attention of Issei and the white fallen angel. The white-haired man noticed the figure of the armor, before smiling a wicked smile as he suddenly nose-dived after her, without Issei noticing. Jolina tried to steer herself around toward Issei again, this time at less intense speeds, which she managed as she flew over next to his head, not feeling the minuter sun, as she was more focused on Issei. Issei, let me help, I can fight him too, I am strong enough, Jolina said, showing off her aura hoping she could get Issei's approval, though regardless she would help either way. You are no match for this man, so just run. Jolina dodge. Just in the last second, as Issei's angry voice calmed itself, It switched to immediate worry as the white-haired man appeared right above Jolina. His sword was pointed straight at Jolina's beautiful face, ignorant of what kind of danger she was in, so Issei chose to take the hit on her behalf. Issei! In what Jolina could only describe as her life flashing right before her eyes, as the sword the man was using cut right through Issei's left hand's middle claw, severing the last joint and claw from the main hand. It left the entire area silent, until possibly the loudest roar or maybe even whimper could be heard by Issei himself, at the intense pain the sword had afflicted him with. "Oh! You bastard! I will kill you!" Issei roared, as he let his anger out, letting go of Jolina intentionally and began to spew golden and orange flames out at the man, in a vain and rage-induced attempt to simply kill him. Jolina managed to grape onto the side of Issei's left front leg, hanging on with all her might as Issei kept moving around, even as he took off from the ground below with his wings, making an enormous cloud of dust be pushed out from his original position on the ground. "Sunset!" he roared as he finally cut the magic serpile he had to the small that had still been over his head, letting it float by itself and remaining stationary. With that severing from Issei, it began to shine even more brightly, making the already orangish sky color turn to a much darker orange with small mixes of red and yellow in it, like the sky itself had become a sun. It wasn't though, thankfully, it was just a show of how much magic he had concentrated into that small orb, since it was now beginning to penetrate this small pocket dimension. "What's got you so riled up? It's just one finger." The white-haired man mocked him, as he kept dodging Issei with his own much more refined moves, while Issei tried his best with his less controlled and more volatile ones. He was destroying the ground under him, as each missed hit or wave of fire he spewed out would either make small meteor-sized craters or burn whatever plant life was still alive. It was like a sea of flames below him, with only Rias's little barrier being still relatively safe and unharmed. And while Issei was using his godlike strength in his attempt to kill this unknown enemy, Jolina was barely hanging on to his leg, before letting go and flying onto his back and grabbing onto one of the small stubbly spikes going down his back. She was thankful for the sharp and durable golden claws the boost gear armor had, but it was still barely enough to keep her hanging. She had to use every ounce of strength in her fingers, just to dig the claws in deep enough as to not make her fall off at the slightest motion from Issei. "Issei! Calm down, don't just attack Dash. HMP. Don't attack him randomly. Be smart about it," she shouted as best she could, since the contest wind and fast pulls of force were really draining on her, but it seemed to have worked as Issei began to slow down. "Me, it worked." He acted Dash no, it didn't work. Issei had just slowed down for a bit so that he could focus his fire breath more accurately. But it seems like he got tired of that idea, as he suddenly sped up again, throwing his giant claws around again, even adding his tail for that extra range. Jolina didn't try to say anything as it happened, as she was way more focused on holding the continuously moving back of Issei, not to mention not trying to melt alive thanks to just how hot Issei. "Oi, come on and try a little, you dipshit. I thought you were supposed to be strong or something. What the hell is this weak-ass excuse of a showcase of those heavenly powers, you Dash? Shut it, brat. Let the sun judge you as I have." Issei interrupted the man, making him slightly annoyed, before he became confused at his words. Jolina was also confused as to what he meant by "let the sun judge you," but only one other person, besides Issei himself, knew what that meant. "You cursed little brat, making that girl worry about you," she angrily said, before sighing and making a rather underprepared teleportation circle under Jolina, bringing her back inside the little barrier Rias had made. "Wait. What? Rias, what did you dash? There's no time for that. Start pouring your magic into the barrier right now," Rias ordered, not showing how tired she had become after doing that last spell. Jolina didn't argue with her, mostly for the fact that she could guess if she had teleported her then it meant whatever Issei had just said meant something for them all, but it didn't keep her from being a bit angry that she had been pulled away from Issei. But she could still see him even from here, and thanks to this new point of view she had gotten, after having sat on his back for the last 2 minutes or so, gave her a full view of his rather calm face. He didn't look like he was in pain at all, not anymore. No, he looked like he was about to do something he had been looking forward to for quite some time. Even the white-haired man noticed this, and was verbally angry about Issei's lack of rage-induced roars and whimpers. What the are you on about now? Let the sun judge me? I don't give a damn. I am gonna kill you, and then I will kill every last person that YHHHHHHHHHHHH. The white-haired man stopped himself as his body suddenly began to violently shake, with him screaming out in pure pain. Then his body began to darken as his white skin began to tan itself, before turning to roast. Then flames began appearing from his mouth, eyes, ears, and nose. It was like a fire had been set ablaze inside of him, and now it was coming out much more violently than originally planned. Jolina watched in horror at what she would think was Issei's doing, as she couldn't really think of anyone else here who could do such a thing. It made her neck hair straighten out, and her inner instincts scream at her to run away, telling her that he was a monster of unprecedented power that shouldn't be trifled with. She looked towards her still burned hand and watched it closely, as if seeing it like an early warning of how intense Issei heat could be. Rias noticed her deep look. She had been like this once as well, when she first saw him using this weak power of his on his foes. It would usually always go the same, him acting like an unrefined beast, then preparing the spell before he finally dropped the ficard and burnt his foe alive from the inside. The sun has judged you, may your ashes be used for something good for the coming years. Mercenary of Apollo. Issei said angrily as he watched the man still burning alive, with his wings now too being engulfed in flames, making him unwillingly descend towards the sea of flames below. Damn you bastard son of Tiama! The man's last words weren't of anything noteworthy, but even so his death had been, from the perspective of Jolina at least, a needlessly cruel one. Even if he had attacked and done permanent damage to Issei, this had still been overkill in her opinion. Plus, wouldn't it have been smarter to keep them alive to find out why he had attacked him? Not that there was any time to think about that for too long. As soon after the white-haired man's now dead and burnt body hit the ground, a strong orange light began to engulf the entire space around them. Jolina felt the rough and destroyed ground under her be replaced with fine and smoothly carved marble that she and Rias had sat on moments before the sudden shift in dimensions that Issei had made to keep his and his opponent's fight from destroying his and his family's home. The two women were now back on the floor where they had been before the fight had begun, with them both in the exact same positions as before. Jolina looked around the room, trying to make sure it was all like it had been before. She found no missing pieces of the room, nor any broken furniture or walls like in that other dimension. It made Rias smile quite joyously at how cute Jolina was reacting to this whole thing, since it was obvious that this was her first time in a pocket dimension. She couldn't deny she hadn't done the same for her first time either. But this wasn't the time for her to enjoy Jolina's amazed expression of how everything was now back to how it used to be, since she needed to find Issei quickly and get Asia to heal him. Jolina, let's go find Issei. We need to find that idiot and get Asia to heal him, Rias said jokingly, as she reached out her hand and waited for Jolina to put her own hand in hers. Jolina was a bit nervous about it, since her mind had now gotten a chance to calm down, which had made her realize how close she and Issei had been earlier, not to mention how thoughtless she had been in her actions. Even if she had done it all to save, or at least help Issei, she couldn't help but worry if he saw her differently because of that. But even so, she was determined to see him and talk about last night's events with him in full and hopefully make up, so that they could keep being around each other. And maybe one day be with each other, but that was something she would have to worry about later. Right, let's go, Rias, Jolina said, her much more happy smile appearing on her face, as she grabbed Rias's hand with her own slightly bigger hand. Rias almost fell over just from the force of Jolina hanging on to her, making her wonder how heavy Jolina was. As soon as Jolina was off the floor, standing on her 2 feet and ready to go find Issei, but before the two could reach the door it was opened up from the outside, as Issei stepped in through it and panted heavily. It took a second for the two to come over their surprise at him already being here, as they then noticed the 2 wounds on his body, one on his neck from the second hit and the most obvious, one on his right arm though luckily it seemed to have stopped bleeding. And then his now middle fingerless left hand, which he had clenched around his severed finger. He looked at them, his eyes feeling dazed as he didn't seem to be able to fully focus on them, before they suddenly seemed to be able to recognize them, leading to him smiling faintly before dropping down on one knee. He let go of his severed finger, and used his left hand to put pressure on his slightly open neck. The bleeding wasn't lethal, but it was still painful and needed to be closed soon, or else it would probably get infected. Issei! The two yelled, as they ran over to him, and with Jolina scanning his body for any more wounds, while Rias used what little healing magic she had to close his neck together. Hey, I am fine. Don't worry too much, just call Big Sis. Sis Asia and? He was becoming drowsy, though either of them knew why, and it didn't help them since they both feared the worst. At least that was until Jolina spotted a small arrow that was sticking out of his left leg. It had been broken near the head, so it wasn't so noticeable, but it had still managed to stay inside his leg. It surprised her how he was fine with an arrow inside of his leg, but getting cut a few places was making him fall slowly unconscious. Luckily, to inform her of her wrong idea of what Issei had been cut by, Drake began speaking to her inside her head. Jolina, I do not believe Issei was cut by any normal weapon, nor is this arrow normal either. It reeks of dragon slayer magic. Drake said in a serious tone, as he kept sensing for what kind or rather which sword had inflicted these attacks, since depending on the weapon the damage could drastically vary. Jolina was confused by his words, since she had never seen or really experienced dragons slaying magic before, though she had heard of it briefly from her uncle and Drake a few times. Dragon slayer magic? Does that have something to do with why Issei is like he is right now? Jolina asked out loud, gaining the attention of Rias, who became shocked at first before noticing the rather familiar magical feeling coming from Issei's wounds. She had spent a little over a decade with a dragon-slaying sword around her nearly all the time, so it had become a weirdly normal feeling for her, so she hadn't noticed it until now that Jolina had mentioned it. Yes, I believe so. Dragon-slaying weapons can have widely different effects on dragons, with the most common one being death, though that is only after the dragon has sustained a sufficient amount of damage. Other things can be like leaving them in a weakened state, or permanently locking away some of their powers. Drake said, his worry being obvious to the two women, but his explanation was still what they mainly paid attention to. Issei began to cough a bit, before it suddenly turned violent. Jolina and Rias noticed and tried to help him, by lifting up a piece of cloth from Jolina's pockets and holding it over his mouth and letting him cough into it. Issei, are you okay? Oh my God! Issei, you're bleeding, Jolina shouted, after she took away her small piece of cloth, revealing the small stain of crimson red blood on it, freshly coughed up from Issei's wounded throat. He looked surprised at the cloth, before he himself noticed the rather irony taste in his mouth, licking it away from his lips and teeth. Rias quickly made a communication circle, calling Asia over as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Jolina brought Issei into the living room and put him on the sofa to rest and to keep him from using too much energy. He fell onto the sofa with a heavy thud, before lying into it, and releasing a breath of relief, before letting a slow and awkward silence consume the two. Neither said a word, nor did they share a single glance, as Jolina had chosen subconsciously to sit at the edge of the sofa, next to his wounded leg. But Issei looked at her, or rather her back. He noticed her unclean hair, how its long and former silky like nature had faded and instead had become a mess. He noticed her slumped shoulders, and he heard her worried heartbeat, as it beat fast and loud enough for him to hear it. He could even feel how cold her body was, thanks to his right leg being next to her left leg. It made him feel guilty, since she wouldn't have been like this if he hadn't decided to run away last night, instead of just talking it over. She obviously cared a lot about him, and he had known that from day one he met her, so having him react like he did when she became angry or overly selfish in her plans had probably hurt her a lot. He can't and shouldn't say he shouldn't have reacted the way he did, because she had been unreasonable in a few of the situations, but he should have tried to stay calm and talk it over with her. Kaneko, you were right. Like always. I'll try my best to fix this, but when? No, not when, but how? What would be the best way to do this? Issei thought to himself as he kept watching Jolina, feeling her awkward and shy mood keep growing, as she kept holding herself back thanks to her own guilt. Joe dash, he is over there, come on hurry Asia. Rias interrupted, as she shut the doors open and brought in a worried Asia. Asia was barely dressed in proper attire, as she came running over in her night clothes, with her twilight healing rings already out and ready. She rushed right over and past Jolina, who just stood up and walked over to Rias, still not looking at Issei directly, while Asia began to scan Issei's body for every wound and scratch. What did you do this time, Issei? Who hurt you? Asia asked worriedly, making Issei chuckle a bit as he found her worry somewhat adorable, as he himself thought little of it since it didn't hurt much. I am fine, Asia. Just got attacked by some dumb mercenary who happened to wield a dragon-slaying sword. I am fine. I just wanted. Asia poked the wound on his neck, while giving him a stern glare as she reacted to his slight whimper at the sudden pain. You said? She asked, as she began to reach out with her hands, ready to heal his body. Fine, it hurts like hell, sis. Please heal me, Asia Wani-chan, Issei said, as his true feelings came out, or at least his more overdramatic ones. It somewhat confused Jolina, or it would have if she wasn't focusing on something else at the moment. Since Issei is who he is unfortunately rather hated by a pretty important group of beings, and sometimes these beings send prideful humans or stupid demigods his way to try and kill him, but it only ever really ends with them losing money, as Issei normally kills or captures the hitmen sent his way. So because of this rather normal occurrence, Asia hadn't gotten used to see him hurt like this, sometimes even worse, but mostly he only ever gets hit once or twice. So the two had a kind of weird sarcastic play they performed each time he got into one of these fights, though this time Asia could hear it in his voice that he was being serious. He hadn't been attacked by a dragon slayer before, only people who just had a ton of magic reserves or demigods of war gods, so this time was more painful even if it was considered by their shared experience as a normal fight. Asia immediately noticed the dragon's slaying magic that had been imbued into his body through his many wounds. She could even feel his pain tolerance working overtime, thanks to how much pain he should be in right now. It was a dragon slayer who did this, right? Asia asked, as she began to cast a high-tier healing spell on Issei, with him nodding with a painful grunt at the end. She just sighed worriedly, since she had always feared the day where those who seek to kill Issei would send a dragon slayer, and it seems today was that day. Those damn. I can't believe I once thought all gods were kind beings. Yet to think one could be so cruel as to send dash. It's okay, Asia, I survived after all, right? Issei said, interrupting her as he put his right hand on her left arm, as he smiled kindly at her. She just pouted as she cast the spell, making Issei suddenly feel a soothing relief, as his pain began to fade. But the former pain had only just faded, before his right ear was being yanked by Asia, as she looked at him with an angry pout and began speaking. You might have survived this time, Issei. But don't think that just because you can survive once, means you can do it the next time. I will still heal you, but even I can't, sob. I can't heal you. If you're... Asia stopped herself, as her fear of this horrible what-if scenario began to play out in her mind. A few tears began to run down her pearly white cheeks, and her green eyes began to become cloudy, as her eyes were filled with tears. Issei felt bad for how worried he had made her, and how insensitive he had been with what he had said before. She had a point, even if it hadn't been said out verbally to the extent she might have wanted to, and that was she couldn't save, heal or do anything for him if he was already dead. He could save once, but could he also survive a second or third time? I am sorry, Asia, I will try to be careful from now on, okay? Issei said, as he sat up with a bit of struggle and hugged her from a sitting position. She kept crying on his golden hair, with it sizzling out shortly after it touched his hair. They stayed like that for a bit, with Rias and Jolina just standing on the sideline, as each was focusing on something completely different from the other, before Asia and Issei let go and left Asia to return back to the main mansion. Rias and Jolina followed her out, as Issei still needed to lie down for a bit longer. Jolina and Rias split up a bit after Asia left, as Rias needed to talk with Issei about something important, and she could tell that right now Jolina wasn't really focused enough to talk with Issei. Small time skip. Jolina had chosen to wander around the mansion after her, and Rias had said goodbye to Asia together. So while she did that, Rias had gone back to talk with Issei. As she entered the living room, she looked over to where Issei had last been, but to her surprise he was gone. Though it didn't take her long before she noticed the rather clear, and unfortunate, trail of slightly dried blood on the ground, leading from the sofa to his trophy room. The name of the room was rather obvious, but if someone was confused about its name, then Issei had put up a sign with it on. But it wasn't Draconic, so basically no one, but devils and dragons could read it. She began to walk over to the door, noticing it too had been left slightly open, making her even more confident that Issei was inside doing something. But what? Issei, are you there? She called out as she reached the door and opened it, hearing a few footsteps from inside, before hearing his voice calling back. Yep, what do you need? He asked, so uncaringly like he hadn't just been cut up, healed and seen his older sister cry her eyes out, afraid of him dying in the near future. Rias entered the room, noticing two things as the room came into view. One was Issei walking around the room, checking out all the different scrolls of silk and fine cloth. And the other was the viciously ripped and teared up scroll lying on the ground. Why is one of your banners on dash? Because the bastard owes me a finger, and now he also owes me a new banner, since it looks like he got his ing uncle to send a reaper here and break into my house, Issei said, with only a slight irritation in his voice. He was still checking if anything else had been destroyed or was missing, since he didn't feel it was necessary to get angry over just one thing being destroyed. I see, so it really was Apollo who sent him, Rias said, as she moved over to his side and began helping him search for other ones that had been destroyed, with them working almost perfectly intact. Yep, arrogant bastard just won't give up. But worse yet, he even brings in his family just to threaten me, Issei said as he looked at another scroll carefully, trying to find even the slightest tear or missing piece of cloth or silk. Issei, you need to do something, and no, Rias pointed her pointy finger at him, stopping him from saying what he was about to say. Just attacking him and beating him up publicly won't solve it this time. Issei grunted with annoyance, believing his plan to be superior, but he wasn't against listening to her sister. So what do you propose? That I just go up to Olympias and ask dear old rapist Zeus if he could make his bastard son stop sending hitmen after me? Issei asked. His anger and disdain for his proposed idea was clear to Rias, which only made it harder for her, since that had been her plan. She sighed lightly, before moving to the left and beginning to look through the next row, with Issei following after her. Well, maybe it wouldn't be such a bad idea to try? And if that doesn't work, you could always. Rias stopped herself, knowing well that he wouldn't agree to it, at least not under normal circumstances. Issei looked over at her, his golden eyes trying to read her own ocean blue for any sign of what she was talking about. He was less interested in her plan of trying to talk with Zeus, as his curiousness for whatever else she was trying to recommend had made him more interested. I could always what? What can I do besides beating Apollo to a pulp? Issei asked, his curiousness and annoyance from the whole situation mixing together in his tone, making him sound rather angry. Rias stopped looking at the scrolls, and turned towards Issei. Her eyes filled with a mix of determination, and also worry at how he would react to her suggestion. What if you join a faction? Issei immediately walked away from her, and began walking over towards the door, with Rias following right after him. I know you don't like the idea, but you need to have people behind you, a faction or group, Rias said, feeling slightly angry as Issei still kept walking towards the door to the living room, still not answering her. She grabbed his left hand, noticing his middle finger had been put back, and yanked him around towards her. Issei, look at me when I am talking to you. Issei was shocked at her suddenly raising her voice, with even herself being surprised for a moment, before calming herself and talking normally again. You need people, Issei. You need to join some faction or group that can help you when these things happen. After all, you can't join us anymore, Rias said, her head hanging low as she remembered that day, before raising her head again and making eye contact with Issei. He still didn't say anything back, he just kept quiet and listened. If you can't do it because of your pride, then do it for her. Issei was confused for a moment about what she meant by her, until it hit him and instead made him feel angry. Angry that she was trying to make him do something he didn't want to, and that she was using her as a kind of blackmail. Rias, don't you dare try to blackmail me with her. You should know better than anyone else. Thumb. A sudden thumb was heard from outside of the door, interrupting the two from their conversations, as they both used their magic sense to figure out who it was on the other side. The two both looked surprised at each other, as they knew the signatern rather well, mostly Issei since he had been living with her for the last few days. The two moved over to the door, opened it up, and found Jolina lying on the ground, ripping her head, where a newly made blue mark had appeared. It was rather clear to the sibling pair that Jolina had fallen over and landed on her head. But why had she fallen over? Jolina, are you okay? Issei asked as he tried his best to hide his previous anger, in order to appear happy or less worried than he probably should be right now. He went down on one knee and reached out with his right hand to her. She hadn't fully proceeded what Issei had said or done, as her head was still ringing a bit, but she grabbed onto his hand still, but more as a reflex, and with his help stood up again. Yeah, I am fine, just didn't think blood was so slippery, but are you two okay? You two seem to have been arguing, based on how Rias was shouting at you earlier? Jolina asked, her somewhat daisy head having disabled her filter, plus also slightly numbed her nerves, not making her realize she was still holding onto Issei's hand. Issei and Rias both felt a bit embarrassed at them being found arguing with each other, but both shrugged it off. Rias was ready to step up and explain, but was interrupted by Issei as he took charge instead. Oh, it wasn't anything important, just some possible solutions to my problem with a certain sunburned idiot. That's all, and I guess I was just being a bit too stubborn since Rias had to raise her voice. Issei said in a chipper tone, as he acted a bit happier than earlier, not wanting Jolina to be involved in his problem. He hadn't noticed either that they were still holding hands, not yet at least. Jolina just nodded, understanding what he had said. Issei, don't try to keep her out of this, Rias said, earning herself a confused look from Jolina and a disagreeing one from Issei. Is it so bad to not want her involved in this? Issei asked as he and Rias began to have a semi-stare down with each other, as each had their own idea of what Jolina needed and didn't need to know. No, it isn't. But keeping her completely in the dark isn't much better, and besides, if a Reaper really was here, then they already know about her, Rias said, raising an important point that Issei hadn't really thought about before, since the last hour or so had been pretty jammed-packed with different things. But even so, this didn't do much to change his opinion on the matter. They wouldn't dare, not while she is here and not as long as she's the Red Dragon Emperor, Issei said as he put his face right up in front of Rias's, making her have a full view of his now slitted eyes, signaling that he wasn't in the mood to argue about this, nor the previous matter they had been discussing. Rias just sighed heavily, before looking away and waving her hand dismissively at him. Fine, then you will deal with this yourself. I have already done all I can to help you, Rias said, her voice sounding angry at first, before the fire in it faded slightly, leaving a more sad and worried voice behind. It made Issei feel bad, but even so his pride couldn't let him back down from his decision. He turned away from her and began to walk away, still holding Jolina in his hand, making him drag her away. Jolina was still mainly confused as to what the two had been talking about, since it didn't make much sense to her, with all those new words they used, plus that she hadn't heard how their previous conversation had started. So basically, she had no real clue or idea at what the two had really been discussing. The only thing she did know was that Issei didn't want her involved, be it to simply protect her or to keep a kind of distance between them. She didn't know. The two kept walking down the long halls, with Issei walking fast and making Jolina have to slightly jog just to keep up with him. The whole house was in total silence, with the only sound being their footsteps and sound of Rias teleporting back home. They went up the stairs, with Issei slightly yanked at Jolina's arm every other step, though thanks to their slightly different physica, Jolina didn't stumble or get suddenly pulled off her feet, as her arm's length was great enough for her to simply stretch it a bit every time he would pull on it. Issei dragged them through the second floor and over to his and hers room, opening the doors forcefully. He let go of Jolina's hand and kept walking over towards the bed, before sitting himself down on it, then lying down on his back and watching the unlit lamp hanging in the ceiling quietly. Jolina, meanwhile, just stood quietly in the door frame, unsure of what she was supposed to do in this situation. Should she go over and lie down next to him? Should she try to talk with him? Or should she just keep quiet and stay here, until he calls for her? She wanted to talk with him, to help him since he was clearly upset with what Rias had said, but she didn't know if that was what he wanted her to do or if she even had any right to involve herself in this. Maybe he doesn't want me to be so close with him, not like before. Jolina wondered in her unsure worry, as this, like many of the things she had experienced in the past week or two, were all rather new to her. She had no prior experience with any of this, only ideas and vague tips that she didn't feel were appropriate at the moment. Though it wasn't just her who was unsure and new to all of this, since Issei was also worried about these things and confused on what to do now. That was part of the reason why he had chosen to lie on the bed, quietly and silently, waiting for her or himself to do something. Maybe she doesn't trust like she did before? I wouldn't blame her, if she did. Issei thought, as a wave of shame began to gnaw at him, both for getting overly angry at Rias, but also for being unable to say what he knew he needed to say, but instead always ended up hiding behind his proud farce and choosing a much more aggressive option. If only someone could help me, they both thought, as each of them continued to let the silence encapsulate them, making each of them feel less and less able to speak as each second passed by them. Until Jolina-Issei, they each felt surprised as they each had tried to speak, only ending with them interrupting each other. Issei turned his head towards her, his golden eyes widened at the sight of her. He felt her current posture to be soft, gentle, sad, shy, yet beautiful in the end. Her head was slightly hanging, hiding both parts of her face and her violet eyes, as her long blue hair covered most of her face's right side. Some of it even went over her shoulders in both ways, leaving its edge or end clearly visible. Her used and stained clothes, despite their appearance, made her look pretty. And her posture was making him unable to move his eyes away from her, as she unknowingly showed skin in many areas, along with the sunlight from the hall window outside the door, shining in on her from behind, making her look almost godly. Beautiful, he said softly, as his rational self had stopped working, as it couldn't keep him from spitting out random words of affection or appreciation of the beauty Jolina held in his eyes. Jolina became confused for a moment, before a small tint of red could be seen on her cheeks as she realized that he said she was beautiful. Thank you. She spoke shyly, putting up her hands to hide her slowly increasing blush, while opening small peek holes for her eyes to watch him, who now had his eyes looking directly at hers. He gulped nervously, as what he had just said to her dawned on him. He too gained a small blush on his cheeks, yet he didn't hide it. You're welcome, Jolina. Underworld, realm of Hades, main castle. Deep below, in the most ancient parts of the underworld lies the original kingdom of the dead, Hades. Its famous red river of Styxes, full of death and unhappiness, flowed through this kingdom as its main water source, along with its main and most used traveling path. As a being who too was old beyond memory of some of the oldest gods and beings to live, resided in his small, yet steady little boat, he rowed up and down the river each hour, of each day, of each year. Along the river banks lie many bones, weapons and artifacts from many millions of heroes and brave people throughout history, who had come to a cruel and inevitable end on the field of battle. They made up most of the building materials for this realm, as they could be used to build many kinds of structures, like the great and lumbering castle in which the lord and ruler of this realm and his wife lived in. It had many grand towers of bone and sword, even some of decayed souls and false gods, but its most impressive part was that of its main castle. the shining light of which every dead soul must follow when entering this kingdom. It was a giant stone, or rather a giant mix of many precious stones that had all been put together, and magic imbued to guide every dead being to their new home, be it in Hades or its basement kingdom of Tartarus. And inside this eye-catching castle, two beings sat together, each of almost equal standing and power. On one throne they sat, showing not only their lack of restraint for their love of each other, but also their need and great partnership that they had made together, beating every other marriage in their entire faction. The one on top was a beautiful-looking woman, who looked perhaps to be in her early 30s, when it was probably more likely she was in her late 8000s. She wore a long, sleeveless and pink-dyed dress, with small accents of black and darker purple on it, to match with her husband and kingdom better. Her long blonde hair flowed down the side of her torso, with her husband stroking through it, like he was her hair comb, which in some cases he probably was. He too had quite the young look to him, despite his actual age being up there along with his wife's, but even so he looked no older than 40. He had a short and stubby white beard, with short white hair to match it with. One of his eyes was missing, and in its place a single ruby had been put in instead. He wore dress-like attire with shades of blue and dark blue hidden among the more prevalent black base color. His body, though, could only look like this when he was here. Outside of this small realm, he would look no different to half of his subjects, which would mostly be seen by his left hand being nothing more than bones. These two were the rulers of this place, and were much in love, as neither Persephone nor Hades noticed the small reaper trying to get their attention, as they were too focused on each other. "My lord Hades, you really must tell me one of these days, when I can expect to see our dear little pet again. I have missed his presence for the last few years," Persephone said, as she began to curl her long hair around with her right hand, while gently holding the other on her husband's thin, yet strong chest. He chuckled lightly as he calmed his fast strokes into a more slow, yet more loving pace as he placed his free hand on her lap and began to massage her right leg. "Oh, dear wife of mine, you must be patient. Cerberus is very busy, and can't always come whenever you miss him, my dear. Plus I feel somewhat alone whenever he is here, as you seem to give him more of your attention than you do with me," Hades said in a fake sad voice, as he made a few sobs just to add a bit more to his little act, which only served to earn him a few silly giggles from his wife, which had been the point from the beginning. "Oh dear me, has my husband always been such a jealous little boy, Has he, Lord Hades?" Persephone said jokingly, even giggling a bit afterwards as her husband shook his head happily, finding his and her conversations to always leave him in good spirits. Though said spirits were about to vanish, if only for a moment, as the reaper coughed into his hand, gaining the attention of the two monarchs before him. Neither were happy with their time together being interrupted, but even so they had a job to do and one they wouldn't like to mess up. "What is it, Marvin?" Hades asked, as he put his icy blue eyes on the reaper called Marvin, who gulped instantly at the sudden eye contact with his king and master. But even so he went down on one knee, lowering his bony head and hollowed eyes, as he began to give his report. "I have finished my mission to assist Mr. Serzex in attacking the false heavenly dragon Issei. I have also ripped and broken some of his possessions, and I have even found some very useful information on him for you, Lord Hades and Lady Persephone, to use against him, just as you wished," Marvin said confidently, feeling proud at his achievement with his first big assignment. Though the same could not be said for his masters, as while he was beaming with pride in his achievement, they looked at him with horror, wondering if he knew what he had just said and unfortunately just done. Marvin, right?" Persephone asked cautiously at first, wanting to see how Hades would react, though he seemed to keep quiet and watched her for now, letting her continue. "Yes, my lady?" Marvin asked, and thanks to his current state of unneeded pride for an undead like himself, he didn't notice the faint caution Persephone had in her voice. "Are you out of your goddamn mind?" Persephone shouted, as she jumped off of her seat on Hades' lap, and stormed right over towards the small reaper, who now was scared and confused at the sudden shift in tone from his master. "Do you know what you have just said? Do you realize the consequences of your actions? Do you understand whose wrath you have just brought upon us and the entirety of Olympus?" Persephone asked angrily, as she kept stomping closer to the small figure, who began to crawl away from her, scared of each of her anger-induced stomps, as just a single one could spell the end of him. I just did. What you asked? Of me. As Ella Loardi Apollo told me. I didn't know. I'm sorry, my lady, Marvin cried out, as he reached one of the sapphire-colored pillars near the throne, with him covering himself in his arms in a desperate hope to survive Persephone's anger. That's enough, my love, I will deal with this. Hades interrupted them, making Persephone watch Marvin's shaking body for a moment, wondering what to do, but decided that whatever her husband would do with Marvin would be way worse than her stomping his head in with her heel. As you wish, my lord Hades. I will leave this idiot in your capable hands, Persephone said, as she walked over to the now empty throne, as Hades had walked over to where Persephone had stood only a few seconds ago. So now Persephone was on the throne, with Hades looming over Marvin, who was still covering next to one of the main pillars of the room. You better tell me everything that my nephew asked of you in my name, or else, Hades said. His tone was stern, and his head, if only for a moment, showed his true ivory face, with his icy blue eyes suddenly going ablaze with blue flames. Needless to say, Hades was less than pleased with his nephew's actions, and if not for Marvin's former loyal actions, then he would shortly after this interrogation be looking in his graveyard for a new reaper to replace him. Underworld, gates to the rings of hell. In a small, yet almost ancient, region of the wastelands of the underworld, stood a ring of tall and cursed mountains. From the land surrounding it, it looks ordinary, yet the feeling it gives off would make many, if not all, beings run away from it. But that feeling made only really sense if one was to look at it from above in the skies. Inside of the first ring of mountains was another and another within that one, and so on. There were in total 9 rings, or rather circles, with a single hole in the middle of it all, making it look like an eye of various colors around the main black part, though it wasn't an eye, as much as it was the very place where Lucifer himself crashed into when God kicked him out of heaven, with his generals and other Satans hitting the many areas around his crash site. Each of them, unknowingly, left behind all of their angelic magic and parts of their new demonic magic. These two magics mixed together into a twisted mass, thus making up the 9 circles of hell, with each circle having its own flavor or punishment for humans who had sinned. It was called, at least by God himself, the Eye of Sin, as it represented the sins of his sons and daughters and even his own. No being ever went there, at least not by their own will, well, no normal being. But on this special day, a pair of beings had made the daunting journey to stand at the gates of it. One was a woman of godly beauty, with bright orange hair, made to look like a fire, but instead of going up, it went down her back. She wore Shinto clothes, with a long and beautiful cape of sorts covering her beautiful orange and red dress underneath its own flowery and sunny designed yellow cloth. She was Amaterasu, the Shinto goddess of the sun. She was currently bickering with her companion, as she herself felt he was being an idiot for the stunt he had just made, plus she wanted to be the one to have done it. I am just saying, Apollo, that if you were going to try and kill him again, then maybe you could have at least told me, so we could have done it in a better way. Amaterasu yelled, making her hair like fire when it was being fueled with a strong wind. Apollo just rolled his golden eyes as he adjusted his Greek armor, not caring fully what his companion was saying to him. This was mostly thanks to his enormous ego that he had developed over his many years of living. He wore sun-tanned Greek armor, with small images of his chariot and him and his sister firing their arrows, with the sun and moon flying after each of their separate arrows. The sun flying after him, and the moon flying after hers. He wore no pants, as most Olympians do, but he did have a small shirt underneath, since he knew where they were going and he knew it was going to get cold in there real fast. Okay, whatever. He spoke uncaringly, as he did his last checkup, before finally making eye contact with the angry sun goddess. Now then, let's get going. I have a date today, I won't miss it no matter what, Apollo said demandingly, as he began to march through the gates of hell, not caring that Amaterasu was confused and also unaware of his plans. But besides that, the sun goddess ran up beside him and followed him with a curious look. So why are we here? I doubt it's for the historic sites, she asked, while she clutched her cape around herself tighter, as a slow, yet bone-chilling cold began to touch her and his body. Apollo felt a slight shiver at the feeling of it, yet he did not care, and instead smirked. "Did you know that this place works much in the same way as Tartarus does?" Apollo asked, as he took another confident and slight fire-imbued step into the now much colder and icer landscape. Amaterasu became confused at what he meant, until she remembered what Tartarus was, aka one of, if not the best prison in the supernatural world. "Yeah, it's a giant-ass prison that roams the dimensional gap." "So is this place like it then?" she asked, receiving a nod from Apollo before he stopped dead in his tracks and began to scout out the frozen spicks and landscapes before them. "This place, much like Tartarus, is a prison. And like Tartarus, it will lead you to what you seek inside of it. And what I seek is a certain prisoner whose abilities I would like to use for my plans," Apollo said with a confident tone, as he seemed to locate his prisoner and began to walk towards him, with Amaterasu right behind him, wondering who this prisoner could be. "So who are they? Are they a god, some ancient dragon? Oh, is it one of your hundreds of heroes?" Amaterasu was curious to know what Apollo had found and wanted to use from this place. After all, this place is like Tartarus, so in that sense some really powerful beings should be sealed and kept here. "Oh no, not at all. He is pathetically weak compared to Issei, but strong enough to leave some damage. But that's not what I need him for anyway." "Ah, here we go," Apollo said before becoming slightly exhausted at seeing his new minion, or maybe more accurately new tool. Amaterasu looked over at what he was looking at, expecting to be impressed by what he found. She only ended up more confused at the sight of the old crow. His leathery white face, with many elven-like features, not to mention his blood-red eyes, made her feel a weird sense wanting to just give up already. She knew this being, because he had been with Azazel to talk with her faction about joining their side, but thanks to him it had not gone that way. "Seriously, you're gonna free Cocabriel? Of all the beings you could find in here, you're gonna free a warmonger?" Amaterasu asked, baffled by Apollo's stupid choice. But she only earned a slight chuckle from Apollo, before he raised his hand up and began to emit a strong heat from the palm of it. "Yes, I am gonna free the warmonger of the Great War, Cocabriel. He is going to help me succeed in our plans, since I know, thanks to my powers, that he still has a role to play in this world of ours." The cold and hardened ice that was holding on to Cocabriel began to melt slowly, making the old crow begin to move his eyes as his body heat began to return to him slowly. He only continued to become more alive from then on, as for each second that passed, the ice melted further and further. His body heat began to increase as he used his own magic to melt himself free from inside the ice block, until it finally broke through and out he came, flying with one singular pair of wings, screaming into heavens for joy at being freed. "Finally! Azazel, I will kill you for what you have done. Hey buddy, come down here would you?" Apollo yelled up at the overjoyed warmonger. Cocabriel looked down at the two gods, confused at who they were, until he noticed their godly amounts of magic and power that was practically just slipping out. He flew down near them, but as he landed his legs gave out, thanks to his many decades in ice, plus his lack of food. His legs were rather weak, and so was his body. Thank you for saving me, Lord Apollo. But I am guessing you didn't do this out of the kind cut it with the nice going routine crow. I only did this, because I need your talents, nothing else." Apollo interrupted him in his fake gratefulness. "Fine then, what do you need from someone like me? I couldn't possibly deal with a problem that even you, the strongest of the solar gods, couldn't deal with himself," Cocabriel said, mocking both of them at the same time, through a rather sarcastic compliment. "True to that, but I don't need you to kill what even I can't kill, I just need you to make him feel like life is no longer worth it," Apollo said, smirking evilly as he watched the old crow get slowly off his ass, as he thought over Apollo's request. "What do I get out of it?" he asked, curious to know of his reward for doing something like this, to which Apollo practically began to smile in response. "I won't kill you afterwards, plus I'll even hide you away from your former faction," Apollo said before reaching a hand out a physical way of sealing their contract. "And all you need to do is kill Issei's new little girlfriend, the Red Dragon Empress, Jolina. Can you do that? Apollo asked, as he motioned towards his still hanging open left hand, as he waited for Cocabriel to take it. At that, Cocabriel became quiet for a moment, before a massive and practically psycho smile began to appear on his face. So even he is still alive after all this time. I can finally punish him and his pathetic rival Vala after all this time, Cocabriel thought, before grabbing Apollo's hand with his right one. I'll do it, Lord Apollo, Cocabriel said, smiling heavily himself, with Apollo joining him with one as well. Only Amaterasu was not smiling, as she could practically see their combined downfall because of this. And it all started with Cocabriel not hearing who was the current Red Dragon Emperor of the two people Apollo mentioned, as he only reacted to Issei's name as it was one of the three people he wanted to take revenge on the most. Underworld, Tiamade's garden home, you're welcome, Jolina, Issei said, a bit embarrassed by his own words, or rather his single word of praise for her. He wanted to just roll onto his side and hide his face from hers, not wanting to show the slowly emerging blush he was developing. One that he noticed Jolina shared with him, as she didn't look at him either, not directly at least, as she seemed embarrassed by his words as well with how she was looking down at the ground, fiddling with her hands a bit like she had something in them. Yet for every little second that went by, the two didn't move an inch, yet instead they continued sending each other small glances, with them both blushing more when they noticed the other's eyes on them. Neither of them knew what to do about their current situation, which had been the main reason for their current stare-down of each other, each hoping the other would do something to move on to the next thing. Whatever that thing might be, they didn't know, but all the same it couldn't be wrong, could it? Both took a quick yet deep breath, as they each heard the voice of the person who had helped them get to here. For Issei it was his sister, Kaneko, while for Jolina it had been Rias. Just try and speak with him, and see where that leads you. The voices of Kaneko and Rias rang throughout their heads, as each of them released said breath, and opened their mouths ready to speak. Jolina I-Issei both stopped, surprised by the other's sudden move, before an awkward feeling began to retake the mood, but Issei wouldn't let it. He sat up straight on the side of the bed, feeling his cheeks heat up, as his plan was rather daring for him since it involved him asking Jolina to sit next to him. A dangerous move for such a young man as himself, but he feared if he couldn't do this, then his family would make fun of him for the rest of his life if they heard about it. Jolina, I wanna sit and talk yes. Yes sure. Jolina got a bit excited, but began rather embarrassed a bit after realizing he hadn't said what she had thought he said, but she wasn't mad since he still asked if she wanted to talk. Plus he even asked her to sit down on the bed with him, so it was good enough for her. She began walking over to his side of the bed, with him worrying over what he should say now, since he hadn't thought further than this. But it was already too late to worry about that, as the slight vibration of her sitting down on the bed could now be felt, with the weight of the madrasa under him somewhat shifting towards her. He felt her left leg slightly touch his right one, before it jolted back with him just freezing up, not knowing how to react. He had liked that slight touch of hers. Her warmth was nice to him, especially since it was colder than his own, making it feel nice to him since while he had the perfect body temperature for anyone who just wanted to relax, he was always in constant warmth and couldn't remember when he last felt cold. The feeling that cold things gave him was something he very much enjoyed, as it felt like it was soothing his practically overheated body. He wanted it to feel her cold warmth against his overheated warmth. So in a quick move in search of said warmth, he looked down to their sides, noticing how close she was to him, but still distant enough for them not to be touching. He noticed her legs almost locking themselves in place so as to not make a repeat of what had happened earlier, with her hands laying somewhat restlessly on her thighs, making him think she was worried about touching him with them. He wanted to hold them. No, he wanted to hold her, but felt it would be too weird if he asked about it, so instead he went for the safer bet. Do you wanna Issei? Jolina interrupted him, her voice being quiet and soft, with a slight undertone of something being wrong, making him worry for what it could be. Do you want me to leave? She asked, hiding her face from his sight, though it only took the worry in her voice to make him have an idea of how her face looked at the moment. He felt surprised at first for her sudden question, before feeling sad and then angry with himself for making her think this. He wanted to reach out to her, to tell her no. To tell what he really wanted. To hold her. To talk with her. To love her. He became surprised as that thought went through his head. Love her? Is that what? Is that what I want? Is that how I feel for her? Issei wondered, almost making him doze off on this newfound train of thought, only with him being stopped from going too far by a sudden voice appearing in his head. A familiar one. Drake. Why hasn't he answered yet? Is he maybe thinking up some way of telling the truth to me nicely or what? She asked sadly, even a bit angrily at Drake, confirming Issei's idea of who the person was, though before he could get to say anything, and make Jolina and possibly also Drake aware of this new ability of his, Drake began speaking. I don't believe so, Jolina. He seems conflicted about something right now. But on what I have no idea. But I believe it might have something to do with you, since that seems to always be a part of his thoughts. Wait, how do I know that? Drake asked worriedly, as both him and Jolina became confused, maybe even a bit worried about this sudden and newfound deeper understanding of Issei that Drake had for some reason. Drake, what are you talking about? How could you possibly know what he thinks? Because I can hear what you too. I think, Issei said into the mental space, with a rather nervous voice, unaware if this would work or not, but to his surprise Jolina suddenly turned around towards him, her eyes widened to the fullest with surprise. Though it didn't hide the small tears rolling down her eyes, making Issei feel bad for not having said anything sooner. You could hear me and Drake talking in my head? Jolina asked, shocked at how this was possible. Issei simply and quietly nodded his head, his own confusion and surprise at this new ability's existence being evident in his eyes. How can? No, that doesn't matter. Not right now, Jolina said rather harshly, making Issei worry that she was angry, before it hit him as well. They had been a little bit too close to dodging the question she had asked earlier. Jolina straightened up her back, making her just a bit taller than Issei, forcing him to move his head back a bit to keep eye contact with her. She felt dominating to him in some way, mainly on a more animalistic level, but also in a human social way, as she now towered over him, somewhat. I want to know if you want me to leave or if you want me to stay. She spoke with clear determination before her last words became more of a mumble than anything, but even so Issei managed to understand it. He looked at her, her violet eyes piercing into his golden ones, as she with much bravery kept up her act of being so much tougher than she really was. Since even though she looked brave and fierce, in truth she was only a single breath away from crumbling under the sudden pressure she had laid on Issei, which he would then soon release them both of with his own words. He took a deep breath, before reaching his left hand for her right one, holding it slowly at her fingertips, before grabbing it fully with a kind of touch he had never tried before. A loving one. I want you to stay. With me in my house, your house. In any house, place or time. Just as long as I can be. Be with you, then yes. I want you to stay, Jolina. And I am sorry for leaving like his mouth was blocked, as was his sight, his sense and his worry. In one single moment, in speeds Issei had never before seen, Jolina had moved in with her face to cover his. Her lips being smashed against his own, and her arms and hands covering his face with the sight of her and her alone, she began to lay her full weight on him slowly, with him supporting it all with ease, as the two kept their faces and lips locked in a passionate love and gratitude. He was no longer unsure of how he felt for her, nor was she unsure of how he viewed her. Now all they had to worry about was when they had to stop and get some air. Drake divided deep into Jolina's subconsciousness, giving the two to their well-deserved privacy as they each let go of time, space and matter. Only them and their love were a thing now. Though only that could last for so long, before the two needed to breathe again, with them looking displeased for having to pull away from the pleasant taste and smell of each other. But their dissatisfied faces only lasted so long, before they both smiled happily at each other and went in for another, much shorter than before, yet still as loving. "I love you, Issei," Jolina said, as she continued to hold his head in her arms, with one hand stroking one of his horns in a weird yet tender way as she kept any part of his head within her immediate grasp. Issei just watched her for a moment, as his heart pulse ceased, for only a brief moment before beating again. He knew it now, she was the one for him, and he would be damned if he let her go or ever made her cry again. I love you too, Jolina," he said, his voice shaking a bit, making him realize how nervous he was. Jolina just giggled happily, enjoying his nervous reactions, his slowly growing blush, and how handsome, yet also so utterly adorable he seemed at the moment, with him just watching her like she was a painting of true and pure beauty. It made her very happy just thinking about it, not that she knew if that was what he thought or not, but it was close to what he was actually thinking. The two stayed like this, each holding on to certain parts of the other's body, leaving them to explore slowly each through touch alone, as their eyes were too busy with them dividing into one another. Issei finds himself looking from inside a violet void, with only her quiet and soft breaths breaking him out of those small moments. While Jolina felt she was bathed in the sun, its warmth covered her from head to toe, as Issei unconsciously covered her and himself in his wings, limiting his already shortened sight of the world. Even his tail was slowly coiling itself around her left leg that was dangling out over the bedside, making her feel a slight tug at times, and his smooth scales caressing her leg wasn't too bad either. They each, possibly just because of simply desire or maybe just lust, slowly moved each other's heads and bodies closer to one another, as something deeper and more primal began to call for them. They each began becoming more intense, as Issei's and Jolina's hands each go to new, never-before-seen places. Issei's tail begins to tighten its grip on Jolina, hurting her slightly, but yet it also makes her let out a soft moan. She reached with right hand for his chest, slightly lifting it before pushing her lower torso towards his, with both hers and his toned stomach touching each other, making them feel a weird sense of pleasure together. It made her next move even more daring, as she reached now instead for his crotch, with her stopping for a brief moment as she felt his slowly hardening member. It made her gulp slightly, before she then felt another sensation, a warm and soft one on her right ass cheek, as she now noticed that Issei had slipped his hand into her pajamas. She could feel how unsure he was, as he lightly touched her, even grabbing on a bit firmly before flinching and retracting his fingers from her. They had both reached a certain point, where they could not return from if they went along with it. They each looked nervous, embarrassed, and hoping that the other would do something to change their current struggle. Though no words were spoken, thoughts were shared as they each remembered that now rather fitting ability, as they each felt unsure of their voices being able to talk clearly. Should we continue, or do you want to stop? Issei asked, even in here his nerves were clear as his thoughts became shaky, even seeming a bit shy yet still willing if she chose to say yes. Jolina thought about it for a moment, feeling that she had maybe just stumbled upon the chance of a lifetime, with her finally being able to become one with the one she loves. Though that thought slowly crumbled, as her nerves as well began to appear and made her come up with a better, and possibly just as good idea. How about we just lie together and cuddle for tonight? We don't need to do anything more. I am already happy enough since I have you, Issei, she said, as she retracted her hand from his crotch and resting it on the back of his neck instead. Issei followed her, as he awkwardly slipped his hand out of her pajamas again, still a bit weird about it, even worrying that he had gone too far. Though lucky, Jolina noticed that worry, thanks to their thoughts being connected. Hey, I didn't mind it. It felt kind of nice. But let's wait for now. And she said, feeling a bit embarrassed about admitting to it, yet also happy that she could tell him honestly what she thought about his actions. Issei nodded his head, understanding what she meant. His tail slowly slithered away, before vanishing into thin air. Okay, we'll take it slow. I am probably more for that anyways, since then your first time might not have been so. Jolina put her right hand on his mouth, stopping him from talking, as she wanted him to know something important. Such Issei. When you and I do it, then it will be perfect. Wanna know why? She asked, with Issei asking wordlessly what. She smiled, with satisfaction clear in her eyes as her love had been received and acted upon by her crush, and now lover. She planted her right hand on his cheek, stroking it softly, yet longingly, as she wanted to have continued their loving activities, but knew that they could wait. If they did too much from the start, then it might harm their relationship rather than strengthen it. It's because I love you, Issei. And because I believe that you could give me all that I want. And what I want is you, Issei. Just you. She said softly and honestly, making Issei surprised by her loving words and somewhat bold claim. But he would not dare deny her, not now that he and she had something that meant so much to him now, even though it had only been formed practically a moment ago. He had her softly on her lips, smiling happily. Thank you, Jolina. Time skip, bathroom. Ah. That hits the spot. Who knew having a little alone time after a pretty hot makeout session could be this good? Jolina asked herself, as she raised her arms out of the water, and rested them on the edge of where the tiled floor and soothingly hot water met. Her back was bent a bit with one half resting up against the practically hidden, and rather gorgeous, tiled design on the underwater bath walls, with small motifs of dragons, roses, and knights. Her bow was sitting on one of the many pedestals that were installed into the dragon-sized bath tube's floor, allowing for her to sit up straight, while her legs dangled slightly over the edge of where people her size should be, and where people as tall as Issei was in his dragon form should be. It was a 20-meter drop or so, making Jolina somewhat wonder what the watering bile for this place alone was. Not to mention the electrical one for warming all this water. She and Issei had just, or rather finally, come out of bed after lying together for more than 3 hours, just looking at each other, ing a bit, and talking about stuff. It almost felt normal to her at this point, probably because this was all they had been doing before the events of last night, except now they also addition. It made her feel this weird tingle in her stomach, which had been shared with a longing for whatever dragon Issei had between his legs, which had been one of her reasons to be alone for a bit and take this bath. But luckily now she had been relieved a bit, making her able to not just think about more physical activities of love with Issei, but also about what she and him should do now as a couple. She still hadn't really fathomed it yet, that they were a thing now. They weren't boyfriend and girlfriend, at least not from how Jolina saw it, since then one of them would need to ask, but they were definitely lovers, which was also more than enough for her. But now came the many questions that they would need to answer together. Like, should they tell her uncle and aunt, and Issei's family? Should they keep it a secret for now? And should she wear more revealing underwear in bed now? Important questions like that began to go through her mind as the warm water softly hit her body, as small waves came crashing onto her upper body. I do want to tell them all, but at the same it just feels a bit too it's not that weird, Jolina. Trust they have seen and done things weirder than you and Issei being together. Drake interrupted, making Jolina almost jump out of the water, afraid for a brief moment that someone had sneaked into the bath with her, though when she heard the overly confident and slightly tired tone that Drake always had, she realized who he was and began talking to him. Next time you want to say something to me, don't scare me like that. Okay? Jolina yelled, with a bit embarrassed at herself for being so easily frightened by her friend's voice. Drake just chuckled a bit, finding his current host's actions to be too similar to that of his previous host. Sorry, and also shame on you for being so unaware of your surroundings, even allowing me to sneak up on you, which really shouldn't be possible by now, Jolina. Drake apologies, before turning it into him scolding her for him being really quiet, but she didn't need to know that part. At least not if Drake could help it. But you. Fine. But what the Gremmeries do, that was weirder than me and Issei being together? Jolina asked, a bit interested in her, hopefully, potential new in-laws. Drake just chuckled a bit, making her slightly worry for whatever it is they had done. Small time skip. Ah, that truly brings back memories. I am weirdly glad that I got to you all those things, Jolina? Drake sounded worried, as he noticed his host's slow, yet very disturbing motions, as she had cradled her legs with her arms and began to move back and forward slowly. Her eyes looked horrified, as the unneeded detailed images Drake had told her had begun to stain her pure and untainted mind, making her unaware of what she was doing, nor what she had been doing, only wishing for the images to stop. No. No more. No more. No more. No more. She repeatedly said, making Drake even more worried, as he now realized that he had gone a bit too far. Though before he could say anything, a sudden buzzing sound was heard echoing throughout the bathroom, making Jolina almost jump out of the bath and grab onto a small see-through plastic bag, with a black box of some sort inside of it. Yes. Sorry, I mean yes, who is it? Jolina asked, sounding almost like she had just been saved from a prison or state of mind so horrible she would never wish to return, something that both Drake and the person on the other end of the phone found a bit weird and concerning, but the caller decided not to dwell on it too much. Hey there Joey, it's me Alex. Alex revealed himself in a bit of a tired voice, yet not too tired to make Jolina notice, not that she would, as she was happy to hear from her uncle. Oh, hi Alex. How have you been? Jolina asked, happy to hear from her uncle, who she hadn't heard anything from since she went and announced her feelings to Issei about a week ago now. Alex just mumbled something incoherent, confusing her a bit, before he then said something more understandable. Rebecca? Oh, yes, she's fine. She misses you a lot, like me, but that's besides the point for why, shit. Alex seemed to begin to breathe heavily. At least that's what Jolina guessed, judging by the sound he suddenly began making. Are you out on a run or something? That's pretty unlike you, uncle. Did Auntie tell you to lose some weight or dash? Jolina, listen to me. Alex interrupted her, with a whispered yell, as his voice of fatigue had faded and one with worry had taken over. Jolina instantly became worried, before her many years of training kicked in, and she made a guess from all the small clues she had been, unintentionally, given from her uncle that he was currently not at home and worse yet, was running from or fighting something or someone at this very moment. I need you to stay the hell away from anyone from the church. I heard you had some friends in the underworld, yes? Go to them and get their help. Hide in hell until I call you again, is that understood? Alex ordered, making Jolina gulp worriedly, fearing the worst, which only became so, as she could hear the clear and obvious sound of a gun being fired 3 times, with the sound of some man off in the distance, crying out from the pain. Is that understood, Jolina? Alex yelled at her again, as the yelling of 2 unknown people could be heard in the back, with Alex suddenly panting again as he had begun running. Jolina let out a small tear, feeling horrible as she opened her mouth and said, Yes, sir, dash, beep, 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 beep. She almost dropped her phone into the warm and formerly soothing water, as her entire body almost went numb as worry and fear began to creep in, consuming her body slowly. From what had been a sudden spark of joy and relief from whatever hell Drake had just put her through, had instead turned into her now being potentially on the run, and worse yet an enemy of the church, as she understood it. The feeling began to sizzle out of her, as the almost goldenly clear surface of the water near her began to dark like the gold now had become tarnished. The steam and soap that floated above it all fell into the now slowly darkening waters, while the parts that didn't sink just became dark clouds and shapeless spirits. This feeling began to spread all throughout the bathroom, as each inch of it became darkened and hollow, making the room have this feeling of loss and fear. Drake had disappeared, or at least his current connection to Jolina had, as something had cut it, leaving him alone inside of her mind and soul, to wonder what was going on. He had a good idea of what it could be, since it had already happened a few times before now, whenever Jolina was hit with truly negative feelings which could invoke memories or fears inside of her, which even Drake couldn't seem to uncover before she would go into this state. Her nude and unprotected body had become numb to all of this, as it was no longer affected by the formerly soothing and warmth nature of the now ruined water, nor was she no longer aware of herself or her surroundings anymore. As all she could do or even be was a manifestation or rather a source for this dreadful feeling that had begun to flood out of her, as it had so many times before. The boosted gear appeared on her left arm, with the rest of her armor appearing slowly after, piece by piece. with her helmet forming itself on top of her as the last piece of this draconic puzzle piece of armor. Though the blood crimson was much darker than ever before, and the green gems had become almost black, as the green in them had darkened so much it was practically the same. And the golden claws and spikes, formerly shining and feeling anyone who had seen Drake in his prime, with fear and awe had become tarnished, much like the water around her. Her aura began to slowly build up, her strength and magic following along slowly, making it almost impossible for anyone to notice this sudden change in her. Well, almost. A sudden warmth entered her newly filled room of fear and worry, with it slowly and willingly letting itself become surrendered and covered in this feeling, as it step by step neared her. She didn't look its way, as she kept her unclear gaze on the 20-meter drop before her, with her feet now hanging quietly above it, as she sat in an upright position. A voice, maybe just sound even, tried to reach her, yet she just chose to ignore it. What could a single voice do for her? What did this voice think it could do for her? Who did this voice think it was? Jolie, there it was again, trying even harder than before, and for what? What could this voice possibly know about her situation? How could it possibly help her? It was only going to fill her head with empty words, lies and useless tips. Although it no longer repeated the same word, maybe it had finally learned that that wasn't going to work. Not that what it was now trying to say was going to help either. I love you, Jolina, the voice said, as it had come to a stop behind her, finally its voice defining itself a bit more than just a small tone or whisper in the background. But still, what was that going to do now? How could that help her with her problem? How was this how? How do I know this is a person? What am I doing? Where did my... She thought, her thoughts being hazy and unfocused, making her feel weak and dizzy, as her body began to move a bit in an unbalanced way, like she was about to fall over. It's me, Jolina. I want to help you, so please listen to me, Jolina, the voice said inside of her head, making her even more confused, dizzy and feeling this strong feeling of warmth trying to rise from inside of herself, as though this voice meant something to her. But how could it? It was just a voice, right? Right. A feeling of fatigue suddenly began to fall over her, as her body felt almost like it was falling, her mouth being no longer filled with air, but instead water. In the far distance, barely beyond her reach, the voice could be heard calling out to her. Jolina, 21 years ago, Denmark, out on a green and grassy hill, a young and daring little girl was running around, as she jumped from side to side, like she was being chased and fired at. It was all just in her head, or had rather been suggested by the kind dragon inside of her head, as a way for her to train and get stronger from an early age. And what better way to do just that, than by making it into a game? Jump now, or they will hit you, Drake ordered through their mental connection, with the little girl doing just as he said and jumped to the side, before rolling a bit further, and then turning around and began running towards her imaginary enemies. She had her left arm raised over her head, with it shining suddenly with a bright green light, before it vanished, and covering her arm and hand now was the second stage form of the boosted gear. The sound of Drake's voice rang out of the small green gem, as the girl felt a sudden increase in her strength, and before she could get realize in said strength she struck down a rather big rock, with it breaking on contact, and her instead being more surprised by how her hand didn't hurt at all. She stood there for a moment, in awe at what she had done, believing herself to already be the strongest being in existence, with Drake chuckling at her childish, yet adorable thoughts. I did it! I destroyed the evil rock monster! Jolina Gladius, the coolest red dragon emperor, is now unbeatable. Jolina stopped her little celebration, as the truly strongest being she had met besides Drake, lightly slapped her on the top part of her head. Instead, childlike fright set in, as she turned around slowly and saw her uncle, Alex, standing behind her and looking less than pleased with her recent victory. His wavy black priest coat, his short dark blue hair and his reading glasses that slightly hid his disappointed-looking violet eyes, as he was indeed very disappointed with Jolina. This look definitely helped him look much more menacingly to small kids, which he was both thankful for and also quite disliked. He didn't need to punish her for it, She was only a child after all, but he needed to make sure she understood that the things she could do, can and will have a massive effect in the world they live in. Jolina, what have I told you about using that thing out in the open, like this? What if someone saw you? What then? His voice was stern, yet it still held a smidge of worry in it, since that was what he mostly was these days, especially with how often he and his wife had to look after Jolina for her parents. Jolina looked down into the grass, not wanting to look her uncle in the eyes, as even she feared his anger, which he had never shown her. But she had heard it, through a wall one time when her dad left her here for a whole week, with him bringing some women she didn't know along with them. Alex had confronted him about it, which ended with Alex breaking her dad's nose, in sheer rage from whatever her dad had said to him. I am sorry, Uncle. I just wanted to be strong, like you and Grandpa, she said, almost fumbling over her own words, but still it made Alex feel sympathy for her. He knew that one day she would need to make an appearance in the supernatural world, that she would be known far and wide as the Red Dragon Empress of this generation, but he knew the risks of being a part of this world and did not want her to join it, not for now at least. He went down on one knee, placing both of his hands on each of her shoulders, as he shook a bit to get her to look at him. She did for a brief moment, before looking away again. It made him sigh a bit, finding her sense of guilt to be way too much like his, when he was little. Jolina Gladius, coolest Red Dragon Empress in the whole wide world, you are already strong enough in mine and in Grandpa's eyes, okay? He said softly, hoping she would look him in the eyes through his cheap, but hopefully effective compliments, which she did. Really? I am as strong as you, Uncle? She asked, curiosity and hope evident in her voice, as she tightened her fists, like she was gripping onto something that meant the world to her, which it in some way did. Alex thought it was funny how easily she would change her mood from being sad to now being so hopeful, that it was almost like she was begging him to tease her. And as the holy and honest priest he was, he accepted this prayer she had never made. Yes, he stated, with her face almost beaming up instantly as she heard those words, with him smirking wickedly as he stood up slowly. But only if you can get back to the house first, since Auntie Rebecca he could barely get a second word in, as the little dragon empress ran right past him, even managing to shove him down on the ground, as she no longer cared about being stronger, and now needed to fight with her cousins for the treasure that was her aunt's food. He just chuckled a bit, as he got up from the ground and walked after her, pretending to run whenever she would look behind, to see if he was still behind her. Though, little did she know he was already way behind her. Present day French, go that way. You too, run the other way. He can't have gotten too far hhh. A well-dressed priest screamed, as a bullet entered his throat, almost killing him from the sheer pain alone. The other men all rushed to the sides, none of them wanting to meet a similar fate as their commander, and yet two of them were pierced by a single bullet. The first one lost his little finger in an early shot, and the other got a hole through his arm. They both screamed out in pain, as the four other men got even more scared by their opponent. The report said nothing about him being a John Wick wannabe. A blonde-haired man said, as he readied his rifle and leaned over a fallen tree, trying to spot his target. Another man, who was reading his own rifle, sat still behind the protectiveness of the log, but looked up with grave horror when he heard another gun shoot. He saw his comrade's body fall back over, with a now missing head. No! Another shot was heard, followed by another man's scream of pain, before a second one was made and his cries were stopped. You bastard! I'll kill you! Show yourself right now! Another shot and another head blown off. Only the man behind the fallen tree was still alive, with the two who had their arms shot both trying their best to get to cover, but once again their opponent was too fast and each of them got a bullet in their head, ending them as well. He could only see his commander's slowly crawling body, still breathing with much struggle, before out of the cover of the fog that had settled in, came a man in a deep gray coat, with a priest's dress underneath. In each hand he had a silver gun, and from both of their holes came a thin line of smoke, showing their recent use of murder. The man pointed the gun in his right hand at the head of the commander, and without a moment's hesitation shot him. The man looked up and noticed the one single man still alive. He tried to get his rifle ready to fire, but dropped it from sheer panic. The man raised his left gun up and fired it, killing him as well. That should take care of them for now. Pooh, didn't expect them to react this fast, Alex said, while he put his guns back into their holsters he had under his coat, before taking out a small box of cigarettes from one of his pockets. He lit it with a bit of fire magic, before he took a deep breath of the smoke in and then let it out, as he thought back to his and his mentor's discussions from a few days ago. He hadn't doubted his mentor's words, but it had still been quite the shock to him that this group or small cult would react this fast and this violently after him having only learned about their existence a few days ago. Geez. Didn't expect I have to go back to using these bad boys so soon. I hope my girls are dash snap. He got down on knee, took out both of his guns and aimed them towards where the sound came from. He noticed a small figure in the fog, walking slowly away from him. He saw how they seemed to be slowly humping away, like one of their legs had been hurt, but he didn't remember shooting anyone's leg. He followed them slowly, heading in the thickness of the fog and with a little help from some magic he knew, as he came closer to the figure. They looked female, at least from how their outfit looked, since it was just a skirt. And when he got even closer, he could hear her troubled breathing, and see the slight trail of blood she was leaving on the dead leaves. He kept following her, scanning his surroundings to make sure he wasn't going into a trap, which he felt like he was with how silently the forest had become, and with how this one girl was just here suddenly. It all felt off to him. Where is this girl taking me? Should I maybe just leave now, or should I put a round in her head, just to be sure? He wondered. But as his old habitats began to slowly kick back in, the girl fell over from either exhaustion or blood loss, making him worry slightly for her. But he still chose to watch the nearby surroundings a bit longer, and after watching it for long enough, he moved out of his hiding stance and moved observantly over to the girl. When he came closer he began to notice a few more things about her, like her hair being a dark blue like his own, her being a bit older than he had expected judging by how faded her hair color looked, and the many other wounds she had on her body. If he hadn't just been in a battle and this had been a normal day for him, where he would have done a sermon or helped some old couple with stuff, then he could have totally imagined himself seeing someone like her. But not in this place and not at this time. She looked abused, like someone was beating her each waking hour of the day and that she was never fed, or at least not in any healthy amounts. The wound on her leg was clearly from a gunshot, making him guess that she might have been a misfired victim of one of the people he had just killed. Hello? Are you awake? Can you hear me right now? Alex asked, as he crouched down beside her and rolled her over to the side, so he could put her on her back. He did so, with much ease as his former guess on her not eating much had been proven as she was practically weightless, as he didn't need to use much strength to move her. But all that didn't matter when he saw her face. It was a face he hadn't seen in ages, since she had been practically gone from the face of the earth for almost 2 decades now. Hannah? What in God's name are you doing here, sister? 2 days later, familiar forest, Issei's cave. Oh, where am I? Jolina asked herself, slight worry evident in her voice, as she sat herself up from the small hill of pillows and blankets she had slept on. She began to scan her unfamiliar and rocky new environment, noticing many things about the room or rather cave she was inside of. Small claw marks were visible in the ground, with burn marks lying in small and untouched corners of the room, and weirdly elegant candles and lights hanging on the slightly inwardly curving walls, bringing light to the room. But a greater source of light took her attention instead, as when she turned her head fully towards it, she could smell and feel the outside world. She wanted to stay in the cave, mostly in case of Issei being outside and doing something right now, so she wouldn't want to worry him by leaving by herself to try and find him. But she wanted to get outside and under the sunlight again, since for some reason she felt like she had been in this cave for days now. She smelt like it too, which she noticed as her body began to wake slowly more and more up. Her face scrunched up a bit, her body's unclean smell was overly vil, even for her, and she trained almost every day. She made up her mind, and felt that she almost had to get outside, and maybe find some new clothes or a bath, so she wouldn't look or smell bad in front of Issei when she would see him again. She scooted over towards the edge of her pillow-filled blanket bed, then putting her nude feet on the rough, rocky and slightly warm floor. She tried standing up, using her arms to push her butt off the bed, while trying to use her still somewhat sleepy legs to balance herself. She got worried for a second, as she felt her slight push along with her weight almost make her fall over, but she managed to place her legs more balanced stances. She kept standing like this for a moment, as she waited until she felt a better sense of control over her balance. It took a bit of time, but she finally felt in control enough to start taking steps towards the massive tunnel leading out of what she thought to be the main cave. She felt the rocky floor slowly becoming less rocky, and more ground-like as she kept walking towards the end, which began to show itself as a bright massive hole at the end of her path. The thought of don't go towards the light came to mind, but she pushed it aside since she knew she wasn't dead, because if she was then she would currently be sitting with the two only sane former hosts, and waiting for the next host to awaken. A strong gust of wind struck against her face, making her stop up to keep her balance, before continuing on towards the light, breaching it much to her eyes' disdain. She felt the sharp sunlight sting her eyes, before she slowly became used to it, and opened them again to see quite the sight before her. A handsome, slender, blonde-haired man lying in a pool of his own blood, with his black wings broken next to him, with Issei standing over him and watching him with a bored expression. "Tarzale, how many times do I have to beat your ass into the ground, before you give up on this delusional dream of yours?" Issei asked, before grabbing a small pink muck from his tail and taking a sip from it. Tarzale slowly got up from his little pool of blood, sitting up with much struggle, pain and suffering, yet seemed used to it. Until I beat you, oh great, until I beat you, Issei. You ass. Whole dash, bump, he fell back on the ground, falling asleep and wrapping himself with his broken wings. It was, as stated before, quite the sight for Jolina to see as the first thing after waking up. Good morning?" she said, a bit unsure of the time of day and to let Issei know she was awake. She still hadn't noticed the change in environment, the sun's color or the slightly uplifted look in Issei's eyes, as he turned towards her. "Jolina? Jolina!" He came running at her, nearly at full speed, making him appear in front of her in a millisecond, as the air broke behind him, showing off his high speed. He threw his cup to the side, hugged her and lifted her up in celebration. It made Jolina smile a bit, before wondering why he was so happy to see her awake. "Finally you're awake! By Great Red's joyful dream, I am so thankful you woke up again. I didn't know if..." His voice began to crack, as he began to show an obvious amount of worry and fear of something. Jolina put her hands on his face, to try and direct his attention towards her eyes. Hey, it's okay. I'm awake now, so just relax and take a few deep breaths." Issei began to focus his eyes a bit, still clearly worried about her and her well-being, but did as she asked. He felt his heart calm down a bit, then let her down, a bit to her dismay, but she could tell that now wasn't the time for that. Issei was worried about something that had happened to her, which might explain why she felt a bit sore and felt almost fully drained of power. "Now, could you please tell me why I woke up on a bed of pillows in a cave, and not back at your house?" she asked softly, while keeping her right hand on his left hand, slowly caressing it to keep him calm. He nodded once, before looking up to meet her eyes on equal level, seeing her own worry and curiosity about this whole thing. "You don't remember what happened that night, do you?" he asked, receiving a light shake from her. He smiled with a small show of sorrow, but got it off shortly after, as he looked back towards the cave. 3 days ago, after you and I had you went to the bathroom to take a bath." Issei started, blushing a bit to begin with. Jolina didn't know why he blushed, until she remembered it too. They both looked away from each other, with this brief moment of embarrassment. "Something happened to you, or at least I felt something did, so I rushed to the bathroom and found you. You were slowly sinking into the water, while unleashing some kind of highly powerful magic into the room. It was frightening to see you do it, yet it didn't stop me from rushing to your side." Jolina felt a small image appear before her eyes, as something similar to what Issei told her of seemed to form in front of her. A gathering of these little flickers and seconds of memory of this event began to come back to her. You had gone into that state again, but this time it was much worse. Like you weren't being protected from it, it was trying to hurt you too, and it succeeded a bit. I couldn't get to you before it appeared, Issei said apologetically, as he looked away from her, feeling guilty about it. Jolina wondered what he meant at first, until she felt a sudden pain go through her chest, one she hadn't fully noticed before. It wasn't too bad, it just stung a bit. She looked down at her loose, gray t-shirt and thanks to her rather large S, could see a small blue and purple glowing mark of some kind on top of her right. It wasn't very detailed, just looked chaotic and like some kind of wound she would get in battle, though instead of the normal darkened skin and traces of wounds and scars. This was instead glowing, and didn't look like a scar of any kind, yet still felt like one all the same. She put her right hand under her shirt, and touched it gently. It stung her as soon as she touched it, but even from that little touch she could feel how unique this scar was. No magic that she knew of could make a scar like this, and she doubted any physical damage could make a scar glow like hers did. She looked away from it, and brought her eyes back on Issei, now having more questions than before, but less why she was here and more what he thought this scar was, though before she could ask those questions, she would need to make her boyfriend look at her again. She blushed briefly, as she remembered that they were now a thing, in real life and not just in her head. Hey, it's okay, Issei. You tried to save me, and that's what counts, so can you please look at me again? I can't really have a conversation with you if I can't see your face fully. She tried sounding less serious, hoping it would make him act more relaxed, but clearly it did not work. He raised his head, but he still seemed too sad and guilty to look at her fully. I don't feel like I really saved you. If I had, then you wouldn't have a single wound, scar or any other mark of pain on you. He spoke sorrowfully, as his eyes seemed to keep darting back and forth, not wanting to keep eye contact for too long. Jolina followed his restless eyes for a bit, admiring the fiery, yet gentle glow of his golden eyes, before noticing a small glimmer in them. She soon saw where it came from, a small hole in his human skin revealing the dragon's scales underneath, the scar he had been given by the dragon's slayer. She could see where his thin line of scales and his skin met, and where they both gave way to show his muscles and veins underneath. She touched the area around it softly, stopping briefly as he grunted in pain. You can't say you saved me, because I got a scar, but you lost your finger and have this hole in your neck. How is that fair? She asked, making him have a faded blush appear on his cheeks, like a kid who's been caught in his own logic. I don't care too much about what happens. Don't finish that sentence, Issei. Don't ever say something like that in front of me again. She clasped her right hand on top of his mouth, stopping him. For even if you say that you don't care, that doesn't stop me from caring and worrying about you. She spoke with stern and worried glances, at both his face and what parts of his body she could clearly see. She had become curious to find more marks of pain on him, not wanting to leave him in silent pain. He seemed to notice where she was looking, as he softly chuckled into her soft palms still clasped onto his mouth. His breath was hotter than normal, a bit too hot. Jolina felt she had spilled freshly brewed coffee on her hand. His breathing began to speed up. She reached up with her right hand and felt his forehead. She had to pull back just as she briefly touched it. She felt her fingers had been touched by burning metal, or maybe even the surface of the sun, as she started to notice other worrying features on Issei's face. He was sweating heavily, his eyes seemed to widen and gloss over, and his breathing came out as steam now. She looked down to the hole on his neck, and found the outline of it growing small spots of some black stuff. He had been infected by something or someone. Issei. You're sick. Her voice barely came out, as she watched Issei look at her up, his eyes dazed and slowly reddening. He chuckled, as he grabbed weakly onto her wrist. Don't tell Asia. She'll kill me. He fell over, his fever having taken full root, and spreading rapidly. Jolina sat motionless, watching as Issei restlessly moved around on the ground, as he began to burn the surrounding ground. The great and unbeatable heavenly dragon Issei, had attained his very first disease. A dragon-killing one. Thanks for watching this video. You really enjoy this video. Like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow Marcus from 2005 for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.